Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. Ghastly, isn't it? I'm so sorry, actually. I hate to be the bringer of bad tidings, but your weekend's finished. Okay, we now go into the week, which is okay. Which is okay. We can live with things like that. You might be getting yourself ready now to go down the gymnasium. Actually, it begins to look like one of our desks outside in the office. It looks like a mobile gymnasium already. There's so many different bags out there, Ollie. I don't know what he's doing with them. Goodness, I've never known so many. And we've got a whale in a lock in Richmond. How exciting is that? A minke whale. A minke whale. I'm very impressed. I didn't know anything about it, but I'm very delighted. They've also raised 1.3 million for St Paul's Memorial. That didn't take long, did it? Well done to them. Well done to them. Prince Michael of Kent caught in a cash for access sting. I don't know. Does it get any worse? The answer is probably. And Katie Price said she'll have to wear trainers for her wedding. Who cares? I mean, seriously, I've got better things to worry about, I think. All of that and your texts and emails between now and 7 o'clock. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We don't do phone in. Okay, you've had the phone in. You get another one at 7 o'clock this morning. I think I'm the respite. I'm the bit in the middle. I'm the bit that they go, give ourselves a rest for that. Because sometimes you hear some really stupid people on phone-ins. Always, that's the way it goes because it's access to so many people or for so many people. And sometimes you hear somebody, and I'll be sort of sitting in the office thinking, are these people as mad as fruitcakes? And the answer is, in many cases, yes, they are. Chips are under threat, something to do with potatoes or whatever. Wayne Rooney, I'll tell you, you'll wet yourself dying on this one. Wayne Rooney and his wife, Colleen, they're going to spend money on a new kitchen. How much are they going to spend? £500,000 on a kit. Neither of them can cook. It's hilarious. Mind you, I suppose for £500,000, perhaps the thing will work itself. Perhaps you just throw the ingredients into the oven and it'll turn out some meal, which sounds quite exciting. £500,000 on a kitchen. Have you heard of anything so stupid? What a horrible waste of money. It'll save her going out. Obi's bought her a coffee machine, because sometimes you see her coming back with her hair in rollers, clutching a cup of coffee. So maybe he's bought her a coffee machine. Not that I think she knows how to work it, but I mean, at least they've made the effort. £500,000. Have I had a coffee? No, I'm not a big coffee drinker. I tell you what I do like, and I've got a little bit addicted to it. Hot chocolate with cream. That's quite nice. I have a medium hot. It's so expensive. Honestly, it really is expensive. A medium hot chocolate with cream on the top of it. I don't do I've had marshmallows. And I've also discovered the cream is not proper cream. It's aerated cream. So, in fact, if you leave the lid on, when you take the lid off after about 5 minutes, it's gone. Okay? Because they're taking the Michael out of you. I went into one the other day. Have you ever heard of Harrison Hoole? I think it's owned by Tesco. I think it's one of theirs. I go in there because somebody had said to me last week, oh, why don't you go into Harrison? They're really friendly. Well, I go. I'm the only one in there. The only one in there. So my first question was, do you do hot chocolate? So he said yes. I thought, oh, lovely. So I said I'll have a medium hot chocolate with cream, thinking it's a coffee shop. Surely they must have heard of cream. We don't do cream. Oh, okay. And okay, we'll have it without cream then. I said, do you take cash? No, just card. I said, even Starbucks take cash. And that was the case. Well, we don't take cash. I said, you need to bring yourself up to date then, don't you, lovey? Can't bear it, people. Honestly, Starbucks are taking cash. Loads of people are taking cash now, especially as we're allowed to go out and hug. I might do it on the train on the way home, just for the hell of it. Just go up to somebody and go, hello, happy Monday, and just throw your arms around them. And then wait till they pull the emergency cord, get me removed from the train. That'll be the thing happening, won't it, really? Wendy's is returning to the UK. That's not Wendy the woman from Peter Pan, because she's been around for ages. It's Wendy the burger place, Square Burgers. They're hoping in a few years to have 400 outlets. I have to tell you, I thought they were the best burgers. I hope they taste as good as I remember them from first time round. Because to be honest with you, McDonald's, very nice, and Burger King, very nice for microwave. But it's a case of I quite fancy. Okay, what about Wimpy? See, yeah, Wimpy, they don't taste the same. They really do. I wish they did. Perhaps it's me. Perhaps it's a sign of ageing, when things don't taste the same. You pop it in your mouth, don't you? And all of a sudden you think, this doesn't taste the same. It doesn't, as it used to. But there you go. That's just me again. There's a doctor who's gone missing in Russia. There's a surprise. He was working at the Kremlin. I believe he'd been a critic of the Kremlin. Oops, maybe not the best thing to say. And Prince Michael of Kent, the one who looks like he's a leading member of the Russian aristocracy, has been accused of a cash for access sting. Mind you, his wife, Princess Michael of Kent, was known as Princess Pushy from years ago. You might not remember these sort of things. Christopher Biggins was stunned by a very exciting fan. He sort of, he went, oh, hello, 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 and then grabbed his nether regions, which wasn't very good. And Sainsbury's, the supermarket, have changed their advertising to appease lovers of scones down in some part of the country. I can't even begin to tell you where it is because I'm not really interested. I'm just merely mentioning it. Somebody did a thing in their Sainsbury's and I think it was to do with scones, and it's jam on first and then cream, or cream on first and then jam. And somebody complained, some sad, lonely individual who's got nothing to do with their time apart from write to Sainsbury's, well, I think this is outrageous. I really think that they should have known about this. And you think to yourself, who gives a 4x? All you got to do is you get a scone, cut it in half, put the jam on, that complicated, and then cream on the top of that bit, and then it all stays together. If you put the cream on first and then the jam, it's all over the place. That's for idiots. But Sainsbury's, have gone, oh, well, we're a little bit worried that they might boycott Sainsbury's. Well, only stupid people would boycott Sainsbury's because they got it wrong, or they think they got it wrong. So, I mean, I just couldn't understand that. Don't bow to public pressure. One bloke wrote in and complained about it. Well, I think it's absolutely outrageous. Sainsbury's should know about these sort of things. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, if I was running Sainsbury's, you'd be barred immediately. I wouldn't want people like you in the store. I mean, how many people go into Sainsbury's and actually say, right, okay, we've got the jam, we've got the cream, we've got the scones, let's make it here in the third aisle. Nobody does that. You take it home, you can do what you like when you get it home. You can stick it on your head, as far as I'm concerned. But you know what people are like nowadays? They moan about everything. Moan about this, moan about that. The other day, was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday now, Sunday. I picked up a paper, and it was talk of banning John Barrowman for sort of getting his willy out. And I thought, well, the story is from 2009. Secondly, John Barrowman did that all the time. It was funny, bit of a joke. His favourite, well, I can't tell you what his favourite one was because the producer would go, don't tell him what the favourite one was. But put it this way, if you are, I don't have to put this politely, if you are of the dimensions, it was just a funny thing to do. It was never meant, to upset people. No, but because he's been doing it for donkey's years, nobody ever took it seriously. But of course, now they're saying, well, he should be banned from television. And you think, what? God's truth. If every time somebody had an office party and they sort of sat on the photocopier and then distributed copies of their bottom to everybody, you'd have nobody working in buildings anymore. That's the whole idea. It's supposed to be fun. We like fun. Sandra says, my local Starbucks won't take cash. You can only pay by card or their app. Well, go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. What are you moaning to me for? Going in there, oh, I'll have to use my cup. No, tell them to stick the cup of coffee. You can go get them loads of places. There's loads of other places you can go to. You don't need to use Starbucks. They don't want to take cash. I went into, where did I go the other day? Marks and Spencer's take cash. And Starbucks, I'm sorry, Starbucks. I'm really sorry. But, you deserve to lose customers. If you can't take cash, that's your problem. There's loads of other places. Imagine going to a fish and chip shop going, cod and chips twice, card only. Well, I'll go somewhere else. I'm sick to death of this mamby-pamby loads of people. Steve, have you ever been to Taco Bell? What? What's that? What's Taco Bell? There's one opening near me and I've no idea what to go for, says Nige. Taco Bell. It's an American-based chain of fast food restaurants originating in California by the founder Glenn Bell. Taco Bell is a subsidiary of Yum Brands. Oh, it's like, is it like Mexican? Something like that. Looks all right, doesn't it? You can have a quesadilla, Crunch Wrap Supreme, or cheese quesadilla. Looks quite nice, doesn't it? Marks and Spencer's do a complete range of Mexican food now. So I'm quite partial to it. Oh, I used to love that thing where you used to get it, and it came with pancakes and sour cream and tomato relish, and you put some chicken in there with bits and pieces, and you put it on the top, then roll it up. Fajitas. They were very nice. I like fajitas. Then they stopped doing them. They stopped doing fajitas for a while. I was ever so upset, because I'm a big fan of Marks and Spencer, as you know, but I just fancied fajitas. But now they've actually got a complete range of Mexican stuff. Arriba. Something. I remember once I was sitting in the studio, as I'm prone to doing most mornings, and a mariachi band turned up next door. And I remember thinking, how sweet of the management to provide me with a mariachi band just to see me into the morning. And and they actually turned up wearing normal clothes, and then they put on the and they all put on the big hats and all the. It looked really good. And I remember thinking, how sweet of the management. You know, it's not very often they think of a mariachi band. I mean, how many times would you think we'll tune into Steve Allen's programme, there'll be a mariachi band on, or an orchestra or something like that? And it turned out it wasn't for me at all. It was for the Capital Radio Breakfast Show. So I don't talk to them anymore. I've decided, obviously, mariachi band. And then I opened the door one time, and there's people getting dolled up as showgirls and everything. Do you remember that? Were you here for the showgirl day? We had about 3 or 4 of them with the big plumes and very tight little skimpy outfits and all the rest of it, and full makeup and everything. And I remember thinking, that's nice. The management have come up with sort of, sending me something I'm not going to really have much use of, and it wasn't for me either. That was also to go round the corner. I don't know why, but the mariachi band were my favourite. I thought they were great fun, and they rehearsed. They had the big guitars, and it was great. I thought it was really good. It'd be almost as good as Chinese New Year with the dragon dancing and everything else. I like that as much. Anything that's vibrant and colourful, I'm big into. We got birthdays to celebrate today, and the school priest who's been relieved of his duties reported to Watchdogs by saying that pupils can disagree with LGBT ideology. Not maybe the best thing to say, but there you go. Balcony Gardens will appear at Chelsea Flower Show for the first time, and there's a mood awaiting us to get cricket bats made out of bamboo as opposed to willow. So, the crack of leather on willow, which always used to sound very exciting for any public school boys listening. Now, sort of, the thwack of leather on bamboo doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Steve, I genuinely don't care about it, but jam first is the Cornish way. Cream first, Devon. If a celeb wants to increase their profile, then they tweet cream first. Oh, right, okay. So, it's got to be jam first, hasn't it? Because then you spread that over the thing. Otherwise, your jam is going to get mixed up on the spoon with the cream and everything. I mean, it's so stupid. Who cares? These people need to grow up, honestly. Sainsbury's shan't be shopping there in a hurry.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Oh, it is. Somebody says, what was the other? Have you tried Five Guys? Delicious. The chips are highly addictive. It's ever so expensive. I have been to Five Guys. We had double cheeseburgers and chips. They give you way too many chips. But, they're all quite nice. But no, I mean, I did like the Wendy burgers from years ago. There used to be one in the Strand, which was very good. Steve, I saw the crane leaving Leicester Square on Saturday at 17:45. Quite a sight. Huge, isn't it? Huge. Where did they put the crane? In their pocket. And then they just walked out the square. What do you mean, where did they put it? It's a blooming huge... What do you mean, where did they put it? Will they drive it back to where all cranes go to? Their home. They live in crane heaven. What do you mean, where do they go to? What do you think? They're sort of hiding it underground. Quick, dig a hole, put the crane in. It was. No, this is running again, honestly. I've spent most of the morning sneezing. Got no idea why. But yeah, the crane, very big. It was all, what do they call it? Extending. I can't remember what they call that. It was very good. And so it went enormous. Absolutely huge. I don't know how they got it in and out, but where they go to, there must be a place. If you go down the motorway, if I go down the M3, M11, there's a place that does those cherry pickers, and they've got loads of them all lined up with all extended. Looks very impressive, actually. Very, very impressive. And I quite like that. I've decided, actually, we were having a clear out at home the other day, and I'm going to be taking loads of stuff down to my godchildren. They're going to get a Christmas tree this year, which is one that I bought on QVC, which comes with a remote control. It does like 500,000 patterns on the tree. They can either be white bulbs or they change to coloured bulbs. It's really very good. Well, this was the first time I bought a fake tree, and unfortunately I didn't buy I'm hopeless with size. And I only bought a 6 foot. And what I should have done is I should have bought an 8 foot, but I didn't. And so I'm going to give it away, because then my godchildren can use it in they've got a party barn, and with air hockey and snooker and all the other bits and pieces. So it'll go in there for Christmas, I'm quite sure, because they've got enough room to keep stuff. And they can have it. It comes with the remote control, and it's very good. But so I'm going to go back to having a real tree, which I quite like. I can get a sort of a 7 foot real tree. It goes at no, it doesn't. No, what you mean loses the needles? No. Only if you've got central heating and you've got it in your flat or something like that. But I mean, no, ours has been absolutely fine, and I've got the base for it as well. So I'll probably do that this year. And it's only like 50 quid for a tree, whereas this tree I bought from QVC was like £300. So it's really good. And I've got a big garden umbrella as well, which I'm going to give them, which is very good, so they can sit out, because I don't think they've got a big umbrella. And this is in cream, which is very nice. And what else am I giving them? Oh, I'm giving them all sorts of bits. Oh, it's a nice colour thing. It's like a water flask. That's pretty, isn't it? I like that. That reminds me of the Prosecco bottles, which come in all different colours. Gold, they come in gold, but I don't drink. As you know, I'm not drinking anymore, so I've given up, because I cleared a box out the other day, me and Lynn, and I found a bottle of Grey Goose, untouched, and a bottle of Prosecco. So we gave the Grey Goose to the man who very kindly, Marcin, jet washed the patio for us, and that looks really. So we gave that to him, and I was trying to wrestle the Prosecco out of Lynn's hands, but she beat me to it. And so she's got that, because I'm just not interested in drinking. Isn't it funny? I have got bottles of Prosecco at home, but I'm not. I nearly had one the other day. I can't remember what it was. Something happened. I remember thinking, oh, perhaps I'll just try a drink. And then I thought, I'm not interested. I'm really not interested, which is probably good for me. I think so. Trev on Crete says, anyone up for butter under the jam? I know I'd be a fat bomb, but it's so butter. What, on the scone or scone, butter and then the jam? Oh right, so you're not having the cream? All right. I found cream the other day, Marks and Spencer. It's cream with strawberries in it. Have you seen that one? Very nice. I haven't had it yet, but they said you can have it with fruit salad or something like that. Because I'm getting cravings at the moment for different things. I had steak yesterday for the first time in months. Months. Have you tried the new M&S cream cheese rolls, says Paul? No, I haven't. I should be looking after. I'm not into. Actually, I've just realised cream cheese. What am I getting excited for? No. And have you started the interviews for the new person now that Corey has jumped ship? Yes, it's Corey's first day today on Ian Dale's programme. He's very excited by it. He'll probably be lying there at the moment going, I can't sleep. And yes, so we already have the replacement. We have a temporary replacement for 3 days. Is it 3 days we're doing? 3 days. And then I think we've got somebody next week who's actually no stranger to the programme. No point putting me with somebody I hate. I think that's par for the course, isn't it, for most presenters nowadays? What you do is you keep presenters happy by giving them somebody they want to work with. Imagine, I did have somebody, yes, I don't want to go into it too much, but they were blooming useless, absolutely useless. In fact, not only were they useless, but they didn't used to listen to the programme, which was a little bit embarrassing. So I remember saying something once, so John Warrington will bear me out with this one, and I said, oh, John would like a cup of tea. Which is a normal thing you do if you have a guest that comes in the studio and sits there and chats about holidays, as we there was a joke, and the producer just carried on looking up, and I remember thinking, I don't think he's listening. So I said, I think I'll go in and see the producer. Nothing. I got absolutely nothing, completely blank, and he's looking up. So I walked in there. He's watching television. He's not even listening to the programme. So I said, do you want to go and get John a cup of tea? And he said, yeah, I'll do it in a minute. So I'll tell you what, I'll go and get it. So I went to walk out the studio. But no, I'll go and get it. Totally useless. I don't know why he was in radio. Mind you, I heard something dreadful the other day. I didn't hear it the other day. I heard it this morning. And you know how much we love BBC Local Radio. We've discovered an absolutely horrendous one on BBC Radio Sussex, who I thought was auditioning, maybe. They weren't. It was actually part of a programme. They can't read. They're doing the weather, and then they go into they can't read. I'd love to play it to you, but I wouldn't embarrass BBC Radio Sussex. But obviously the standard's not as high as I thought they would. Did you know they're bringing back the bill, says David? Where have you been? Have you listened to this programme before? We did this weeks ago. Honestly, if there's a showbiz story, we've already done it. Bringing back the bill. Honestly, heavens above, you'd be telling me next the Titanic might stand a good chance of sinking. It's just one of the... We did it ages and ages ago. You heard about Prince Philip, by the way, have you? I just thought I'd check. Sometimes people are a little bit late coming to the party. The future of a cup of tea is under threat. Which they always say, do they do that to make you go and buy more tea? I think they must do. Because I've got a cup of tea this morning. I don't know where our tea bags are from, but they're very nice. And they've got... I think Yorkshire tea. Is it Yorkshire tea? That's the one that comes with a brass band, doesn't it, or something? I've seen them on a hillside with balloons and somebody dressed as a teapot. I'm assuming it was tea, but anyway, and which is very nice. And the coffee we've got so much posh coffee here. It is absolutely unreal. I've never known. If only I drank coffee for the programme. Somebody said you shouldn't drink tea. If you're a speech radio presenter and you fly by the seat of your pants, you shouldn't really be drinking tea because it sort of dries up your throat, which is so I brought in water, but you know me, if I drink water on the programme, I'm running for the loo every 2 minutes. But I'm a lot better, thank you for asking. Also, somebody says, by leaving the Prosecco out and drinking less tea and more water, you've been needing a new belt soon. I need a new belt now. I've gone down, and they said I've gone down a dress size, and I suddenly realised, why should I tell you what I wear? And, nothing the matter with some of these little outfits I've got, it's my business. And I remember thinking to myself, I need to go and find some more jeans. I need to go down a size, which of course is a bit exciting. But at the same time, I've walked down the road. Literally, I've had to put my hand under my belt and hitch my trousers up because they keep falling down. And there's nothing worse than you stand there waiting for the bus, you put your hand out and your trousers gracefully slip to the ground. It's not a good look. Not a good look at all. But no, at least I make the effort. So the disused quarry, which is doubling up as Star Wars. And also, what was the other one that I quite like? The inventor of television, that'll be John Logie Baird, celebrated with a new 50p piece. He did his transmissions, John Logie Baird, from Little Italy in Soho. They've got a plaque on their wall. That's where they did them. You can rent out the room where he did his experiments. Isn't that cool? So you never knew that, did you? Mind you, have you been there? Yeah, Little Italy. You've been there? How did they let you in? Oh, did you use my name? Yeah, you used my name, yeah. Because they know me. So Boris Johnson has said it's a return to freedom. We can do hugging, but not face-to-face hugging. So I think it's just sort of hugging, sort of head over the shoulders kind of thing. Yeah, you can do, yeah. That you're allowed to do that, I think. To be honest with you, I've got no idea. I'll just wait till somebody comes up to me at Waterloo Station and sort of grabs me. Because I know quite a few people at Waterloo Station. Have you ever worn dungarees? Do I sound like the sort of person who's ever worn dungarees? Excuse me. I didn't come off one of those dreadful programmes like Little House on the Prairie or something like that. Or the Waltons. That was an odd family. We live up Walton Mountain. Of course you do. I've seen it. I've seen the actual place. I've seen I've seen the camp. Did you ever see the Waltons? Oh, they were great. They were a little bit like Little House on the Prairie. And the Waltons, at the end of the programme, they'd all go, "Good night, John boy. Good night, Anne. Good night." And they used to say good night to each other. Right, boring family. But anyway, I quite liked it because it was set back in the 40s, 50s. And it was in the days where two women could live together and nobody suspected a thing. And it was always old women who lived, "Oh, you must come round, we'd bake you a cake," and all this. It was deliciously wonderful. And I like stuff like that. I like nostalgia. It's like Sunday is Columbo Day on the television. I could watch Columbo. You always know. He goes, "Well, that's good." And he goes to walk out and then he turns around and he goes, "Another thing. And he does that, and it's so clever. We were going to get him in for an interview. He came over to this country, but he was very ill, and then he went back home and he died, which was a shame because I thought he was great. There's a great roasting which he does of Frank Sinatra on YouTube. In fact, there's some really good stuff on YouTube. Really good stuff on YouTube. A friend of mine is addicted to the graves of all the famous people. Sometimes people have a really big... Karen Carpenter's grave, she's like a mausoleum. Really amazing.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new eNY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the eNY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Yucky, yuck, yuck. Bit wet, bit miserable, but it doesn't matter. It's Monday. Listen, you've only got 5 more days and you get another break, which is lovely. Do you remember Brook Bond tea? Well, they stopped making it or something. Yeah, it's all still available as far as I remember. And somebody says, I highly recommend Peach on the Beach cocktails from M&S if you fancy alcohol. I don't fancy alcohol, which is the odd thing, isn't it? Really not remotely interested. Shane says, have you seen the Michael Jackson mausoleum on YouTube? Big, and the fans still leave flowers at the front of it. Well, people were showing me. A friend of mine has been going through, and he's found all sorts of mausoleums. Some big, some not so big. There's the one for Jack Wilde. Do you remember Jack Wilde from Oliver? He was the Artful Dodger. He died in 2006. Doesn't seem possible. I remember seeing him on television, and he had cancer. And I think his wife finished off his book. They've got a nice thing. His says Jack Wilde, actor, 1952, 2006, still so loved, still so missed, which is lovely. And do you know who? I wonder if you know who this is, because I didn't know. And it's a gravestone, and it says June Rosemary Aitchison, together with Tim, together again. So who do you think June Rosemary Aitchison is? This is on her gravestone. It's June Whitfield. June Whitfield, which was lovely. There's also Pocahontas. We've got her gravestone. Jack Hansen. Do you remember Jack? Now, you might not know Jack Hansen, but he was Danny LaRue's partner for many, many years. And Danny, they've been buried together, as indeed of a lot of people. Debbie Reynolds and her daughter, Carrie Fisher, are buried together in the same mausoleum. But Danny and Jack Hansen are in the same. Well, it says in the same grave. That's what it says. And there's all sorts of different things. And then a friend of mine says Reagan's is huge. It's I don't know why. Nobody liked him. But it was very interesting when you look at all of Bela Lugosi is just a plaque. Bela Lugosi, probably a little bit before your time. Donna Summer, I'd forgotten Donna Summer died in 2012. Long time ago. But they're really very interesting, these. Dennis Hopper, buried on a hill with loads of cowboys. He said it's Will Haynes. Now, you might not know who Will Haynes is, but the reason I mention him is because he was a huge silent movie star who refused to be married off to a woman because he was gay. And it's the Rock Hudson story all over again. Rock Hudson was gay. Everybody knew that Rock Hudson was like the Liberace story. But in Rock Hudson's case, because he was in the movies, they had to get him married off. So they married him off to the woman who ran his fan club. She didn't know. She had no idea that he was gay, which was very interesting. And in fact, it was one of Rock Hudson's lovers who took him to court for infecting him with the HIV virus. The difference was Rock Hudson was dead by that time. So in the court was an empty chair. And they put a claim in against his thing. But Will Haynes, huge silent movie star, buried with his partner. which is what people prefer to say as opposed to boyfriend or girlfriend or something like that. People say partner. But it's very interesting, isn't it, when you sort of look at all these graves, and it's only in death that people are reunited. So I think it's quite sweet, actually. I'm assuming all these were burials when you actually look at them, because in America they don't seem to have. I mean, some of them are very big. Some of them are very big memorials of which you pay a lot. I mean, when you look at the Karen Carpenter one, I'm assuming that's going to be a family mausoleum. It's funny, you look at Kennedy's and it's just 2 plates in the ground. Whereas you look at Reagan, I mean, he's practically taken over a city block. It's very big and impressive. I mean, Nancy is also in there as well at the same time. You remember that we fell out with Nancy. Do you remember that one? Do you know why? She never curtsied to the Queen. She never curtsied. She met the Queen at St Paul's Cathedral, and everybody else curtsied except Nancy Reagan. She thought she was bigger and better. Nancy Reagan, who had a foundation, and it was basically for the benefit of Nancy Reagan. that was about it, actually. But it was weird because there were loads of people like Dickens, Kipling, and Garrick, all in St Paul's Cathedral, or Westminster Abbey, which is where a friend of mine went to get his COVID jab. He was very disappointed when he didn't get it for the second one. But Dali LaRue and Jack Hansen buried together, which I think is very sweet. Pocahontas gets a nice thing. And down the road from me, Carol Reed. Also, Eric Bartholomew. John Eric Bartholomew. That was part of Morecambe and Wise. Just gets a plaque on a wall, which isn't very much at all, which is a bit of a shame. But it's fascinating. You just go onto YouTube, you can find all of these things. You know. Stephen, I just realised, says Roger, another cast member of Storage Wars has recently died. Maurice Prigoff. Which one was that one? I don't remember him at all, actually. God, there's some very annoying people on that story. Have you seen the people on Storage Wars? Mind you, the British version of it, my God, I tell you. They obviously went to the Ugly Agency and found people who, dreadful. Absolutely terrible. Terrible. There's some people, they argue. Some of the people are so thick on it. The Americans obviously do it for a living, but there's a husband and wife. They're an evil pair. Very evil. Oh, you do this to try and build the money up. And she starts threatening him. She's more blokey than he is. They're ghastly. Really. But I find the programme strangely addictive. But the one programme I don't find strangely addictive is the Love Island and Return to Love Island and X on the Beach and all that thing that drags up the very worst of our society. Oh, my godfathers. It really is ghastly. It's like the Housewives of Cheshire. Have you ever seen such a bunch of old pussycats? Oh, my goodness me. They really are quite dreadful. Quite dreadful. They're not as good as the American ones. The American programmes were so much better. They seem to have an awful lot going for them, but the one in this country, they obviously tried to find people who had a bit of class, and of course they didn't find anybody who had any class at all. Bradley Walsh is going to star with his son Barney. Well, I hope we're not going to see that all the time. I don't like it when it's father and son thing. It gets a little bit incestuous. This is from the Darling Buds of May. Barney will play a village policeman, so it's obviously a small part. And Bradley is going to be Pop Larkin. We like Bradley. And I like the programme they did together, but let's not go down the route of, because it just gets a bit tedious. Also, Cinderella star Georgina Castle is without her Prince Charming after a love split. Oh, what a shame. People split up. Well, that's what happens nowadays, isn't it? You go out with somebody, and then they all do their thing. Oh, they're so much in love. It's the old Jordan and whatever his name is. Also, Meghan Markle in the paper again. Gifted Diana's Cartier watch, worth apparently $17,800, and she's wearing bling as she showed off her baby bump for the first time. I thought they didn't like the press. I've obviously got this wrong. Perhaps I misheard what she said. I thought they didn't want the press intrusion, milking it for all it's worth, milking it. Goodness sake, honestly. Also, Little Mix singer. We're getting loads from the one who left the group. In fact, more publicity than anything else, but she's apparently going to be going into the singing world. That'll be interesting if both of them end up on the same bill. That would be very odd. TV's Annika Rice I'm going to sneeze again. Here we go. Oh, it's ridiculous. Oh, what's the matter with me? Why am I sneezing? It's not hay fever time, is it, or something like that? It can't be in here, surely. Anyway, Annika Rice rejected an offer to be a Bond girl because she thought she could play the spy. She was approached. And she told a podcast, I thought he meant me to be Bond. Don't be ridiculous. You can only be a Bond girl. You can't have a female Bond. That would be ridiculous. Ridiculous. Model Katie Price. When was the last time anybody asked her to do modelling? Says she'll have to wear trainers when she gets married to hubby number 4. She's going to wed businessman Carl. He sells second-hand cars, okay? He sells cars. He's not a businessman at all. And it's a family business, not his business. Katie, who broke her feet on holiday, says she might even need to be carried down the aisle. Oh, for God's sake, already the dreariness has started, hasn't it? Who cares? I saw her walking through London only a short while ago. Looked perfectly all right to me, love. Perfectly all right. But there again, never let it spoil a good story. Snooker legend Jimmy White says he's off the booze and the drugs and can win the world title after 40 years of trying. But this is... sorry, I have to keep laughing about the Rooneys because they're not the brightest pennies in the box, are they? And it's going to be the main entertaining space, the kitchen. They've chosen £300,000 handmade cabinets and £100,000 top-of-the-range cooker. Then another £100,000 spent on double ovens, worktops and American-style fridge freezers. Wow. But neither of them can cook, which is hilarious. Apparently, a source says he's been joking to Colleen he'll surprise their mates by knocking out a cracking dinner party. Won't be the first time he's knocked out something that's cracking, will it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently it is hay fever, says Joe. The weatherman said so. I haven't stopped sneezing. I do it every day. But how can it be in the studio? I mean, I sneezed out there earlier on. Ridiculous, isn't it? Honestly, never mind, doesn't matter. What else we got for you this morning? Devo the Whippet, or Devo, licking his lips. He gets his favourite treat. He loves Quavers. I love Quavers. I love Quavers. He's owned by Emma Laidler, who said he loves the taste and texture of the cheesy puffs. We all do. We all like stuff like that because they're light and airy, and of course we think naively there's no calories. But of course they're absolutely chock-a-block with calories. Families made the most of the 21 degrees yesterday, but were warned the spring sunshine will not last. As I've said to you, you know, people are putting their baskets out and stuff like that. It's too early. It's too early. Don't want it all to sort of give up, do you? Unfortunately. So 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, as far as I know, it's rain. Wait a minute. I'll just find out for you. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today? Absolutely nothing. Seriously. Oh, here we go. But it's not speaking. Mostly cloudy, chance of rain 50%, 11 degrees. Why it's not talking to me, I've got no idea. Normally it's, today is going to be a kind of... So it's going to be... So take an umbrella. Take an weather. Steve, somebody's wearing cheap aftershave. That's what makes me sneeze. I went out the other day. I had to get 2 bottles. Well, I didn't have to get 2 bottles of my aftershave, but I bought 2. One because I've only got about a quarter of it left in the bathroom, and I carry one with me as well. The small one's nearly as expensive as the big one. It was a very expensive morning. Very expensive. So cheap aftershave? No, I think not so on this one. I mean, because there's nobody in this studio. Nobody's been in here, as far as I know, and I don't think anybody around here wears cheap aftershave. They're all far too classy. You do Eau Sauvage, do you? My God, I had that when I was about 18. I haven't worn it since. Eau Sauvage Lemony, and it was the bottle that was quite nice. Did you like the bottle? Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't tried Pinot Silvestre, which is very popular. That was sort of shaped like a fir cone. That was quite nice. Or Brut, which was absolutely awful. Nobody liked Brut at all. It was advertised by... Yeah, there you go. Pinot Silvestre. 11 sorry? 8 or 9 quid. Yeah. I bought a bottle the other day. I can't even begin to tell you how much I paid for 2 bottles of aftershave. One, the slightly bigger bottle, and one, the smaller bottle to keep in my bag. I mean, it's 2... Sorry? Creed. So for 2 bottles, I paid... Yeah. Frightening, isn't it? Frightening. Even I thought it was quite frightening, but of course by that time I'd gone through with the transactions. And I had to phone up my bank manager. I said, have we got any money in the account at the moment? She said, not now. You've just spent X amount of money. Steve, so I go and look at Karen Carpenter's Mausoleum on YouTube, which then had me looking at famous open caskets. Yeah, there's all sorts of people who had them. James Brown had an open casket, but Michael Jackson didn't. Michael Jackson did. Not everybody has it. The Americans do it differently from us. Yeah. Somebody says, have your days changed? You're not on every day. I think I am. Well, as far as I know, it's me. Wait a minute, I'll pinch myself. Yep, it's me. It's me. I found some lovely stuff the other day because I've started going a bit dry skin, and it was aloe vera cream, which I bought a little while ago. And have I missed a thing? No, I've just done it. Yeah. Oh, I'm a bit confused then. I sort of looked at the clock thinking, have I done this? What have we got? We've got hugs allowed from next Monday as more COVID curbs. I told you, if you were all good, I said that it would work out well, and we're gradually getting back. People will be booking holidays, not to all the places you want to go, even though thousands more flights are being put on for COVID-weary Brits desperate for a foreign getaway. Why don't people just go here? I mean, Ready, the beach in Albufeira, on Portugal's Algarve coast. EasyJet have put an extra 80,000 extra seats to green list destinations on sale. But if you don't want to go there, Operator Tui said one customer had spent 18,000 on a break. 18,000 quid. That's a lot of money, whichever way you look at it. But a lot of the cruises are booked up already. People like booking their cruises. So, doesn't matter, does it really? I mean, sometimes, people enjoy going on holiday. I'm not a holiday person. I wouldn't know what to do on a holiday. What do you do? So I've done a couple of cruises, yeah, but I'm not, cruises are okay, but I'm not a holiday person. They keep saying to me, why do you not want to do a holiday? I said, but I've been everywhere because my dad was in the forces. We did spend a lot of time in different places. So I've and also I'm not a sitting on a beach kind of person, covering myself with ombre solaire, wearing my Speedos. I'm not that sort of person. I mean, I've done it before. Dale used to just want to sunbathe. I thought it was the ultimate of boring holidays. He would turn the sun lounge around to follow the sun. I'm surprised it wasn't on a revolving turntable. Would have made it a lot easier. But no, that's what he did. He literally would plug his music in, and that would be him for hours. He'd lie there he just had this thing about sunbathing, whereas I used to think, God, how boring. After 5 minutes, I'd had enough of the whole thing. Oh, look, here they are in Moscow. Russia showing off its military might with female troops in white miniskirts. A little bit peculiar, but there you go. That's Russia. Vladimir Putin watched as 12,000 soldiers marked the 76th Second World War victory parade. They always do this. They have tanks and missile launchers and everything else. But it's all these troops wearing white skirts that look somewhat peculiar. I mean, honestly, you can't go into battle wearing white skirts, can you? They're going to get filthy dirty. Prince Michael of Kent. This is a programme coming up, I believe, on the television. He allegedly agreed to give his royal endorsement to a firm for £140,000. He thought he was dealing with South Korean investors. Unfortunately, he was dealing with reporters. Not the first time. You remember poor old Sarah Ferguson, who got caught out big time, And as I say, poor old, not very good with money, Sarah Ferguson. Somebody said 18,000 on a holiday. That's about 10 bottles of Creed. It's a lot, isn't it? It is a lot. And Steve says, Mark, how come Tom Swarbrick gets a different orchestra at the top of each hour? Does he get a different orchestra? He gets da da da. Oh right, okay. Why does he get that? Is it? Oh, my orchestra have to take a break. Are they working his orchestra hard? Oh, that's why then. That's why they do shifts. I know. You see, I asked for a particular orchestra. I asked for the over 95s nudist orchestra, and they don't get out very much, as you can well imagine, especially as the weather's been a bit cold recently. But when they do get going, I tell you, I want to see them on the fiddle. They're fantastic, I promise you. Unfortunately, the trombone player, we've had to relieve him of his duties. He was getting a little bit too carried away. Did you know Brute was originally designed for women? Well, it was that. No, I don't believe you. No, I think Brute, it's far too strong for women, way too strong. And it was first brought out as the first aftershave for men. I know because I was working in a department store when they brought it out. Steve, I bought my daughter, says Jay, her first football boots yesterday, 50 quid. I nearly passed out. It's 50 quid. I thought that was quite reasonable for a pair of football boots. Don't you? Well, I don't know. Seems quite a lot. Steve. Oh, a lot of people asking about Keir Starmer. He's going through the cabinet, as you can imagine, and he started sort of getting rid of people. Doesn't take very long. These sort of things. It was a disaster, wasn't it? Seeing as we waited a whole programme the other day for Hartlepool, and we were told 4 o'clock. And we waited at 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30. And in the end, I actually finished the programme, and we still hadn't got the result. We knew what it was going to be, but you have to wait until it's been announced officially. So we were running on the news that, in fact, it was a Conservative win. And then it started. I was listening to people complaining about it all day, and it came through, I think, about 7:15, because I remember I was I was on my way home, and I went, oh, look, it's just come through. And we'd waited all that time. They were so slow, because apparently the people who officiate with the counting, if they think, no, count again. So they have to go back to the beginning, and that's the way it is. Steve, I've rejoined the gym, which is great, apart from having to something up with the guys in the change room squirting vast amounts. Sorry? What's it? Put up with. Oh, right. People in the change squirting vast amounts of cheap deodorant. Oh, right. Do they? Is that... I mean, oh, I didn't think people bothered with stuff like that. I tell you, I've never seen so many bags around Ollie's desk. There's like 3 gym bags there. How many gymnasiums is he going to? He said to me the other day when I spoke to him, I can always tell it's him. You know, you pick up the telephone and the operator goes, hello, will you accept a reverse charge call? So I have to put up with a reverse charge call. So I said, yes, okay. I can't bear him crying down the end of the telephone to me. And then he said to me, oh, you were taking the mickey out of people who go to the gym. I thought, an outrageous statement. Prove that one. What a dreadful thing to say, honestly, as if I would ever do anything like that. Steve, do you remember Blue Stratos? Yes, I never did that. I never did it. I mean, now that I've sort of got my nose together, then I like Creed, only because a friend of mine, Danny Milo, wore it, and I thought, oh, I like that, and I bought it. And now, if I wear it, people go, oh, you smell nice. Can I tell you, babe? I am cooking with gas. Good as that. Steve, 10,000 Russian women soldiers, 6 foot blonde, blue eyes, all in white miniskirts, says Roger. I know. Mind you, unfortunately, they're not all 6 foot blonde and blue eyes. They're really not. They look as though they've been treading grapes in the morning, which is very funny. Have you ever had your DNA sequenced? No, thank you. No, I'm not. Oh, God, no, I don't do stuff like that. Nina Mishkov said to me some time ago that I should, find out if I'm allergic to anything like washing powder and stuff like that. You can go and find out if you're allergic to milk and those sort of things. Oh, look, the orchestra's started. You're right, Doris. She's fine. She'll be all right. She's a bit new for her. You know, it's the first job she's had in about 500 years. So we'll let them play the music as it takes us to the news at 5 o'clock this morning. It's Monday morning. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Loads more from the newspaper. I mean, literally loads more stories, including the drone which could deliver the goods in Sicily, and the burger chain which does a flip as Wendy's returns to the United Kingdom.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Monday morning, traditionally your worst day of the week. Isn't it funny? Everybody loves Friday. Everybody hates Monday. Why? Because you want your weekend to go a little bit longer, and because we had a rotten Saturday. It was windy and miserable. Sunday was quite nice. I picked up the papers, as I say, sat there having a croissant. And sort of wandered through I was a bit disappointed, actually. There wasn't as much stuff in the papers as I was hoping for. You can always tell when they're desperate that they start sort of plugging Call the Midwife. And you think to yourself, oh, God, is there nothing else going on in the world? The answer is no, there's not. Apart from a man called Ian Hessine, who is sprucing up Withernsea Lighthouse. In fact, he is attached by a small cable to the top of the lighthouse, and he's painting it. Well, I know Withernsea, I don't remember the lighthouse. He says, the first day is always a bit scary, but as I go on, I feel fine. Well, I've seen people with no harnesses standing on the tallest buildings in Dubai with one hand hanging off it. Seriously, I mean, I feel ill even mentioning it to you. It's absolutely ghastly, isn't it? Absolutely ghastly. Former Bond girl Jane Seymour is in a bizarre feud with Robbie Williams. Everybody has feuds with Robbie Williams, don't they, really? And he stole a hat from her home in Bath. The Take That star pretended he lived in a house to film an MTV series Cribs. And Jane wasn't impressed that some of her clothes and jewellery were worn during filming while Robbie pinched one of her hats. Yeah, let's all go round to his place. You know where he lives, don't you? Well, I could take you to his house now. They all live in these sort of places. It's a nice house he's got, but I mean, he's given up the music business, hasn't he? I think so. John Logie Baird, as I say, celebrated on a 50p coin, the Royal Mint has confirmed. And more than 1,500 letters, 1,500 letters. written by a war hero to his wife, have been found after 70 years hidden away. David Dawson's notes include one from an unknown location on May the 9th, 1945, the day after VE Day, saying, "At last, the day we've been waiting for." Another pays tribute to a group of RAF airmen who were shot down. David wrote the Burgomaster laid a wreath on each of the graves. David was a lieutenant in the Royal Army Pay Corps, often mentions his hometown of Scarborough. And the letters were found in the attic of a family friend, Ruth Walker, who also lives in the town. She's donated them to the Scarborough Museums Trust, which called the collection fantastic. They've got them as well in the Imperial War Museum. They've got lots of letters. And I think Joanna Lumley wrote a book about letters that were written from loved ones to sort of soldiers writing to their loved ones, their mums, their dads, their girlfriends, boyfriends, not necessarily, back at home. And then the following letter was that they'd been killed in action. We have one at home. We have one. My brother's got a copy of it. We were all given a copy. One of my relatives was killed in action, so he wrote from the ship that he was on. They couldn't tell you too much information because, you know, talk costs lives, unfortunately. And so he'd written to say, hoping to see you all at Christmas or whatever it was. And then the following day, the telegram arrived to say that he'd been killed in action. The ship had been sunk with loss of life. And loads that we weren't any different to anybody else. Thousands and thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people got exactly the same thing. But when you find these love letters in the Imperial War Museum, they've got a whole section devoted to letters that were written by people on the front, and they wanted to write back home to their loved one. And the letters got through, which amazed me. And so I think Joe Lumley wrote a book about all these lovely letters. Ever so poignant. Ever so poignant. Steve, I agree with you. Well, there you go. That's all we need to say about it. I agree with you. That's the way it goes on this programme. Why are people in a hurry to go abroad? I live in Bournemouth, where on a hot day, there's nothing better than being on our Oh, blimey, what have I done here? Oh, blimey, Steve, what have you done? Being on our 7 miles of our sandy beaches, not spending much money and without the stress of travelling. Nathan's in Boscombe. Yes, I mean, I've been to Bournemouth. My friends have got a hotel down in Bournemouth, and I quite like the seaside, because when I was younger, we all used to go to the seaside. That was where you went. We didn't do abroad. The first time I went abroad was with my parents, and we went to San Antonio, which was next to Ibiza town, although in the days then we didn't have all these cheap chavs over there drinking and everything else. It was just a nice family holiday resort, and we stayed in the Hotel Hawaii. And it was lovely. We met a family over there, and they had 2 boys. And people just hooked up with everybody in those days. Now you go to Ibiza, it's just basically drunk after drunk after drunk. You know, it's the only place you see people slumped in doorways. It's very embarrassing. But that's what people want. The young people, that's what they want nowadays. I joined a gym in January. Well, I pay somebody $25 a month, but I've never set foot in the place. We've got loads of gyms round my way. Loads of gyms. I can't be bothered to do it. I feel a bit embarrassed, actually, about going to a gymnasium. You know, because people look at you and sort of sum up whether you've ever been to a gym in your entire life or whether you haven't. And, of course, I mean, I have been to a gym. I went to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club and been to quite a few places. And it was very good. I just can't get into it. You know, Steve, I had my 2nd jab yesterday. The volunteers were fantastic. Makes you proud to live in Britain. Well, this is what we're good at. We're racing ahead with the jabs. I'm very, very impressed with you all. You've all done very, very well. Where have you heard that before? Probably Dad's Army, I should imagine. You've all done very, very well. And no, it wasn't. It was Are You Being Served? That was old Mr. Grace, I think, said that. But you've been better. All right, there's been a few people who have let the side down. But we seem to... Listen, if they're allowing us to go hugging again, I'd quite like to think that we're on the path for Christmas. I don't want Christmas to be cancelled. Oh, no. I don't want them to think, OK, let's let them go on holiday, and then we'll cancel Christmas because they've been on holiday. No. I want it all the way through, please. Definitely. Steve, may I suggest trying Nescafe Double Choc? You can have a cup of coffee and hot chocolate in one. Interesting and very nice, says Beatrix. Really? I've never heard of that before. Never heard of that. I saw a thing. It's the latest craze in India on the streets, in the street market, and it's a fizzy drink. And what he does is he does a drink, and then he puts, it looks like bicarb of soda in it, and it all bubbles over, and you've got to drink it fairly quickly. It's very popular. Here it is. Oh, it's gone. Oh, there we go. Nescafe Gold Double Choc Mocha. 8 sachets. In other words, it's all chemically, then, isn't it? If it's Nescafe Gold Double Choc Mocha. I've never heard of that before. It's interesting, isn't it? So it's a deliciously instant mocha with extra drinking chocolate, a combination of coffee and drinking chocolate with velvety froth. Wonder how they make that. And it says, we use high-quality natural coffee beans in every cup, 8 sachets of chocolatey mocha that you can prepare in moments. Do you know what you can do? And I'm going to tell you a little trick now. You're going to think I'm mad. But I'm going to help you out at Christmas. Did you know that you can make, now, roast potatoes, and you can freeze them? And then unfreeze them at Christmas and just pop them in the oven, and they're perfect. Did you know that? I'm telling you that now because I want to be helpful. I want to make sure that, that we're all going to enjoy Christmas. And I got it from Country Life. Somebody had written in, what? It's not early for Christmas, because what you're doing is you're saving yourself the time now. You're cooking the roast potatoes. So they're going to be really good. And then you let them cool down. Then you freeze them, stick them in the freezer, and then get them out at Christmas. And they're already done. And apparently they work beautifully. Okay? I'll just say, I'm not saying you've got to go and sort of start killing turkeys or anything else like that. They've got enough to worry about at the moment. They're a long way off, being fattened up for the. Do you think they know? Do you think they all sit around talking, because turkeys seem to chatter away all the time? Do you think they go, do you know, honestly, this is very nice. Look, they give us food every day and water, little realising, as we get sort of probably November time, that's when your friends start disappearing. Did you see Maud the other day? I think I did, actually. And then she disappeared. Wonder where she's gone to. Don't tell them. Shane says, I used to go to the many beaches around Sydney as a kid. Doesn't really worry me now. If you live by the seaside, then you tend not to go to the beaches all the time. But for us, as kids, it was a novelty. And anybody will tell you over the age of 35, 40, that, you would go there, you'd go to the amusement arcades, you'd have your bucket and spade, you'd make a sand castle, you'd put water around the moat, you get a little packet of flags. And then on the way back, you get a stick of rock with your name through the middle of it. You remember those? Stick of rock with your name in it? I used to get those. And then you'd go to the rock shop and they'd sell things that looked like pebbles. That was all rock and everything else. And you could watch them making it through the window. Stephen, very clever. And they never did Steve. It was always Stephen for some reason. Anyway, I don't know. And it had a picture of wherever you bought it from, which was taken in about the 1920s by the look of it. And we love stuff like that. You go on the beach. Your mother would hold the towel round you when you were little, so you could put your swimming trunks on, when you were about 9 or 10. And then she'd be chatting away to me Auntie Ivy and let the towel slip. You go, Mum! Expose your bottom to people on the beach. But we were lucky. We never went to busy beaches. We did go to Bournemouth, and we did go to Southend. We did go to different places, but I liked it. There was something about the beach. I could live, as part of the beach community. Which I think would be lovely, actually. I'd just like to have a fish and chip shop. I think a fish and chip shop with a side of ice cream. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Not mushy peas. No, we don't do mushy peas. That's very common. Don't do anything like that. We're just doing normal food. But chips and so. There you go. Sally says, I've been freezing roast potatoes for years. See? Yeah, they mocked me round here, Sally. They were going, oh, no, don't do stuff like that. Too early for Christmas. You go, but listen, it saves you all that time. You can make a whole batch of them. If you've got nothing, a friend of mine makes bread. She makes, she cooks and bakes bread. Whereas next door, Mr. I'm not baking a baked potato before Christmas, is going, oh, goodness sake, honestly. Then you get them all crispy. They look all lovely. Freeze them and then unfreeze them as you get near Christmas. And then sort of, you can use it. Don't have to be Christmas. You can just use them for a Sunday lunch. Sometimes wonder why I bother, actually. I'll try and be helpful, try and show them a different path, that they can actually take. Steve, you mentioned you've lost weight. Congratulations, says John. I was told about 4 different diets. Nobody told me I shouldn't do them all at the same time. Needless to say, it's been less than effective. John's in Colchester. That explains it. Yeah, diets don't work. Let me just tell you that now. Diets don't work. You know why? Because if they did, there'd be one. You don't need loads of different diets, but look how big an industry it is. billion pounds a year. You know, look at Scarlett Moffat. There's a classic example of diets don't work, but she managed to con you into buying a DVD about losing weight. They all put them back on again. You know, the people who are thin are naturally thin. It's not, you know, I know people who are thin, they don't put on an ounce of weight. Why? Because they can eat anything they like. Me, I've only got to look in the window of Patisserie Valerie or look at cream cakes with a squirt of cream down the side in Greg's, and I just have one, I think.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Actually, isn't it funny? We were just talking about Bournemouth, and Johnny Perry, he says, those potatoes, make sure to remove as much air as possible from the freezer bag. They can go a bit powdery after a few months. But he says, you sound in good fettle. Good fettle. That's good, isn't it? Very good fettle. I quite like that. It's interesting, actually, because we were talking a little while ago, and he said, my birthday is the 9th of Feb, same as Steve Campen, who's a year younger, also Vaughan Rogers and Seltzer Cole and Linda Duffin. Well, Vaughan Rogers, I met him a short while ago. He used to work at LBC. It's the yeah, there it is, the Cransley. Lovely. I was just telling them, Johnny, about your hotel down in Bournemouth, and it's lovely. A lot of the Panto people stay there when they're doing Panto. It's lovely, and it's there you go. I don't know how many rooms they've got actually. There's an awful lot. I know, but when I took my car down there, I hadn't managed to get it into the driveway. It was a bit sort of chock-a-block, but it was all lovely. It was all very lovely indeed. Nice dining room, and I don't think I could run a hotel. You end up with no life at all because there's always something to do. Always something to do. But a lot of people stay there. They've got a very successful business. And there you go. There's the park. Imagine me trying to park my car there. Blooming hopeless I am. Hopeless. And Terry, the ex-bugle major, said, I had a great weekend in Laysdown with my border collie on the beach. Oh, yes, I was just telling you, I met Vaughan and his dad. And his dad died only a short while ago. But he was a big fan of the programme. I like to think he can take that message on to all the people upstairs. Steve, says Nick, all those sticks of rock, lucky bags, blackjacks, meant more fillings at the dentist. I know. Poor old dentists. Yeah. Aunt Bessie's do roast potatoes in goose fat. Iceland, been there for years, next to the mash, says Peter. Well, you can make them yourself. And somebody says, have you put the planted tubs and hanging basket? Oh, no, way too early. Way too early. Another month at least before the hanging baskets go up. And the tubs, no, I've got the plants, I've got nasturtiums, I've got trailing geraniums, and I've got upright geraniums. But I haven't put the earth. I've got 8 sacks of the compost to go in the pot. It's too early to put it in yet. Too early. I will get round to doing it. But I mean, once you put the stuff in, I bought the liners. I've got these 2 upright things which look like sort of, egg cups. So I've bought all the compost. I've already got the compost. Yeah, I had to do 2 journeys. Imagine trying to put all that in the back of a Bentley. How ridiculous, honestly. And then clean the seats off afterwards. But I've got to get some more upright geraniums. I've decided that's all it's going to be this year, geraniums. Upright and trailing. And that'll do very well indeed. And the fountain, because did I tell you, we have a fountain at home. It's not a big, it's only 3 foot tall. But on the top of it is a ball. And the ball turns. There's a jet of water that comes up the middle, and anyway, unfortunately, somebody dropped the ball, which isn't very good, is it? And so, of course, now it's not properly round. It doesn't turn. It turns for about a minute, and then it stops. So I took the ball off the other day, filled up the fountain, and it looks quite nice actually. I mean, at night time, it's all lit with little LEDs that change colour. It's good. And then I thought we'll try and get another ball. So I went to the garden centre where we bought it originally, which is Adrian Hall, which is sort of just down the road from it. It's not too far away. And they very kindly went through the catalogues and found it and wrote it all down for me, which was very nice. I wasn't really expecting that. I was just expecting them to say, oh, have another ball. But I didn't get that. But we've now got the details of the people that we can write to. Which we think are in Ireland. I don't know whether or not you can send a ball over. They weigh a ton. It's solid glass, but it looks quite nice. If they will sell us a ball, we'll have to wait and find out. But well done to them. I like it when people go that little bit over for you, and there were two of them, and they were looking through the catalogues for the company because they recognised the thing, and they remembered the fountain that we bought. So hopefully we get another one. So Steve, why don't you just pop to Costco? They do lovely hanging baskets, says Ian. I'm sure they do, but I get them from a garden centre. They grow and they do all of it down in Chertsey, and they've been supplying the Steve Allen hanging baskets for a number of years. I get them through Paul Cooper. He goes down there, he gets all his trees, some loads of other trees from there, and they do the hanging baskets. Well, they're still hanging up in the greenhouses, still way too cold to put them out. Freezing cold. Me, I get out there in the morning, warm your hands up. So I haven't planted anything out yet. Once I do it, it'll take less than an hour to plant up. I've got the plants there. I just need to get some more geraniums. I'm quite good at putting things in pots. I'm very creative, and 8 bags of this of the compost, which would be lovely. And they're all ready. They've all been cleaned out. Everything's been dumped down. I had to go backwards and forwards with a trolley. It was all good fun. So I'm well aware of them, Ian. But then that means I've got to go and get them and bring them back. I put them in the back seat of the car and all the rest of it. I have bought stuff from Costco before, which is very nice. Steve, people talking about when you get fish and chips, always get too many chips, freeze the rest, says Rose. Oh no, I always eat them. I've never actually had too many chips to... Oh, well, I did have when I went to Five Guys, but then who wants to go home with a bag of chips? Because by that time you've lost the will to live, haven't you? Steve, an old 4-berth caravan with 6 people in it, rock that looked like a packet of sausages, a faux Foreign Legion cap so you don't get sunburn on your neck. Tenby. 1 holiday a year, says NJ in South Wales. Tenby. I've never been to Tenby. Sounds lovely though, doesn't it? Do you think so? I think so. Steve, have so many fancy aftershaves, but I still love the smell of Old Spice. My father, Sir Neil, used to have Old Spice. So, in fact, when I used to looking for a Christmas present when I was about sort of 16, 17, the shop I was working in used to sell it, so I'd get staff discount, which was lovely. And I would get him the Old Spice gift set. He was quite happy with that. Splash it all over, I think, the Old Spice gift set. I know that was somebody else's. But, no, I love things like that. It's just that now I've changed aftershaves. I used to use Estee Lauder's Intuition for men. And, obviously. Although, actually... Who was the football agent? Eric Hall, who used to go boobla boobla. He used to work for LBC years and years ago. Is he still... Going to sound a bit daft, isn't it, on a programme asking somebody, is he still with us? I've got this horrible feeling he might not be. I don't know why, because when he used to come into the building, you could smell him before, like Bob. There you go. So, but no, he died in he died only recently. Yeah, he was. He'd had an accident and all the rest of it. He was sort of a showbiz agent. He was something to do with all sorts of famous people. But he was 73. He got COVID-19. Oh, I didn't know about that. But he used to wear women's perfume. I remember him telling me. I said, "What is that?" He said, "I just smell these perfumes." He was once a T-boy to Elton John. And he promoted, I think, T-Rex and apparently the Bay City Rollers. And, of course, just recently we lost the lead singer, didn't we? Les McKeown, who I interviewed. He had a book out and they spent ages trying to get the money back from record labels. But it wasn't successful. So one here. I've just lost the blooming thing, actually. Oh, it'll come back to me in a moment. People talking about what should Keir Starmer do next. And the answer is needs to reorganise. I mean, to lose Hartlepool. When we sat here on that morning, I was seriously waiting. I was so excited that we were going to get the election results, and we didn't. 7:15 it came in, and as I was going, I then sent a text to Corey saying, because he was very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. Steve, did you know dentists are the easiest people to be taken in by financial scams? It's because they make too much money. Just to open the mouth to say good morning, and that's 50 quid, says Nick. Yes, do you know, funny thing is, funny you should say that. I was talking to a friend of mine, John, who works for Paul Cooper, and he had something done in the dentist a short while ago to have a tooth removed, I think. £500. £500. You think, you don't find poor dentists, do you? We used to have a very good dentist who was very close to me, but he's retired, which is such a shame because I'm very sceptical of dentists. very sceptical, because I think, if you say to them, can you just do this? It'll be, well, we can't just do that because this needs it. And before you know where you are, you've got a huge bill. And £500, John told me. And then somebody nicked his catalytic converter from his car. He wasn't having a very good day at all, really. What have we got here? Billie Eilish has hit out at critics of her new sultry figure flashing look. Oh, shut up. I haven't heard of anybody criticising her. Why would you? Why would you? And Catherine Tilsley, suffering from a dearth of publicity, you can always tell, because the story is that she used to change into a short skirt in a taxi on a night out to fool her mother. Rivetingly boring, I'm afraid. The new root veg set to replace potatoes is the mashua root. Suppresses the libido. Who the heck wants that? Who wants their libido suppressed? God, blimey. Listening to dad rock makes you fatter. And to highlight that, they've got a picture of Lordi. Hard rock. Hallelujah. I love that. Nathan Morley was the one who was betting on them. And because they were from Finland. And I loved them. I thought they were fantastic. What else we got here? I love it. You can always tell the Daily Star. They always do the story. They go, a pregnant publicity-shy woman has gone back on TV to tell people the road ahead is brighter. It was her first telly appearance since her bombshell Oprah interview in March. Yeah, we don't want to talk to the press. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's as simple as that, honestly. How could you? And bringing out a thing with, Duchess of Sussex on it. We're not fooled by that. Thank you very much indeed. Sadiq Khan has won the re-election as Mayor of London. That was a bit close, I think. Because there were other people. In fact, there was a cast list of about millions, wasn't there, really? But we've got him back in again. And Maya Jama is tackling the food poverty crisis. Apparently she's a DJ and TV star. TV star? When was that? I've obviously missed out on that one, lovey. Because I don't remember seeing you on TV. TV star. Amazing, isn't it? Sid Cup Julie says, I've just woken up, Steve. Tell me, is it time to plant my potted flowers? No, not unless you want to kill them off. Because the cold weather will kill off the roots. And then you have to buy them all over again. So too early. Give it another month. I know. Patience is a virtue.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Oh, I tell you, bad day the other day for one of Britain's most wanted men. He's been arrested in Dubai. 8 years on the run. What an upsetting day for him. What an upsetting day. Michael Mugen had evaded police forces around the world using false identities. He was featured in Operation Captura's Most Wanted Fugitives campaign after a raid on a Dutch cafe, which was used as a front by an international cocaine smuggling cartel, which actually... There's obviously a huge amount of money in drug smuggling. There was some bloke the other day. He runs a haulage company, but apparently he's been turning over serious money. He wears all these flashy watches. Anyway, he's been caught as well. Anyway, Mugen from Liverpool managed to slip the police net, although handguns, a radio scanner, hundreds of thousands of euros, a cash-counting machine, and dozens of mobile phones were seized. So he's going to be flown back to Britain. And in fact, the National Crime Agency say this arrest is the result of years of investigation. 8 years. 8 years. I mean, you must have thought by the 8 years. My goodness me, I'm either living on borrowed time, or I'm getting away with these things. Steve, the chap who was the T-boy to T-Rex, wasn't that a very dangerous job? Provided tea to a 35-foot long, 6-ton carnivore. Yeah, it's an old one. Yes, he was. I remember him when Eric Hall worked for LBC. Because actually, when I look at the television now, I see no end of people who worked at LBC when I first started all those years ago, and you think, oh my goodness me, it's quite amazing. Also, Steve, I had my second jab yesterday. Ah, well done, and I felt pretty rough. Oh dear, sorry. Thank you for cheering me up. UAE has had great vaccination rollout. I'm 34 and I've had both of mine. Why'd you get two, Natalie, at 34? What would be the... if you've got underlying health conditions or you're in medical profession or something like that. I mean, I'm actually looking forward to getting the second one, which I think is on the 15th of this month. So I'm looking forward to getting it. But I can get, actually, I should be okay. I was slightly disturbed. Shane says, I'm going to have roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts and steak with pepper sauce for tea shortly. Well, do you know, I had steak with peppercorn sauce and mushrooms and asparagus. I love asparagus. I just sometimes put loads of it in a frying pan with some water, cook it for a few minutes, and then just eat it by itself. It's supposed to be quite good for you, isn't it? I think I'm convincing myself that it's actually good for me. So, a little boy with grapefruit-sized cysts on his face has defied the odds to take his first step. This is Alex Grabowski. He's only 4, bless him. He's struggled because of the weight of the growth due to cystic hygroma, but after 8 operations, he's now walking independently. Oh, there's a picture of him in a few of the papers. Bless his heart, honestly. Little kids at 4 years old, they don't deserve to get all those sort of things, do they? Also, they've decided, because there's not very much news around. I'm sorry to break that to you this morning, but the bloke I told you who was Eric Hersin is painting a lighthouse. He's 130 foot up in the air, and he's. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel ill even looking at the picture. Isn't it funny? And yet it's only a lighthouse. It's not, I mean, obviously if he fell off, but he's got a harness around him, but he's on the roof and he's painting it. I just say leave it, sod it. Who's going to see it? It's only the pigeons. Nobody's going to see the blooming thing. Once he finishes the gold detail at the top, he's going to start on the main white section. Hopes to be done in 3 weeks. He said it gets easier. I couldn't do it. My legs have gone all wobbly and I'm sitting down. Mind you, I'm that age actually now where you do get wobbly legs. And here he is, Tyson Fury. Why does he wear the oddest clothes? I've never known anybody wear. He's wearing this sort of shirt at the moment, which is all sort of, it just looks a little bit camp. Not that I'd say that to his face, of course, as he's a boxer. But I mean, it just is the oddest shirt I've ever seen. There you go, whatever. Also, apparently, because we're very much in woke territory. Cops, I hate the word cops. Am I the only one who thinks, why can't we call them police officers? They've been ordered to stop using the word Oriental. You're not allowed to use the word Oriental when referring to people from China and Southeast Asia. The Home Office has issued, apparently, a list of banned words that should not be used in official documents such as race hate reports. A Home Office spokesman confirmed the government's view is the term is offensive. Labour's Sarah Owen, the first woman MP of Chinese heritage, agreed the word is incredibly outdated. So there you go. Opinions divided over the offence. Far East people, Eddie Chan, who set up the London Chinese Community Network, said the word describes where we come from and I don't find it offensive. The move follows a similar ban by Barack Obama when he was US President. Erica Lee, Director of Immigration History Research Centre at the University of Minnesota, offered an explanation for why the term could be considered offensive. She said in America, the term Oriental has been used to reinforce the idea that Asians were or are forever foreign and could never become American. So what's the only thing that they've not told us is what's the word that they're using as a substitute for it. They haven't said that. She said the ideas help to justify immigration, exclusion, racial discrimination and violence, political disenfranchisement and segregation. Because isn't it funny? So some people are offended by it and some people aren't offended by it. Gets a bit confusing, doesn't it, really? Also, a fed-up woman is campaigning against a pasty shop over noise. Saskia Luria bought a flat behind the Cornish bakery in Totnes and said, if I was having a rave and being a nuisance, it wouldn't take long for the police to come. The bakery said it's trying to address any issue. How noisy can you be making Cornish pasties? I love a Cornish pasty. But, I mean, how much noise do they make? Yeah, put more meat in, do this, do all the rest of it. And there's a terrified shop owner. I've got to mention her because Victoria Hunt is 47. What is she scared of? 2 psycho crows who throw themselves at her windows. And she's frightened by it. She's the owner of the Lodge Shop and Pub in North Tuddenham in Norfolk. She said they started throwing themselves at the door at about 4 a.m. and did it every 10 minutes. There was a woman in the on the television the other day, and it was looking at Gibraltar. And she was on holiday in a hotel with her husband, and she had a complete breakdown. Why? One of the apes got into her room. Have you been to Gibraltar? It's full of these apes. They tell you, pardon me, they tell you don't feed them, because they will grab cameras, they'll grab anything you like, and you never get them back. So if you're going to Gibraltar, which is very nice, just remember. Anyway, one of them got into the room. She went through the ceiling practically because she had a nasty experience with one the year before. I'm assuming keeping the windows closed would be the best idea. Interesting, isn't it? That somebody can, we've all got things that we don't like. It's like somebody was talking on the television the other day. It might have been a David Attenborough programme. And it was some bloke, probably wasn't actually, it was some bloke, he used to get money years ago for killing rattlesnakes. His father used to go out and on a weekend would kill 600 rattlesnakes. Consequently, they've now got a shortage of rattlesnakes. And he said, I wonder why it is that that human beings, men, women, are terrified of snakes. And I couldn't, figure why it is, apart from that little thing that comes out, the tongue, to test what the atmosphere is. And they just frighten the life out of me. They just, I don't know why. They've never done me any harm. I've never been bitten. They're what? Some are some are poisonous. And of course, the worst ones are the constrictors, which wrap themselves around you. The moment you breathe in, they constrict, and so eventually you suffocate. They frighten the life out of me. And these things are huge. A friend of mine used to walk around the Hippodrome with a snake around his neck, and people used to come and touch it because they're deaf, apparently. Completely deaf. So you can shout at them as much as you like. It won't make any difference. But they'll hear you, and they can see you when you sort of get into view. But there's just something about them frightens. I've had listeners before who've written to me saying, "Oh, I keep these corn snakes," and they said, "Oh, what seriously, I couldn't." You never get friendly with a snake. Never get friendly with a snake. Terrible, really. I don't know why. It's an odd thing, isn't it? We've all got phobias, and snakes would be top of my list, I would think. I mean, obviously, yeah, I think snakes would have. I can't think of anything. Sorry? Spiders. Depends what sort of spider it is. Tarantula. No, yeah. I mean, not as much as snakes, because I've seen snakes go, and they spit at you, and you're like, whoa, no. Whereas spiders, I think, would sort of probably run away, and tarantulas would run away. I'm not wild about those sort of things. Although I was watching Street Food on YouTube, and there's somebody there putting scorpions on a skewer while they're alive, and giving them to somebody to eat while they were alive. And I thought, there are certain things that would not be going in my mouth, and that would be one of them. Anything that's moving, no, thank you very much indeed. And they sort of cook all these things, and no, definitely not. I'm a bit boring. I'm a bit scared of things like that. I'm trying to be big and butch about it, but to be honest with you, it's not really working at all, is it? Who cares?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, my foot was out of the bed until you started on about snakes. We were talking about our foot just during the advertisement break. We were talking about phobias. And can you believe owls? Owls? Because their heads almost rotate 360 degrees. They sort of, and yet Harry Potter, I would have thought, because they use lots of owls in Harry Potter. And I remember going to I think the Essex show once, and they had trained owls where they would sit on. They don't seem to do very much, actually, owls. They just sort of sat on a thing, and then they had them flying to come and take stuff from your hand. Whereas my brother has a phobia about moths in the bedroom at night. Flap, flap, flap. Oh, you'd have to sort of get my parents up to get the thing out of the bedroom. But I didn't have any worries in the bedroom, but you can psych yourself into a particular situation, can't you? Didn't like anything of those sort of things. And mice. Don't like mice either, or rats. In one of our buildings that we had years and years ago, we were very near the River Fleet. And of course, if you go down under London and you go into the sewers, it's full of rats and mice and everything else. I mean, big boogers. And mice, they can squeeze themselves under a door, which is like less than half an inch. Frightening. And I used to think, oh, they're really sweet. And then I thought, no, they're not. So I didn't do that one at all. Steve. Steve for the jungle. You'd be brilliant and I'm a celebrity, says Jay. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Absolutely not. Good grief. Steve, I love listening to Eric Hall. He always called his mum during his programme. He loved chocolate chip cookies. So one day I had to visit the LBC studio, so I made a batch of the cookies and left them for him. 2 days later, he was very ill and admitted to hospital. His condition was a bit hush-hush, but he was seriously ill. I never actually knew what was wrong with him, but he was off sick. Oh, he was off sick for ages. And I thought I'd poisoned him. He used to organise listeners' nights out. Did he? Oh, right. Oh, no, me. Oh, well, yes, we used to do them. Yes, we took loads of listeners. We would take about 100 people to the theatre. Blood Brothers. I moved to Ireland 12 years ago and missed your programme. Oh, but I had a bright idea of a second Alexa. That's what we like. There's no excuse, actually, to not hearing LBC. It doesn't matter where you are. You can listen to it. You can download. If you go to the LBC, I never mention this normally halfway through the programme, but I do it at the end of the programme. So for those people who maybe don't make it to the end of the programme because you've got to go to work, just go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. That's a gorgeous picture of me, looking particularly attractive. And even I think so. And obviously photoshopped. And they've got, you can download the app and then you can download everything for free. It doesn't cost you anything at all. You can hear all the podcasts. I've got something like, if you downloaded a Steve Allen podcast every day, it will go for about 18 years, I think. I've got that many podcasts, thousands of them. And so it's well worth doing. Well worth doing. So if ever you're going on holiday, you can download all of the podcasts. If you download the app, you should be able to pick up LBC quite easily. But it's having all these podcasts. If you're on the plane, you can listen to all the podcasts and then you can sort of keep up with everything. And if you're feeling particularly sort of, because we don't do sort of, deeper, meaningful programs. We're sort of more light-end, trying to entertain you and get you into the day. And you can have a fantastic time with them. When you can go back years and years and years, try it. Seriously, try it today. I'm always pushing people in the direction of the podcast because the more of you that download them, the happier everybody is, including myself. But in response to you'd be very, very good in the jungle, the answer is I would not. There is no chance in God, even if they offered £1 million, of sticking my head and them emptying cockroaches. Seriously, I can't think of anything I'd rather do, but I just would not do that. Some people do it, and they're the ones who need the money. And, much as though the money, I'm sure, is very lovely, nothing on God's earth would ever get me to do anything like that. Or going under the water and then no thank you. I watch all these SAS programs. You must be blooming mad. Absolutely mad as fruitcakes. But no, Jay, not for me. Thank you very much indeed. Not for me. I would have to find something else to. I can't think of any other programs on the television. I mean, I couldn't do Celebrity Love Island because A, I'm not a celebrity, and B, you ain't seeing me in a pair of Speedos. Thank you very much indeed. Or in fact, anybody who works around on my program. We're not those sort of people. I mean, I can't think of anything worse. You must be really sad and desperate to appear on, what's your claim to fame, dear? We're on Love Island. Well, rivetingly boring. Riveting. What do they do on Love Island? Nothing. They just try and bed other people on the programme. There's a name for that, actually. Steve, I read a theory that people dislike snakes because they stare, says Jill in Kent, as they've got no eyelids. Oh, I'm not going to get that close. I remember seeing somebody once who held a snake in front of them, and because you've got to sort of hold them fairly still. Unfortunately, they relaxed their grip, and as they relaxed their grip, they poked their tongue out. Okay, so imagine it. They poke their tongue out. The snake goes, and its fangs go through this person's tongue. So they've now got the snake eyes practically by their nose. Well, I nearly passed out reading it. I thought that was the worst thing ever. Seriously, oh dear me, I don't like anything like that. I'm very straightforward, actually. I get annoyed at trains. Although, actually, I've got my favourite position on the train. I've now worked out exactly where I need to sit on the train from Waterloo so that when we get to Richmond, I get off and I'm straight up the stairs. I've worked this out, and it's just... I'm not going to tell you, because otherwise you'll all be jumping on the train with me. Steve, is that you, says Ab, or is this a podcast? No, it's a podcast. We recorded this last Thursday week. And Merry Christmas to everybody listening at the moment. I don't mind. What else do we have? 2 children becoming millionaires from YouTube. which is good. Foul-mouthed Ant Middleton has toned it down for the final outing of SAS Who Dares Wins. Get lots of people like that who can't have a conversation without swearing. The inventor of TV celebrated, say, with a new 50p coin, and apparently blood injections, wait for this one, can put the bite back into men's sex lives. Not sure about that one, actually. Really not sure. I'm trying to find something. Oh, Tesco to get rid of the plastic rings on, when you get the 6-pack of cider or beers or something like that. Also, we can add zing to your Bloody Mary. Who has Bloody Marys now? Oh, I'll tell you what I bought the other day. I bought celery. You can actually buy celery in the supermarkets already cut and in packets, and you just munch celery. I don't know if it's good for you or not. I've got no idea. But you can put a bit of zinging, because I do like a sprig of celery in a vodka and tomato juice. I like tomato juice. I remember when I was younger, and everybody in my family was drinking. Not very much, but drinking. And we go to a pub, I'd always have a tomato juice and a packet of crisps. If I was sitting on a plane going somewhere, I would always have a tomato juice. Isn't it the oddest thing? And people go, ugh. And I go, no, I really like tomato juice. I wasn't sure if I might buy some today. Because at the moment, as you know, because of, various illnesses and all the rest of it, there's nothing I can drink. I can either have a tea, a coffee, or a water, and that's it. It's very disappointing. Whereas I really fancy buying a big bottle of freshly squeezed orange juice, but I can't have orange juice. I can't have grapefruit juice. I can't have pear juice. I can't have mango juice. What a boring life, eh? Thank God we got the programme. Steve, lovely show, says Donna. Thank you. And somebody says, so lovely hearing your voice, which is very nice. Thank you. That's Mark in Brentwood. He says, as you know, my party had a good week, and in Brentwood I was re-elected with a total of 73% in my ward. We also won extra seats, and my good friend Louise has become deputy leader at Essex County Council. 3 more years on top of the 12 already complete is going to make me one of the old dogs. And tonight I find out which political job, if any, the leader may offer me. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mark, you get the leader to come to me. We'll sort them out. I don't want any of this messing around malarkey. Thank you very much indeed. But good luck. Good luck. We were talking about Brentwood the other day, actually. Did you know that the Sugar Hut, which used to feature on The Only Way is Essex, is only open about 1 day a week? Where is poor Bobby Cole Norris going to go now? Answer nowhere. My friend Ian is up with us this morning over in I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. So the doctor who treated the Kremlin staff has gone missing. I believed that he was a bit critical of the Kremlin. Very unwise. Very unwise. They've raised the 1.3 million for a memorial to go in St Paul's Cathedral. It's been raised very quickly, and that only goes to prove, which the risk of sounding terribly tedious and boring, we're very good. When it comes to raising money for things, we're blooming good. We're very good. They've raised that 1.3 million. And so they should start going ahead. Happy birthday to Maureen Lipman, who has a title. I think she's Dame Maureen, which is lovely. So the woman who's got more ologies than you and I. The future of a cup of tea is under threat. You know why? And I only read it a short while ago. It's because it could be wiped out by global warming. Oh dear. I do like a cup of tea. What's Mrs. Doyle going to do in Father Ted? Oh, you will. Loved Mrs. Doyle. Then I met her, and she's not at all like that. I was almost disappointed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The orchestra. Come on, Doris. Come on. In you come. Oh, she's very slow on this one. The trouble is she's had two cups of tea and a rich tea biscuit. Honestly. And she'll do the music. Steve, I've seen your picture on the LBC website. I'm surprised you let them Photoshop out your flowing golden Amazonian locks of hair. Or didn't you want to outshine the other presenters, says Kevin the Milkman. I know. Do you know, when I think how old that picture is, I think I look quite similar to it. If provided you've not been to Specsavers for quite some while.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do you know what I've forgotten this morning? You know what I've forgotten, don't you? Yeah? Were you supposed to remind me? Yes. Did you forget? How could you forget? We've only got one thing to remember on the programme. The poem. We've never done it this late. I mean, this is like an hour after it was due to be circulated. And especially as today is a Ken Nesbitt poem called Cheddar with Pickle. I sometimes look at these and I've failed to see the irony. But here it is. This is our... I'm so sorry it's late. I do apologise, actually, for those people who are hanging on every word. Cheddar with Pickle by Ken Nesbitt. There's nothing I like more than pickle with cheddar. You should really try it. There's nothing that's better. The pickle is salty, the cheddar is creamy, the combo together is utterly dreamy. The cheddar is silky, the pickle is crunchy, the taste is delicious, it's yummy and munchy. I eat it for breakfast, I eat it for lunch, I eat it for dinner, dessert, snack and brunch. I savour the flavour, it cannot be beat, but pickle with cheddar's not all that I eat. Occasionally, since I'm not really fickle, I'll try something different, like cheddar with pickle. Riveting. Absolutely riveting. There you go. That was Ken Nesbitt. But I'm so sorry it's late. I'm so sorry it's late. I can't help it, really. And, right, here we go. Meghan on the front of the papers again, wearing... It's all done. I thought she obviously loves publicity. She obviously absolutely laps it up, I should imagine. But all we're interested in, because I really couldn't care less, it's some woman over in America, nothing to do with us, not in the royal family, but loves using the title. As, of course, we're not at all surprised. But hugs and meetings indoor. I suspect that people have been hugging, really. I mean, families... I think a huggling, but huggling? That's my new word. But the Prime Minister's giving the go-ahead to return the much-missed freedoms after plunging infection rates confirmed COVID is being beaten. Thank the Lord for that. Thank the Lord for that one. When you think about all those people who we've lost, and you might be listening at the moment and you might have lost somebody. We lost so many people because, we didn't know how it was transferred. We didn't know how easy it was to pick up. Over in India, of course, they've got absolutely the worst scenario that could ever be expected. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who've succumbed to it because they were running out of everything. They just didn't have anything. But I did say, and I've said it for best part of a year, if we all follow the advice that is being offered, I know some people didn't, and they're probably going, oh, well, we got away with it and it was all good. Let's just hope it doesn't come back. The one thing we don't want is it to come back. And I know that people are looking forward to booking holidays, going somewhere. I know we haven't got the list of holidays, but I mean, 600% holiday bookings have gone up, provided, you want to go to certain places. I mean, there is one family who booked to Albufeira on Portugal's Algarve, 10 nights for a family, 18,000 quid. What are they staying in, for God? Have they bought the hotel? The gold rush has started, they say. £18,000 on one break. Good grief, can't believe it. British Airways Chief Executive Sean Doyle said he was disappointed by the limited restart. Well, it'll go up. It will go up. I mean, it's not going to go down again, is it? So what's likely to be offered this month? This is just a little bit of guesswork. So where can you go? The 12 countries and territories: Portugal, Israel, Singapore, Australia. We're not totally sure about Australia because they might not want people coming in. New Zealand, Brunei, Iceland, Gibraltar. Oh, funny we talked about that earlier. The Falkland Islands, the Faroe Islands, South Georgia and the Sandwich Islands, St Helena, Tristan da Cunha and Ascension Island. Well, who the hell wants to go there? We want to go to Spain, don't we? We want to go to... I like to be in America. I mean, we're hoping that it might actually change. But the Portuguese government said that they hope to welcome UK tourists in May. The list is going to be reviewed in 3 weeks' time. Countries can be added or removed. Well, you can take off South Georgia and the Sandwich Islands, the Faroe Islands and a few others. And put Spain back on again, which would be nice. But let's get there. Groups of up to 30 will be allowed to meet outdoors. Mixing indoors will be allowed in groups of up to 6 or 2 households. New traffic light systems come into force for holidays and non-essential international travel. Indoor entertainment venues like cinemas and children's play areas will also reopen. The rest of the accommodation section, including Hotels, hostels and B&Bs will open. Large performances, capacity of up to 1,000 or half full, whichever is a lower number. The same will apply in outdoor venues that can accommodate 4,000. Up to 30 people will be allowed to attend weddings, receptions and wakes, as well as funerals. This limit will also apply to other types of significant life events, including bar mitzvahs and christenings. So we're getting there. It's just being patient. It's just being... I know it's a pain because I get letters and texts and emails from people all the time talking about what a pain it is and how family life has been disrupted. But as I say, if we all sort of cling on together, we will eventually get what we want, which is, as far as I'm concerned, it's Christmas. It's Christmas I want. I want my roast potatoes. Mary lives in Manchester and says, lovely to hear you back on the radio. And so special are you. I had to just send heartwarming thoughts and wonderful wishes. There you go. She's in Manchester and she spent money on a card, which is very lovely. So thank you, Mary, very much indeed. But she's up there in Withington. I don't know Withington. Sounds delightful, though. Sounds delightful. Steve, Australia, New Zealand and Singapore still have closed borders, so there's really only 9 countries you can travel to. Yeah, but it's a start, isn't it? It is a start. And Daryl says, Steve, get a litre of White and Mackay's and some tonic. You won't feel any better, but you won't care. That's the old gag, isn't it? My favourite party game is 2 of you sit in a room, okay, and there's a bottle of whiskey, and you drink the bottle of whiskey, and then one person goes outside of the room and knocks on the door, and the other one has to guess who it is. That was always my favourite gag, actually. I don't know why. It's so stupid, it's worth repeating. Steve. Yeah, Shane says Australia's borders are still closed. Yeah, well, at least we could see them. Perhaps we could just fly in, look at the border, and then come back home again. You know, a little bit of a long way to go. Tara says, can you drink sugar-free cordial, cold water and plenty of ice? Robinsons do a lovely lemon barley one. But wonderful to hear you back in Fine Fettle. Fine Fettle. Well, I tell you what I am having, but not very much. I'm having it about probably every 3 or 4 days. A little bit of lime juice. I mean a tiny bit. It's very well watered down. I don't like it too sort of tart, and that I've had. But I mean, I'm not having much of it. Literally, it must be about every sort of 2 or 3 weeks. I'm fascinated by this whale. A minke whale made it to Richmond. It's obviously thinking of buying a property there. Why else would you travel all the way to Richmond and hang around by the lock? I know exactly where it is because I go over the bridge in the morning, and when I go driving, I go up and over the bridge. But how lovely, a minke whale in Richmond. I mean, that's been swimming a long way. Do you think it's lost its radar or something, or whatever they have? They have these things, don't they, really, where they sort of go... I mean, do you think it's looking for people? I don't know what minke whale... I mean, I've heard of minke whales, but I don't really know, what... why it would end up there. But now that they've got... Everybody sent their reporters down there, and they sent our reporter down there to actually show you what it looks like at Richmond Lock. And the big question today is, where is the whale? There's one reporter said that he was there 5 hours ago with hundreds of other people, and that they can't find the whale. Well, I mean, perhaps somebody's, perhaps they've wrapped it in an inflatable or something. I mean, just to make sure. I mean, perhaps it's paddling. Who knows? It was being pulled away because, I mean, they're big, these whales. This one isn't the biggest, but it's thrashing its tail around in the water. And, of course, they're all getting really wet. And, of course, the whale's having a field day, isn't it? Yeah, splashy poo, splashy. It's freezing cold. Stop doing it. It's probably going, what's going on? I'm a minke whale. A minke. And Dan says, morning, Steve. So lovely to hear you back. Very much missed, but so good that you're back. Oh, I agree, definitely. What else we got? I'm trying to find something. There's lots of pictures of Rod Stewart ironing. I don't know why Rod Stewart would be ironing. He does his fair share. He's 76. He posed on the pavement in public. They call him a 76-year-old rocker, not who irons. I'm sorry. I don't think we do ironing. But posing the picture of himself decreasing a brown suit jacket at around midnight on Saturday, he wrote, ironing out the crease of life. You should have started on the face. And no, I mean, that's a cruel thing to say. That's a very cruel thing. It's so totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary, but there you go. That's me on a Monday morning for you, I'm afraid. What else have we got here? Oh, extreme weather and rising temperatures threatening the Great British Cuppa. Do you know that Kenya produces half the black tea that we drink? I'm going to be incredibly naive and ignorant. Are we drinking black tea? Am I drinking black tea? Oh, right. Builder's tea. I don't do builder's tea. Christian Aid warns the East African country faces more erratic rainfall, making floods and droughts more common. So they reckon the average tea production falling by 39%. You'd think we could grow it in this country. It's only leaves. Who's actually going to know about it? The answer is it's a few leaves. You put them in there, and then you sort of put it in a bag. And people go, "Oh, look, you've got a tea bag." And we go, "Yeah, got a tea bag." Also, Sir David Attenborough has been signed up by Boris Johnson to address world leaders. He's 95, isn't he? 95, 96? We love him. We absolutely love David Attenborough. I think he's got the voice. Sorry, I slurped. How rude. Who cares? And sometimes I read... Oh, I'll have to do it in a minute, actually. It's a story about a con artist who cheated a pensioner out of money. And for some reason, we didn't send them to prison. I wonder why. I'll tell you the story in a moment.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. Hurrah, Monday. No, boo. Everybody hates Monday, don't they? Tracy in Wolverhampton, good morning. Jill in Ireland, Australia. My daughter lives in Australia and told me last night she was coming over to surprise me for my 80th birthday last week, but is locked in to Australia. She's not very good, is it? Heartbreaking. I miss her. She's been there for 30 years. I've never been. People keep saying to me, why don't you go to Australia? I think it's like being sent to Coventry. You go to Australia. Go on, you go to Australia. And I've never been. I mean, I've seen all the programmes, and I've watched programmes on the Great Barrier Reef, and I've seen programme on Ayers Rock. And I know quite a bit about it because we have listeners, of course, in Australia. It's just never interested me going there. I was trying to find out a short while ago on what's Australian food. I mean, I know that, for us it's fish and chips and, and roast beef and kebabs and curries and Chinese and Thai and all sorts of things. But I don't know what Australia's famous for. I've always thought it was a young country, so consequently the place would be full of just young people. But I just can't think of anything. I mean, the most popular food would be, of course, chicken, I should imagine, which is Parmigiana, which I think is that's a classic Aussie dish. Lamingtons, a burger with the lot. Pavlova, meat pies, and Vegemite on toast. That's like Marmite on toast. So basically, everything that we have... Oh, that's Lamington. Do you know, it's an Australian cake made from squares of butter cake or sponge, coated in an outer layer of chocolate sauce and rolled in desiccated coconut. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? I quite like that idea. I like Lamington. Oh, that was a Lamington. Very nice. Oh, they do strawberry Lamingtons. Because I'm not big on chocolate. It's a bit overrated chocolate. But I mean, strawberry Lamingtons look quite nice, don't they? They look very nice. You're taken by those, I can tell. Yeah, I have to be. You must be able to get them here, mustn't you? You could probably go to Selfridges and probably find in the food hall they would do Lamingtons. Although I bet there's Australian shops where they go, Steve, listen, we've been selling Lamingtons for ages. But apart from that, I can't think of any reason why I should go there. It's an awful... I mean, how long's the flight? Is it something like 23 hours? Oh, I'm not sure my life's got that much left to go in it. 23 hours. That's an awful lot, isn't it, really? Awful lot. Steve, at a harbour in Norway, people were filming it with phones. Woman dropped her phone in the water. The minke whale brought it back, proving it had been trained by humans. Oh. Well, this one's managed to make it to Richmond. I mean, how did it get that? Perhaps it took the bus. How else did it get there? I mean, it's quite a trek to go because it must have come up. If you look at the Richmond Lock, it must have come from the other side of it up because on this side of it, it's Hampton Court. You've got to go back down the other way as if you're heading back into London. So it's come all the way from London. Where else has it come from? It must have come all the way from London, which means it came all the way up the Thames, swimmy, and then just kept going, and for some reason managed to make it to Richmond Lock. Must have taken it days. Days. The luckiest bingo ball is number... I have played bingo many years ago when we used to go caravanning, because nobody went abroad. We all did caravanning or camping, and we did caravanning, and then they'd have a soup night, and then they'd have bingo night, and you'd have to go with your parents because otherwise there was nothing to do. And the luckiest bingo ball is number 77, known as Sunset Strip, because there was a program called 77 Sunset Strip. It's called out more times than any other number. Top of the shop 90 was the second luckiest, followed by unlucky for some 13, and some bloke who's obviously a bingo caller says everybody's going to be desperate for cards with 77 now, because when you buy the card, it's got the numbers on there. If you don't have 77 on, you ain't going to win. I know people go there. It's very socialite, isn't it? Steve, Vegemite and Marmite are nothing like the same. I know, one's the Australian thing and one's not. Although actually somebody told me a short while ago, they said, oh, there's a shortage of Marmite. I went to Iceland. Not Iceland the country, Iceland the place, and it was there. Pavlova on New Zealand's creation, Steve. Don't let any Australian tell you otherwise. Catherine says, visit New Zealand, it's wonderful. My friend went there. There were two of them, and they'd worked it all out beforehand. They, as opposed to me, I just do a holiday. Well, I don't really, because I don't do holidays. But, I would go there. I'm not interested in... She planned it. We're doing whale watching. We're doing this. We're doing that. We're doing this. We're doing that. And she said it rained for most of the time. Apparently, the Australian chocolate bar Cherry Ripe, made by Cadbury, is not sold here. Is the best. They also have avocado on everything, says Robin. Oh, I quite like avocado, but I'm not sure if I want to go and buy ready done avocado. I'm slightly disturbed by things. John Logie Baird being marked with a new 50p coin. Scottish engineer Logie Baird is known as the father of television, being the first to transmit a static image at his Hastings studio in 1924. And his grandson, Ian Baird, said relatives feel honoured that the Royal Mint was commemorating. That's nice. I fancy being related to John Logie Baird. I like that idea. Big issue sellers have boosted sales by around a third by carrying what? What have big issue sellers now got that they carry with them? Come on. You should know this. It's been in the news. Card machines. Big issue sellers have got card machines. Contactless card machines. More than 30% now have the kit after the rollout was ramped up. You'll be seeing people sitting by cash points now going, excuse me, got any spare? I've got a machine. I mean, it's I've never heard anything like it. Lord above. Hundreds more sellers have been set up to accept magazine purchases on smartphones. Dave, who works in Hammersmith, says it definitely helped my sales. Good Lord above. So 30%. I just can't imagine giving... It's like, you know me, I'm very anti... they're not called joggers. What are they called now? Chuggers. You know the people that stop you in the middle of the street. Hello! They're all very enthusiastic. And for years, they were my bugbear, because I knew how much they were getting paid per hour. And they get paid a lot of money. And basically, they were extracting money from people. Hello! How do you feel about saving whales in the Thames or something like that, And then they changed it to, we don't want any money, just want the details of your phone, so we can plague you. And you still see them. You'll see them arriving. We used to get them all the time in Twickenham. They'd arrive and they'd all stand there, and then somebody would turn up with what looked like a haversack, and then they put their little sort of tabards on and everything else. I'm saving gay whales or something, and so we'd have that. Oh, the con man story. Oh, God, I knew I'd forgotten about that. Honestly, terrible. This is a charity volunteer who stole £12,000 from a man aged 90, was spared a jail sentence. Age UK money advisor Gary Rose, 52, even took 50 quid from the victim's bank account on the day of his death. I mean, it makes my blood boil. Rose of Long Stratton in Norfolk was confronted when a relative of the man spotted irregular transactions. He admitted taking the cash but claimed it was gifted to him. He admitted fraud between January 2017 and May 2019 and was given a 20-month jail sentence, suspended. Suspended? What possible? He was also ordered to do 300 hours unpaid work. The judge said you helped yourself to his money and treated the bank account. The court heard Age UK Norfolk had strict guidelines about declaring gifts over £25. But so he took £12,000, and even on the day the man died, he took £50. That to me, words fail me. Words absolutely fail me. How somebody could ever do that to somebody? But I've seen it before. We've seen people who've put people into care homes, and they put hidden cameras in because money's gone missing. And you watch people who are paid to go and care for somebody thieving from them. I'm sorry, I'd have them in prison so fast their legs wouldn't touch the ground. Seriously, absolutely. It's so annoying. So annoying.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I agree with you, says Stella, on charity workers. They approach you with, hello, I love your jacket, then they harass you. Yeah, but they're being paid. They're earning quite good money. They're earning, I mean, some of them, 15 quid an hour. All they've got to do is get people's phone numbers. That's, I mean, I thought begging on the streets was illegal. And that's what it is. They leap in front of you. And so I discovered the trick to not being approached by these chuggers. That's to hold your telephone up to your ear. They're not allowed to approach somebody if you're on the telephone. And it would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it, if you chat? I just have a pretend conversation. Once I'm past them, I put the phone down. Safer. So, leather on willow is the classic sound of cricket. Or a good time in a public school. But scientists have said today that replacing the wood with bamboo makes, oh, here we go, I knew there was a reason, stronger and cheaper and better for the environment. The ball will travel faster as bamboo apparently is 22% stiffer and the blade sweet spot is bigger. This has come from Cambridge University's Centre for Natural Material Innovation, and Dr. Darshil Shah said this is a batsman's dream. It's exciting honestly, it's been around for ages, bamboo. I mean, if you go to certain countries, you'll find that they use it for everything. But 15 years, willow takes 15 years to mature for use in bats. So presumably you have to sort of cut the willow and then sort of leave it there. Mosso bamboo can be ready in 5 years and grows abundantly in China, Asia and South America. So switching could cut the cost. Cricket's rules say the blade must be wood and bamboo is a grass. Dr. Shah said, we think playing with a bamboo bat would be within the spirit of the game. You try convincing the people who look after cricket nowadays for that one. So that's why. So cricket's rules say the blade must be of wood and bamboo is a grass. There's probably rules about what the ball's made of and everything else. Interesting though, isn't it? So bamboo is better than willow. 15 years it takes. So they must be sitting there with loads and loads of sort of willow waiting for it to mature, whether or not it goes. Oh, the Queen's speech is tomorrow. I nearly dreamt about it the other day. I remember thinking, as she walks in, do you think they're going to give her a round of applause? I mean, she's remarkable. I think that what she'll talk about tomorrow, I think there'll be a crime bill to keep dangerous offenders in jail for longer and tackle knife crime. They keep saying that, don't they? Oh, we're going to do this, going to do that. I think plans to tackle the backlog of NHS operations and cancer treatment due to COVID. The Environment Bill, which will set legally binding emissions ahead of the COP26 climate summit. I think the Animal Welfare Bill, to ensure animals are recognised as sentient beings, increase sentences for animal cruelty and ban trophy hunters importing endangered prizes. Can we have part of the bill prosecuting people for thieving animals? That would be quite nice. There is no rule, apparently, about it at the moment. But, animals, because we've seen programmes on the television where people have stolen animals, or they've just brought them into the country way too young to be given. They're just making money out of them. I didn't realise, but some of these pet pooches cost thousands. For some reason, I thought that dogs and cats were sort of like 50 quid, apparently. But they say importing endangered prizes. You know, the growing number of pet thefts. And they've now set up a task force. 465 in 2020. Do you remember there was one traveller site? There was something like 83 dogs that had been stolen. The one thing you have to do is get them microchipped. Most stolen dog, French bulldogs. Because they've got those sort of crunched up faces. Dog theft campaigners have called for pet theft to be made a specific offence. It's not at the moment. Those who are caught are often handed a small fine or a suspended sentence. It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. You can steal 80 animals and get absolutely nothing. Nothing. It's so annoying, it really is. They don't care. They're only interested. The animal dies, it dies. Alison said the busker in Church Street had a sign saying he could take contactless donations for £2 upwards. Really? See, I don't agree with things like that. I did see the busker in Church Street, strangely. I heard them, actually, more than saw them. We don't often have buskers in Twickenham. We're not sort of a buskering kind of area. But, you know, that's the way it goes. Steve, little known fact about John Logie Baird, says Tony Polledri. I did this earlier, Tony. He first demonstrated TV in a room above our bar Italia, where he lived on the top floor. The building has a blue plaque to commemorate. Let's hope to see you and the gang soon at Little Italy. Yes, I mentioned at the very beginning of the programme because we were talking about it because of this 50p coin. So if you go there, you will see above bar Italia the blue plaque, and you can rent that room out because you've been in that room, haven't you? Of course, he had to have been, didn't he? Really? I can't compete with that. I've been in the room next to it. It's a lovely, lovely place. We love it there. And Tony's fab. Tony's fab. Steve, I had bother getting Marmite a few weeks ago. I think the shortage is now over. Yes, I mean, well, I think so. Do you think they just do it so that people go, oh, quickly buy Marmite? Because I promise you, if you buy a jar of Marmite, it's going to last you years. Because you only use a little tiny bit. A jar of Marmite, you know, I mean, if it doesn't last you a year, there's something the matter with you. Feast of St. John of Avila today, says Donny. Will you be observing? I think I'm going to pass on that one, actually. I'm going to pass on that one, but thank you for mentioning it to us, which is very nice. And Steve, I recently walked past a chugger at the Bank for Cancer Research at 7:10, shouting like a town crier and chugging. I support cancer research, but it felt wrong. Well, they get paid. What happens is they're students, sometimes drama students, because that's what they're very forward, and they're taught to go, hi, you know, listen, I don't want any money. I just want to, can I talk to you? I've always said to people, why don't you go and stand next to them and see what they're asking and telling people? Because they're earning money to get money out of you, because charity's a business, and that's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking for. In Poppies and Cartier, Meghan's back on television, the heavily pregnant Duchess of Sussex. She's not a duchess. Why are we calling her a duchess? They're not members of the royal family. Nothing to do with the royal family. But she can afford to wear a £5,000 Cartier bracelet, so good for her. And 1.3 million and counting. That's how much has been raised already for St Paul's Memorial, which is lovely. So they've got, in 9 days, £910,000. They reckon... they've said there's been pledged towards the 2.3 million needed to complete. I thought it was $1 million something. They seem to be sort of upping the money on it. Perhaps they decided to go for something bigger, which is okay. Also, the Royal Mail are to trial the use of drones to deliver health and safety equipment such as COVID testing kits to the Isles of Scilly. It'll be the first autonomous scheduled drone flight between the UK mainland and an island. They've got that capacity. It's amazing. They can take 100 kilograms of mail at a time. A smaller drone takes items to delivery points throughout the islands. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I wonder how they'll be doing something like that. I suppose there must be something. Also, rail passengers, sorry, not good news for you this morning. At least another week of chaos after cracks were discovered under some trains. Wow. It's not good. The cracks were discovered during tests early on Saturday on the chassis of some Hitachi Class 800 series trains. A total of 182 taken out of service on that day. There's always something, isn't there? Every other country around the world seems to, you know, everything's all fine for them and perfect. And then what do we get? 182 trains taken out, and everybody going, well, how are we supposed to do this and get into work? We don't. We moan about it, but we just sort of put up with it, don't we, really? Also, sorry, you're trapped in the wrong type of fire risk flat, is the headline. This is homeowners facing bills of up to £100,000 each to fix fire trap flats have been denied government funding because they're the wrong type of defects. Any old excuse. Any old excuse. 2 blocks where more than 200 people live are so dangerous, a 24-hour fire patrol keeps residents safe. Honestly, dreadful, isn't it? David says, over-ear headphones are the best for deterring chuggers. Yes. And talking to Marmite, if you add some peanut butter to Marmite, it tastes just like dry roasted peanuts. Well, you can buy. They make Marmite in the peanut butter. It's already made. You can go and buy it. You don't need to sort of add anything yourself. Here's a move that wouldn't look out of place in a circus. Moments after a lorry parked up, a hole suddenly appeared, cut out of its high side. A body squirmed out and then vanished. CCTV captured this pair, which this lorry originated in Poland. It's believed to have ferried the stowaways across the channel before stopping near Heathrow. And people, despite Brexit, still managed to get into this country. Last night, said officers searched the area, but no arrests have been made. Both look young, probably 14 to 16. They must know where they're going, mustn't they? But Prince Michael of Kent. This is the story that's coming up. Caught in a cash for access sting, boasting of his ties to Vladimir Putin's murderous regime. The Daily Mail today says Guy Adams says, why is he playing Russian roulette with the royal family's reputation? But actually, this is nothing new for members of the royal family. As I say, we saw Sarah Ferguson having to go earlier on, and Prince Michael in London with the Russian President Putin. And Princess Michael of Kent has been pictured with him as well. But of course, she was known as the pushy princess because she also had various issues. But why isn't it? Oh, perhaps it's because he looks like a member of Russian nobility. It's certainly very strange. Lee in Maidstone says, Steve, potatoes roasted using Marmite and a little oil are delicious. I've heard of that one before, actually. I've heard of that one before. And Marmite shortage, according to Chris in Hatfield, was because pubs closed and brewing was reduced and there was less yeast residue to make Marmite from. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? I never knew that. Steve, I still see dogs tied up outside shops, says Penny, or left in unattended cars where thieves will break into the vehicle and snatch the dog. Dog theft is a massive problem. Do you know, and there's no law against it. They just either get a slap on the wrist or a little fine. What's the point? I mean, it's theft, isn't it? Doesn't matter what it is. Owners shouldn't take any chances. I agree with you, Penny. Well, as I say, there was that traveller site. They found 83 dogs. 83 stolen dogs. Unbelievable. Paul in Bexhill says John Logie Baird died in Bexhill. What a day that was. What a day that was. Also, if you... Oh, somebody else telling me about adding peanut butter to Marmite. But you can already buy it ready-made. It is ready-made. I'm not sure whether... I mean, we did try it, I think, on the programme. I can't remember. I think Corey didn't like it at all. I think he just went... Elon Musk is in the papers today. He reveals on a US show why he says strange things. You know why? He has Asperger's. He has Asperger's. And he's the first person to host the comedy sketch show Saturday Night Live. To cheers from the audience, because Asperger's, just in case you don't know, is a form of autism which usually manifests itself in the inability to read social cues. And in his opening monologue, Musk, who is the second richest man in the world behind Jeff Bezos, Amazon's founder, says it's great to be hosting Saturday Night Live and I really mean it. Sometimes after I say something, I have to say that I mean it. He also founded... I didn't know he founded PayPal. Did you know he founded PayPal? I didn't know that. And the rocket company SpaceX joked about his use of Twitter. Big up him. Big up him. Must be quite nice, actually. So he is the... What do we say? The second richest man in the second richest man in the world. Good Lord above. Second behind Jeff Bezos, who's obviously the richest man in the world. That's great, isn't it? The Sky... sorry, can't read now. You've got me. The sky-high cost of weddings is putting married life out of reach for thousands of couples. 9 out of 10 young people want to tie the knot But many have not done so because of the huge sums of ceremonies, receptions and honeymoons. It is terribly expensive. I mean, a think tank said planner websites encourage wedding spending of about £32,000. Close to the average British salary of just under £30,000. £32,000. Good Lord. I remember seeing somebody a short while ago, they do a programme on the television, I mentioned it, on Claridge's. And somebody there was having their wedding dinner in the evening, whatever it was, after they'd had the wedding reception. And it was serious money. Thousands and thousands and thousands. I mean, you can obviously do it cheaper, but it's big business. Very big business. I told you my brother's youngest is a wedding photographer, and she's got loads booked in. She's just waiting for the restrictions to be lifted. So good luck to her. Also, Steve, add a teaspoon of Marmite to stews and casserole, says Doug. Yummy. And Wendy's burgers. Yes, we're looking forward to it. They're hoping within a few years to have about 400 different branches, which is, at the moment, they've got about 1,600 in America. But I used to love, I wonder why they closed here and why they didn't work. Square burgers, very nice. Apparently, they use Marmite to create the flavour of tiger bread. I saw some cheese on sale the other day. Slices of cheese in M&S in a packet, pre-packaged, with Marmite in it. The Marmite was impregnated in the cheese, which sounded quite nice, didn't it, really? Motorists say more speed cameras. Are you serious? Don't want any more speed cameras, thank you very much indeed. So Wendy's operated around 10 sites in Shaftesbury. I remember the one in Shaftesbury Avenue, now occupied by McDonald's and an Oxford Circus. They surrendered the leases to concentrate on the North American market. That's why. But they're returning to us. I thought they were nice. You could just have what you want on it. But you could do the same with all the other burgers. If I go to McDonald's and go, can I have a double sausage McMuffin, no egg? That's what I get. You know, which seems to be okay, doesn't it, really? Happy birthday to Dame Maureen Lipman, 75 today. So, happy birthday to her. She once shared a flat with Leslie Joseph in the 1960s. And also Anna Maxwell Martin, who is the double BAFTA-winning actress from Yorkshire, plays DCS Patricia Carmichael in Line of Duty. Also born on this day, he died a few years ago, 1920 it was, Bert Weedon. Bert Weedon, the guitarist. He wrote books including the manual Play in a Day, which sold more than 1 million copies. David O. Selznick, born in 1902, died 1965, the American producer who did Gone with the Wind and Rebecca. Charlie Gerling is inquiring as to how much weight I've lost. I don't know because I don't have scales. I just know I'm going to have to buy more jeans, which are sort of the size down, which is quite nice. So whether or not that actually works, I don't know. In 1774, cast your mind back. See how many of you remember that one. Louis 16th and Marie Antoinette became the King and Queen of France. And in 1824, the National Gallery in London opened its door to the public, which is very nice. Oh, my goodness me. But we did this last week. Definitely, I remember they were talking about expensive items you can buy to put in your house, and they've got all sorts of stuff here. Bloody Empire wallpaper, £380 a roll. All sorts of different things. All sorts of different things. You know, financial cushion. It's 5,000. Do you know I saw some chairs the other day? What I thought was a normal looking chair. £5,000 for a chair. I couldn't believe it. Get them much cheaper than that. And also, who are the best looking shepherdesses? You can find out in your paper today. And why the Mitford sisters were the Kardashians of their day. I'm so bored with the Kardashians. Are you not? Oh, I remember Wendy's in Richmond. I don't remember where Wendy's in Richmond were. And I've lived down there for about 28 years. I don't remember them. Marmite and hummus on toast is a winning combination. Yeah, I'm not wild on hummus. Definitely not. And LBC are going to be talking about Meghan Markle making her first TV appearance since the bombshell Winfrey interview with her husband Harry. Who cares? Sorry, who cares? I seriously mean that. Who cares? It's got really nothing, absolutely nothing to do with us at all. I couldn't care less. She obviously loves the publicity. because they left this country because of the press intrusion. Now they're milking it for everything they can get. I'm more worried about losing our cups of tea. I'm more worried about that. That's the thing that bothers me. And also the hugs. From next Monday, more COVID curbs are eased. We're getting much, much better. Much, much better. So well done to all of you, because it's purely through you following the guidelines and being good. I see more people wearing masks. Why not? Why not? Apparently, Stuart in Kuala Lumpur says here in Kuala Lumpur they have a dish called Marmite chicken with rice. Sounds delightful. Marmite chicken with rice. I know people who go for that one. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, the 11th of May. Can't believe it. You believe it, the 11th. I've only got to wait till Saturday before I get my second injection. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. I hope I don't get any side effects. Couldn't bear anything like that to be going on. So 6 days until you can hug the family, and now you can go to restaurants as well and sit inside. I think school children don't have to wear masks. It's all looking very promising. The Queen speaks for the first time following Prince Philip's death, and of course she's opening Parliament. I should imagine they're all up there. She's probably having her hair done even as we speak. Line of Duty fan. Only one can snap up a number plate for £1,200. I don't quite get it, but somebody will. More quiz shows on the television. They keep going, oh, and there's another quiz show. You think, oh, not another blooming quiz show, honestly. Really is very tedious. Adele shock as her father dies. They haven't spoken in ages and ages. And a father gutted when he realises that the Chinese tattoo on his arm actually says Love Rat. You believe it, honestly. You'd sort of take it in there, Love Rat, and your poor soul, honestly. Nobody'd know. You wouldn't know, would you? I've got a thing at home. It's there was a guy in Kingston years ago, about 5 years ago, and he took metal, and he would bend it into different shapes, Chinese letters, and you'd write your name down, and he would bend it. So I've got my name in Chinese. Well, that's what I'm thinking it says. Could say something completely different. But anyway, I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Gabby Roslin was told by a teacher, you'll never get on telly with a face like that. Much as loads of people who are unattractive on television, but I didn't think she'd be one of them that they pick on. And have I got any tattoos? Of course I haven't got any tattoos. My goodness me. You haven't got any tattoos either, have you? No. We don't have tattoos on this programme. I'm sure there's loads of people listening who've got tattoos and you probably absolutely adore them. Not for us, though. Not for us. I mean, I thought about doing it, and I thought perhaps I could have like a little tattoo. And then I thought, no, what would you want to do that for? Why don't you put yourself through the pain of a needle going into your arm with ink on it? No, thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Steve Allen's producer on your chest. You could put down my entire CV on your chest, and my bank details, and how much money I make, and all the rest of it. I love the way he makes it out to be so sort of, petite. As if. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a ticking time bomb of undiagnosed people with diabetes, type 2 diabetes. They reckon nearly a million people, which is quite a lot. Also, the picture of two people fighting with machetes in Morecambe yesterday. Chavs. I mean, one of them with his shirt off. I mean, seriously, what sort of thick people are they? Old-fashioned hobbies are cool again. Sewing, knitting, making things, stamp collect, all of those sort of hobbies that you go, oh, hobbies, who has hobbies? And the answer is we did. When you were younger, you had a hobby. You either collected stamps, or you collected autographs, or you collected, I don't know what you collect, actually. What else could you do? Toy cars, all sorts of things. Luke Ashman is very good at collecting. He picked up a scratch card. He was just about to go on a date, rubbed off the things, and it said you won $250,000. Can you imagine doing that? You're going, hello? Find somebody better to go out with. The 24-hour battle to save the whale, but they had to put it down, the minke whale, because it just couldn't go anywhere. The water wasn't deep enough for it, and it was all full of weeds and plants and everything. Things which we take for granted, but minke whales, used to swimming out in the ocean, it was not very good. Not very good at all, so they had to put it down. It's very sad, isn't it? Loads of people turned up to take photographs of it. Brian Connolly became very emotional on the set of EastEnders. And because he's gone into EastEnders, bless his heart, and he said he suddenly realised people would kill for a job like that. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Also, Keir Starmer slammed on all sides in the Labour fiasco. They don't know whether to get rid of people, bring them in, they don't know what's going on. But to lose Hartlepool was, of course, almost unforgivable. And free at last, say the papers, but let's use British common sense as the rules ease. And one of the one of the columnists in the paper today, talking about Meghan's life. You know, Meghan pronouncing all and sundry about this, that she said, listen, whatever happens, dear, your life isn't hard at all, you know. And they now start preaching to us about COVID, like they're experts on COVID. I wish they wouldn't say anything. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it, really? Also, the bonanza for Betty's Treasures. This is Betty Boothroyd. And the Railway Children back, who I mentioned the other day. I like the idea that the Railway Children are back, because I was watching yesterday. I was sort of sitting there thinking, I need to go to bed. I need to get myself tired. I know, I'll watch The Sound of Music. So I watched The Sound of Music again. And then I watched the Oprah Winfrey Show, which had the I think it was the first reunion of all of the children, all 7 of them, and Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer. And it was lovely, because there's still a great deal of affection for this film. I mean, I was sort of watching it, and I always remember the end thing after they've managed to escape the tyranny of the Nazis and the nuns had helped them. They walk up into the hills in Austria. The Oprah interview is not on the DVD, it's on YouTube. So just type in reunion. And they climb up. But, of course, you can tell that it's very windy up there on the mountains. And the reason it's windy is because the helicopter was creating a bit of a downdraft, which is the problem they had at the very beginning of The Sound of Music. And I always remember Christopher Plummer saying, after they'd done the bit, you know, where the orchestra and chorus are doing, a dream that will bring on a world you can hear every day of your life for as long as you live. Climb every mountain. And it was all lovely and beautiful. And they said, OK, can we do that bit again? And Christopher Plummer said, you can sod off, because he'd had to carry one of the kids up there and she was a bit heavy. But it was a lovely film. It really was lovely. It made me cry again at the end. And so just to reaffirm the fact that I'm very emotional when it comes to films, I watched the end of E.T. Stay, go now. And that was, and I remember sitting in the cinema in Kingston, and they put the lights up really quickly at the end, and all the men were crying. It was very emotional. First time we'd ever seen a film like that, which had such an impact on us. Really amazing, quite amazing. And then I watched the end of Mr. Holland's Opus. That's another one guaranteed to get you crying. And then I watched a bit of Michael Crawford. I think he was in Canada doing a concert, doing like a sort of, you know, a chat and with an orchestra, and talking about, you know, the Phantom of the Opera and how he actually got the role in the first place. And I was thinking about that, actually, because my friend Darren had found all these graves on YouTube. It's sort of like findagrave.com or something. And all these people who have died, who we knew, you know, people who I met, people who, you know, we used to go out with for dinner and things like that. And they've passed on. But interesting. Shane says, Steve, I wouldn't get a tattoo. I'm a coward. Well, that's all right. That's all right being a coward. We're all cowards when it comes to things like that. Nobody likes pain, do they? And when I was in hospital, I had pain, a lot of pain. And but you know, it's all behind us now, as they say, which is probably the best place for it to be. In the papers today, it's a bit dreary. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you that the papers were absolutely full of, you know, really, really wonderful things, but they're not. Keir Starmer warned that Angela Rayner could topple him as Labour leader. We were talking about this only a short while ago, weren't we? We were talking about who actually could be the next Labour leader. Would he go and then somebody else would do it? And the answer is, well, he probably might, but not immediately. And Boris Johnson hailed the biggest step on the road to COVID freedom as indoor drinking and dining and overnight romps got the OK. Overnight romps? Who does overnight romps? Good heavens above, that was a thing of the past. Honestly, people say to me now, you know, I told you when I went to hospital, they were sort of saying, OK, do you drink? No. Do you smoke? No. Sexually active? I said, look at me. Do I look like I'm sexually active? Don't take the Michael, please. It was a distant memory. But hugs will be allowed, as well as mixing indoors and staying overnight. What for? Unless they've got, I mean, you've got to make sure they've got toast in and things like that, and sort of bacon and sausages. I mean, well, what's the point of staying overnight somewhere? But apparently it's ended the casual sex ban. What sex ban? Didn't know there was a sex ban. Did you know that? Half of my audience will be going, what's sex? Which, of course, I'm all in favour of, actually. All in favour of. So, former Queen of the Jungle, Scarlett Moffat, has said speaking to Samaritans gave her hope at her lowest. She was trolled about her weight after winning I'm a Celebrity. So then she brought out that fake DVD. Do you remember? They sent her to a boot camp, and then she's piled the weight back on again. I think she should give all the money back, to be honest with you. And Adele's estranged father. He died at 57. And he says, I was a rotten father at the time when she needed me. He said, I was putting away 2 litres of vodka and 7 or 8 pints of Stella every day. He says, I drank like that for 3 years. God only knows how I survived. But to die at the age of 57, it's too young. She hadn't spoken to him for ages and ages, which is not very nice. Pictures of all the people trying to see the whale down by Richmond Lock, and then, of course, it swam off after they sort of thought, what they thought they were going to do with it, I've got no idea. But it swam off, and they got caught in reeds, and so they then put it to sleep. How you put whales to sleep, I've got no idea. Read them a bedtime story, I would have thought. But I've got no idea how they do all these sort of things. The Tory MP, son of Prue Leith, is to appear in court. His puppy chased a deer in a park. You're not allowed to do that, apparently. If you go to Richmond Park, they've got deer there, but you mustn't let your dogs loose near what? Have I got a? I have, yes. I have a code. Sorry, but we have to just do a code. Okay, the first number is. You have to repeat it to me just so I know you've got the right one. Okay, and the second one is the same. The third one. Wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing now. The third one. Come here, honestly. This. Do you know it stays on this number. Second one is. Third one is that. The next one is the one we use first. Yes. And then the next one is... Yeah. And then the one after that is... There you go. The reason I'm not telling you what it is because I'm playing Secret Squirrel, okay? And I don't want you accessing my emails. People have tried before, and it's very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Clemmy Moody is guest columnist. I think she's done loads of other things in the paper. Obviously, she wants to sort of move herself up a little bit, but she talks about privacy-loving Meghan. I mean, we know that's a pile of old rubbish, don't we, really? Has once again bravely appeared on television, this time to address how women, especially those of colour, have been unfairly hit by the pandemic. She is, of course, entirely right, with women almost twice as likely to have lost their jobs since COVID-19 struck. But the Duchess of Sussex, wearing £23,000 worth of jewellery, is the last female on earth who should be lecturing us from the confines of her £11 million Californian mansion. Let's face it, she never had any of this before Harry. She was just living very frugally, because she was a very average actress. But she's amassed a £120 million fortune and growing. Women, and especially women of colour, have seen a generation of economic gain wiped out, she declared, with a Hollywood twinkle in her eye. Coming from an actress who's now landed a publishing deal for her debut book, it's all really quite literally a bit rich, which alarmingly implies a sequel. Yes, exactly. I mean, who was she? She was nobody. She was nobody. She was a very, very average actress in something that hardly anybody had ever seen in this country. And nobody would be interested in her. She never would have been invited onto American television or Oprah Winfrey if she hadn't married Harry. And he doesn't know what's going on anyway. Now, I love the way that they start preaching to us as if they're now world experts. No, thank you. No, thank you. Anthony says, I saw Michael Crawford being interviewed. When he was asked by the interviewer to do a bit of Frank Spencer, he admitted he can no longer do the voice. Well, I should imagine he can do the voice. A very bitty trouble. You know, it can't be that difficult to do that, can it? But it's just that I don't think he wants to sort of, it's a bit like a performing dog, isn't it? You know, where they sort of say, oh, can you do this? Can you do that? It's like Victor Meldrew must be sick to death of people going, come on, do it, do it. I don't believe, he must get sick to death of doing it. I never get that at all. Also, at an appointment at the hospital with my hard of hearing 84-year-old mother, she was asked if she was sexually active. She said, yes, doctor, I can still get around. Thank you, Lorraine, very much indeed. And somebody says, nice to have you back where you belong, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. She says, keep drinking the water. I'm a creature of habit and live by a daily routine. A real challenge over the last couple of months, but now I feel normal services resumed. Yes. I've drunk water. What did I have this morning? I've had 2 cups of tea this morning, actually. Very sniffy. I tell you, I've gone all sneezy-wheezy. It's just all of a sudden I started sneezing, and then all of a sudden my nose starts running. I've got no idea. I don't have a cold. I've checked my temperature every month. I don't know if it's hay fever. If it is, it's something I've developed later in life. It's very annoying, actually, because you sort of sit there, and of course the other one, where was I? I couldn't find my hanky. I never used to use hankies, always my sleeve, and very popular when you're sitting on a bus with people. Somebody looked at me the other. I was sitting on the bus actually going to Richmond. Wasn't doing anything. I just decided to go into Richmond, and I because it's free on the bus for people of my age, and so I thought I'll take full advantage of it. So I always sit there with a sandwich on the bus, and I always eat the sandwich. It just basically annoys people. It wasn't cheese and pickle actually. No, it was egg mayonnaise, which is very messy, as you can well imagine. Half it I left on the seat. I thought, I'll just leave it there. I don't care, And I read the thing. I basically look at it as a day out. It's like taking a railway journey. I just go on about. I'm not doing anything in particular. I mean, yesterday I did garden centres and a couple of those big warehouses to try and find bits, just in case I saw something that I wanted to buy, and then I suddenly realised there was something all of a sudden in my mind. VAT. My VAT is due, but I can't remember which period we're doing. So you have to sort of fill it in, and then I have to tell them at the bank, and then they send the money off and all the rest of it. But because I don't like to be late with these sort of things. But I bought a couple more boxes or trays of plants the other day. I think they were just petunias, mixed colours, muted and purple, which I'm going to put into some of my tubs. And then I'm going to put this trough together today. So I was going around looking to see if I could find a trough at the right price that was fully assembled. And to be honest with you, I couldn't find anything that was at the right place. They were all like 60 quid, 70 quid. I thought, I'm not going to spend that sort of money. It's only for putting plants in. Then I thought perhaps I'll get plastic. And I didn't get plastic because I thought it suddenly looked a little bit... I know I'm late. But then yesterday we forgot the poem. It's not my fault. Not my fault. And what time did we do it for you? After 6. Fat lot of blooming use that was. I do apologise to those people who said you've completely screwed up my routine, Steve. We're used to hearing the poem, and then when we hear the poem, then we know we can go to work. So a lot of people were late going to work yesterday, and it's all down to the producer, okay? So if you have any complaints, just write to him here at LBC, and you can remonstrate with him as often as you like. In fact, he quite likes a bit of remonstrating. It keeps him busy.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's Tuesday. Did you get over yesterday? You're going to be watching and listening, aren't you, to the Queen's speech today in Parliament? I think so. Steve, good to hear you sounding well. We did miss you. We watched a great TV programme, says Noreen. The Queen and Her Cousins, presented by Alexander Armstrong on ITV at 9 p.m. If you can get to see it, you'll love it. Alexander spoke to relations, including Margaret Rhodes, who passed away. She died. She was with the Queen at the Queen Mother's bedside when she died. No, no, that's not, because I read Margaret's book. They had to go and tell the Queen that the Queen Mother had died, and then she went down there. But Margaret was definitely with her, and but yeah, I think Margaret Rhodes has died. I'm pretty 99.9% certain, because the moment I saw somebody talking about it on the television years ago, I bought the book. And you know who lives in that house now? There you go, Margaret Rhodes. Yeah, she died 2016, so ages ago. But she wrote a book. She was very friendly with the Queen, first cousin of Queen Elizabeth II. Normally they don't like anything written about the royal family, but guess who lives in the house where the Queen Mother died? It was the Queen Mother's house. That's where Prince Andrew lives with that ex-wife of his. The book was called The Final Curtsy. After the Queen Mother died, she did her curtsy to the Queen, and so they've got lovely pictures of Margaret Rhodes. I mean, seriously, I thought she was lovely. I'd love to have spoken to her. Fascinating. But to actually be allowed to write about these things in the first place, when you think that they got rid of Crawfey, the royal governess, because she did a piece in a magazine, really complimentary, but they got rid of her so fast, poor soul. But Noreen, lovely to hear from you. She says, hopefully we'll see you soon. Oh, I hope so. Now that they're going to do restaurants again, I think we can definitely do something like that. Definitely. And my girlfriend Steve has a couple of nice tattoos. Mum on the knuckles of her left hand and Dad in the right. An anchor on each forearm. Such a lovely, sweet girl. I can tell you're fibbing, because nobody has anchors done at all now. And Steve, you mentioned Richmond Park and dogs. Just so you know, the law has been passed until the 2nd of August. All dogs have to be on a lead. I know. Do you remember those stupid people? We had somebody who sort of went over to Richmond Park, rutting season, and going up to the deer, thinking you can feed them or something. Have you seen the deer with the antlers? They could kill you. Such stupid people. Such stupid people. And then Simon, oh bless him, honestly, poor little Simon says, no wonder you watch YouTube. You've got no clue about media or TV. I know. I talk rubbish, but I get well paid for it, Simon. Takes the mickey out of you, pal, doesn't it, really? Wonder what you do for a living. I bet you don't do anything. Bet you don't do anything. Steve. And in fact, actually, what do you mean? No wonder I watch YouTube. Everybody watches YouTube round here. Every single person, except poor Simon, who probably can't afford to watch YouTube. Honestly, I love thick people at this time of the morning. It's so brilliant. It's so exciting. Also, talking about the minke whale, they had to put it down. What do you do? Do you give it an injection? I mean, it must be one hell of an injection, because most of those minke whales, it's blubber, isn't it? It's blubber. I mean, I've seen them when whales have died. I think, oh, such a shame, honestly. And everybody was, I mean, it had done a real long journey. What else we got here? I like to sort of weave it. I don't like to miss any of your texts or emails, especially in the case of Simon, who's a bit thick. Poor soul, honestly. He's done his best. Steve says, Catherine, my neighbour's a volunteer for Richmond Park Rangers. He tells us about the deer and their behaviour. Good impressions from Teddington. From what was that? Was it Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West? Didn't he drive a milk cart? He was 2 ton something from Teddington, and he drove the baker's van. I love stuff like that. Poor old Gabby Roslin. I mean, see, this is what I want to know about these things. Gabby Roslin says she was once told by a teacher, you'll never get on telly with that face. She claims the woman also said she'd hang herself if Gabby did make it. Gabby said the teacher at the Guildford School of Acting made the comments when she said she wanted to host children's television. Speaking on her podcast with Michael Ball, who was at the same school, Gabby said she never went to the teacher's class again. She did Children in Need, rose to fame on The Big Breakfast. She said the teacher denied the hanging vow when they met years later. Gabby asked her, how did you know I was talking about you then? Ah, clever. What a thing to say. What a thing to say. And that's, I mean, honestly, you'll never get on television with that face. Have you seen the sort of people we're putting on television? I mean, blimey. Anyway, here they are, 2 old chavs fighting in the street, with one of them with a machete and with his shirt off. These people are thick as bricks, aren't they? Really, it's quite amazing, also, insurers have identified the country's top crash for cash hotspots. Postcodes in Birmingham, Bradford and Blackburn dominate the list compiled by the Insurance Fraud Bureau. I love it when they do fraud on the television. Have you seen it? There's a programme that comes up on, I can't remember which one it is, actually. But it's they were sort of people who phone up and they play back the recording of people who are basically crooks, thinking that they can get money out of the insurance company. One of them was and they disguised their voice and always sound like that. And it was some bloke who'd phoned up and he wanted money for his dog that had died, and they'd taken it to the vet, and the vet had sort of said he wasn't able to save it, and it turned he was lying. He lied all the way through. He didn't know the answer to any of the questions, and the person on the other end who's waiting, to sort of find out whether or not they'd have to pay up, and then they said, "I'm sorry, you've slipped up a bit on some of these things," and they go, "Oh, okay." And he hung up on them, but he was after something like £10,000. They do, it's like crash for cash. That's why I urge every motorist to get a little dash cam. I've got one on my car, and it'll mean if people try and nip in front of you, you've got them on the dash cam, because they'll then try and protect. Do you remember there was a bus route in Birmingham? They had to cancel the bus route because they were getting loads of people who were claiming the bus had been involved in a crash, and they were getting whiplash. 13 on one bus alone. Turned out they weren't on the bus at all. They were crooks. Bent crooks. Luckily, they were exposed. I'd have them in prison straight away. Steve, maybe they played Piers Morgan's life stories with Gemma Collins to put the whale to sleep. She's not done life story, has she? Has she? God, that must have been about the most boring. Oh, that's where she lied about the porno film, wasn't it? I seem to remember there was something, was it a porno film or something like that? And she lied about it. But there again, she's prone to not telling the truth anyway. So when did he do Gemma Collins? She's disappeared completely. I mean, even the old scenarios on The Only Way is Essex. I mean, she looks a bit dated now, poor soul. But I don't know what she's doing. She was going to go to America and be a huge star in America. That died, didn't it? That's right. She said she made a sex tape. She's now confessed it was a big fat lie, never existed. Exactly, dear. Ha, 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 ha. That we all guessed that one. Definitely. But she told Piers Morgan that, so of course it made the papers. And then her career stalled. It's a bit like Paul Jordan. Went to get her hair done the other day. She had hair extensions put in. She's so fake. And she managed to walk there, which is good. I thought she couldn't walk. I thought she was probably going to go down the aisle in a wheelchair. Unlikely, of course. Unlikely. See, people should keep their dogs on leads. They're always attacking lambs in Cornwall. Yes, you have to do that because they will attack, and once they've got the taste for blood, it's not very good. But Richmond Park, they've got loads of deer, but you don't go anywhere near them. They're wild animals. They're not pets, but some real thick people, aren't they? It's like whenever you see the pond frozen up at Highgate. There was a woman a short while ago, about three years ago, I remember seeing the picture. She pushed her pram with her kiddie in it onto the ice on the pond. She was about the thickest person. I mean, she was even too thick for the Essex programme. All the Housewives of Cheshire, they're fairly dim as well, aren't they? I mean, she pushed the pram on the... There's a picture of her with the pram on the ice with the baby in, and I'm thinking... Are you really that stupid? And the answer is yes, she was. Very lucky the ice never broke. Very lucky.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Tuesday. It's the 11th. We're racing through, aren't we? So I've got my jab on Saturday, which I'm looking forward to getting, which is quite nice. And you'll have to expect, I never saw Line of Duty. I've got no idea what it is. I'm assuming it's sort of bent coppers again. But a Line of Duty fan can snap up an arresting number plate, which is, and I don't even understand this, AC12HAS. AC12HAS. And apparently the owner, Kenny Connor, wants 1,200 quid for it. He says AC12 is a reference to the fictional AC12 Anti-Corruption Unit, whilst HAS is short for the surname of Adrian Dunbar's character, Ted Hastings. Well, rivetingly. So who's going to work that one out? Because whenever you see a number plate on a car, if I'm going down the motorway, which I am prone to doing, and you do see different car number plates, I'm sort of tempted to look at them, and you try and work out, is it spelling somebody's name or is it just a pile of old rubbish? Do I like police dramas? I like The Bill. I watch The Bill. I like the Police Interceptors programme. I like, the regular things. I like the real life ones, yeah, where they actually stop somebody. They stop a car which is so far out of its area, and it turns, and then they ask them the question: Are you known to the police? Yeah, mate. Yeah. And they laugh about it. Ha, 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 ha. And then, of course, they get their car nicked, which is hilarious. But there was one bloke, not speak English, no English. And what did he do? He nicked diesel. That's what he did. He nicked diesel from garages. And so when they opened up the back, and he expressed surprise when he saw it. Like, oh, where'd that come from? You go, well, it's because you've nicked it. So they took his car away from him, which was always very exciting. I love things like that. But the amount of people who are driving with no licences in this country and under the influence of marijuana, the amount of people who go out there and they haven't got a licence, they're driving this thing and they thieve. I think we need to build more prisons, don't you? Let's build more prisons. And much, much better, I think. Steve, I remember you saying you were going to buy the DVD It's a Sin. I bought it yesterday. It's 6 episodes. It's great. It's funny and sad. I was crying at the end, says Shane. Oh, stop it. Grow up. Goodness sake, people crying at stuff like that. Actually, I did cry yesterday, actually. Cried this morning, too. I was hoping the producer wouldn't come up too early and see that my tear-stained face was sort of looking a little bit like that. Because I was watching all these sad things. I deliberately type in sad things to make myself sad. You know, it's something done intentionally. And my friend Jordan says we'll be allowed to do lunch soon then. Yeah, in your dreams. I don't think so. Yeah, but well, if they're opening up the restaurants, yes. Whether Joe Allen's opens up again, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping it does. But of course, what they need is they need the theatres to open, because most of Joe Allen's trade is theatrical. It's people going to the theatre. They're going to all the places along the Strand. There you go. Joe Allen's is currently closed. We're looking forward to welcoming back our clientele when the restrictions are lifted. Well, open up, Joe Allen's. Come on. I've been banging on about this since we did lockdown, and it's all boarded up at the moment, and I'm missing it. And we're going to go to Little Italy as well. You know, we need to go to these places. It's called Little Italy, yes. It's the one you went to. Do you remember? Oh, you went to the Bar Italia or the Cafe Italia. Yeah, Little Italy is the restaurant. You can find it, Little Italy, in London. There you go. Wait a minute. No, put up some pictures of it. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. There we go. And it's big. It's big. It's on about 3 or 4 floors. I love it there. I love it. Do you know, I had a craving yesterday to go back, and I want spaghetti bolognese. Got a thing about spaghetti bolognese. I just fancied it. I don't know why. Yeah, the other day, over the weekend, Zora Suleiman had something. I thought she was cooking a curry in the microwave, and it was spaghetti bolognese. But it smelt like curry. It smelt delicious. She said it was in the cheaper range in Sainsbury's. There we go. There's some of the staff in Little Italy. They're ever so nice in there. Of course they wear waistcoats. It's a restaurant. What do you think? They turn up in a pair of jeans? No, I expect people to look smart if they're in restaurants. Definitely. So that's it. The only places I want to open. Obviously, I want everybody else's place to open at the same time, but they're the places that I probably eat the most in. Steve, did you cry at the end of Home Alone when Kevin's reunited with his mum? No. Absolutely not. What a devious little child he turned out to be. I'm surprised he didn't actually flog the family house. The only thing I liked about Home Alone was the fact it was filmed in the snow. And Kevin was good, you know, when he was lost in New York. As far as I was concerned, he should have stayed lost. What an irritating child. What an irritating child. I liked the old man next door, who they then became friends. I thought that was quite nice. And it looks real to me, the snow. Because I've seen fake snow in films, and it does look a bit fake snow. But anything that's got snow in, you know, you can sell it. I'll pay a fortune for anything that's got snow in. I love it. But it did look real, unless they filmed it in the middle of winter, because there was an awful lot of snow. And yet, strangely, when they did Dr. Zhivago, which was supposed to be filmed in Russia, it wasn't. It was filmed in Spain. They filmed the whole of Dr. Zhivago, and they sprayed everything, because it was summer. So all the fields and the bushes and the trees all sprayed with fake snow for Dr. Zhivago. There you go. There you go. Oh, apparently snow was not in the film's budget for Home Alone, but then a blizzard happened. Oh, wow. They had no choice but call in the snow machines for the remainder of the film's production. So the snow covered the entire set the second day of shooting. Then they had to, of course, once they'd done that and they started filming, they had to bring in the snow machine to do it. You can hire a snow machine nowadays, and I went down to Shepperton Studios years ago. We were doing a feature for Channel 5, and they had a snow machine there. And do you know what it was? Paper. Blocks of paper, like solid blocks of paper, and they put it into a machine which ground it up and spewed it out the top of it. And so we filmed me standing there, and then all this paper, but it looked like snow. Little tiny bits. It looked really effective, actually. But the snow in Home Alone, so they had to bring in the snow machine after they'd had a blizzard. I love it when they do things like that. I mean, as I say, snow and pictures for me. If I could have an awful lot of money, 10,000 a month for 30 years would be nice. If I could have an awful lot of money, I would be buying a snow picture every week. I've got a thing about looking at pictures of snow. I do not know why. I don't know where it comes from. We didn't have any snow pictures when I was a child at home, but I just liked the idea of having snow everywhere. So holidays. Oh, the only place we're not going on holidays is Spain, isn't it? Oh, poem of the day. Yes, we haven't got a snow poem of the day. It's not a particularly long poem of the day either. I mean, to be honest with you, it couldn't have been shorter. Luckily, it's written by an anonymous person. Not surprised. You wait till you hear it. You'll be going, is that it, Steve? Is that it on the poetry front? Yep, that is it. Mind you, I tell you what I'm also waiting for to find out whether or not we'll be doing a show at the Magic Circle this year. Because for the past, goodness knows how many years, we've done a show, as Noreen will tell you, and Neil and little Julie, everybody, we've always had a show at the Magic Circle, which I host. We have some top-class magicians. You get good close-up in the club room, and you can go to the museum. You can see the original Sooty. And then we go upstairs to the theatre, and we have a theatre show as well with lots of really good magicians performing for you as part of their Christmas season. So I was waiting to find out if they're going to open things up again, because if they do, then we're definitely up for a show this year, aren't we? Don't you think so? And of course, the other thing we've got to do, we've got to work out what we're going to do for Make Some Noise this year. That sort of came up in conversation about a short while ago. I was talking to Corey, my ex-producer, and although I spoke to him yesterday via a medium, no, it was a large, and Eddie, we were talking about because I thought, because we've done tea towels and the tote bags, and we sold, and the glasses. I forget how many glasses we shifted. The first one was the tea towels. The tea towels was phenomenal. I remember Corey and Thomas was sitting here, and we had no idea, I promise you, how it was going to go. No idea. And we were shifting 100 every few minutes. And we ended up, I think, 4,500 tea towels we shifted. We shifted about 5,000 or 6,000 of the tote bags. And then we had the glasses, which came in boxes of 1 or 2. And they shifted phenomenally well, the Steve Allen Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. This year, I've got a few ideas, but I might canvass you lot as well and find out what we want this year. Rob says, I'm having my second jab on Saturday. I can't wait. I know, it's funny, isn't it? I feel as though I don't mind sitting in a restaurant with loads of other people. Do you think very shortly we'll be able to sit on a bus without wearing a mask? Think that's very likely? Hope so. I don't want to wear a mask for the rest of my life. But, if they say when you go out you have to wear a mask, I'm more than happy to do that. I can do it. I like to think around the corner we might be sort of getting better. I've got a lovely thing for you, actually. A lovely thing, which is a new experience for dog lovers who don't have a dog. You probably guessed what it is, but this is for people who like golden retrievers. And it's such a sweet story. I thought that's a nice thing to do, because they actually take dogs round to old people's homes now. Pat dogs, they're called, and it's really a good idea. For the Prosecco glasses, I think we sold more than 3,500 of the Prosecco glasses. It's good, wasn't it? I mean, seriously, you've raised so much money for charity, and it's something nice because it's got the Steve Allen Show on there. And perhaps we'll have to think of something with the spike or something. I don't know. I'm sure we will think of something. Jonathan Shallett, super agent to the stars, says, I think some Steve Allen hoodies will be good for Make Some Noise. Jonathan Shallett, honestly. Do you know, I bet actually in Jonathan Shallett's wardrobe there is a hoodie. I bet he's got a hoodie. I've just got a feeling of the sort of things that he's got in his wardrobe. I wonder if he's kept all his old clothes, because Jonathan used to be, let's just say, the fuller figure, and now he's not the fuller figure. In fact, he is a shadow. When I first saw the pictures a few years back, I remember thinking, blimey, that's huge weight loss. And I don't know whether or not people keep their clothes, because a friend of mine, she's lost, well, half of her weight. Half of her weight. She goes out running every day in Brighton. She goes on the seafront. They jog up and down hills with a trainer. And she can do it by herself, which means she's got great self-worth because she wants to do it, which is fantastic. Whereas I'm Jonathan Shallett, I'll tell you, I'm totally useless. But he looks absolutely amazing. I wonder if he's kept all his old clothes or if he's given them to charity. Because once I think you've lost weight, be it gastric band or diets or exercise or anything else like that, and you've seen how good you look in the mirror, that's when it's been worth it. Whatever you do to do it. I keep trying to say to Luke, you really must make an effort, Luke. But I don't like to put, because it's not my business to push him. He's only working on the programme sort of semi-temporary. So he's sort of a temporary member of the Groovy Gang. He'd always wanted to be a member of the Groovy Gang, and we were all desperate to keep him out. And so he's a part-time member of the Groovy Gang. I'm not sure if he can be a part-time member of the Groovy Gang, but we had the two boys originally. But I remember on that day that we shifted the tea towels, Thomas was about as excitable as you could get. We came off air. We were on cloud 9. It was absolutely unbelievable. And our Thomas and Corey said, well, Thomas is leaving the country. He's going to go and work and live in America. He's going to go on a journalism course. Thank God for that. Mind you, he won't get any further than customs at the airport. I've had a word. And that used to be a very good joke actually years ago, which I can't repeat, but it was a very funny one about customs. And I'll tell you what it was. I think it was because I heard it. What was it on? It was probably on the Jonathan Ross show, the Graham Norton show, or something like that. And it was my mother's from Iran and my father's from Ireland, so we spent most of our holidays in customs. And I remember thinking then, I used to dread going through customs, but my worst experience was when I had a gun in my luggage. Big mistake.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 5. No, it's not. It's 9. 9 minutes to 5. Jonathan Shallett says, massive night tonight, Steve. Return of the Brits. And he says, he has a client. And his client is called Nathan Evans. Now, you know who Nathan Evans is because on January the 1st of this year, Nathan was a £22,000 a year Scottish postman. Now he's a global selling music artist after his Wellerman Sea Shanty song became a global TikTok viral sensation with 500 million streams. Because I remember I was saying, I've heard this song and I keep hearing it on the radio. It was Mr. Jam from Capital Dance who first played Nathan's record. The record then reached number 1 on the global Big Top 40 and in 9 other countries. So do you have Jonathan, do you have a table at the Brits? Is that how it works? I've seen people on tables. And I mean, do people eat food or is it pretend food? I'm always curious to know whenever you see these things, because sometimes it's very difficult to do a competition, and to announce who actually the winner. To be honest with you, if he doesn't walk away with a prize, there ain't no justice in the world. You have a nice time. That's a late night, isn't it? That's going to be a very late night. Do you know, I've given up. The latest night I ever had was at the Global Awards some years ago when I got to Global Award. And they'd said, well, we'd like you to go to it. And I thought, I can't go. I'd fall asleep. And I was sitting at the table, and strangely enough, I'd had my food and everything else, and then I thought I was going to be ill. I didn't feel very well at all. And I came back, and I didn't know, because I'm incredibly naive about these sort of things, but I'd won an award because of longevity. And I found the whole thing so overwhelming when I got backstage, because there was a thing. They give you an award and they take it off you and they give you another one when you go backstage. And then Charlie Girling interviewed me, and then I got interviewed and then filmed and all the rest of it. And because of the tiredness and everything, I just couldn't help the tears. I'm a bit Michael Crawford. We're talking about Michael Crawford, and I used to go to his dressing room to collect tickets to go and see Phantom of the Opera when he was in Phantom of the Opera. Such a charming man, but very emotional. And that's why we're very similar. Well, I said we're very similar. I can't sing for toffee, although I could probably manage a little note, squeak something out. And he did a show at the Royal Albert Hall. And by that time, he'd been having, so many singing lessons. His chest was like a barrel, and he could hold a note like seemed forever. You'd almost believe that it was made up or it was a recording. And he did a song called Gethsemane from Jesus Christ Superstar. And he just put everything into it. He could drag every ounce of emotion out. And I always remember thinking then, he phoned me up. He had to cancel an interview. And he phoned me and he said, I'm really sorry, I'm at the airport. He said, but did you see me on television last night? And I said, absolutely. He said, was I okay? And I thought, you had to ask me that? Dale would say the same thing. Dale would always ask. He'd say, did you see the show tonight, Steve? He'd go, Steve, did you see the show tonight? And I go, yes, dear. And he'd say, did I look fat? That would be his only question. He wasn't interested. Anything else was just par for the course. But did he look fat? He was obsessed with that. In fact, going out for a meal was my least favourite thing with him, because he would order food if we went to Balance. And we'd sit and chat to Brady Ballon or whoever it was, who sadly isn't with us anymore. And he'd order his food, and then he'd see something arriving on another table. And he'd say, "What's that?" And they'd tell him, and then he'd call the waiter over. They'd have to change the food. Seriously. It would take you forever to order food. And Jonathan Shalit, he says, "And yes, all my clothes, including handmade velvet collar black suits, went to the Oxfam charity shop, raising over £5,000. He said, "And I have kept one suit to remind myself, and when I put it on, I look like a comedy character, as literally both my wife and I, Katrina, can fit into the trousers. My wonderful mother-in-law, Carmel Clayton, is delighted I'm going to live longer. Carmel loves and listens to you every day, Steve. She's not well and would love you wishing her well. Carmel, you know I send you much love every single day." He says, "I've not taken her out for dinner for over a year, so please tell her we shall go to Oslo Court, her favourite restaurant." My favourite, Oslo Court. Have you ever been to Oslo Court? Go to Oslo Court. Go to Oslo Court. It's in a block of flats by Regent's Park called, surprisingly, Oslo Court, and it's a flat converted into a restaurant. It's fantastic. It's a menu to die for, set price, and they have a sweet trolley. Nobody has a sweet trolley nowadays except Oslo Court. They have everything. You'll see all sorts of people in there. I love it. The last time I went there, they it's going to sound really awful, isn't it? Really, I've been there a few times. I would never say. I just went with some friends, and they said, "There's no charge, Steve." And I said, "No, seriously. But they have a sweet trolley which has got things like profiteroles and fruit salad and all sorts of nice. Seriously, the food is exquisite. But it's a flat converted into a restaurant. So if, as Jonathan Shalit says, Carmel, who's his mother-in-law, loves going to Oslo Court, then we're even better friends than I thought. Even better friends. I loved it. So you go into what looks like the entrance to the flats, which it is, and then you turn to the right, and there's Oslo Court. It's seriously. There are places in London that we really shouldn't be telling people about because they're secret. Steve, I love your show with a passion. Well, that makes two of us then, because and the producer as well, and he also loves it with a passion. And it says, "I think your fascination with snow has got something to do with the fact that you have a fascination with Christmas," says Kathy. Do you know it's not necessarily Christmas. I always remember if I think of snow, I think of when we lived in Yorkshire, very near Withensea, which was the place we were talking about yesterday, where the man was on top of the lighthouse painting it, and I felt sick. And I used to have to walk from our house, which was down the end of a lane, and we never complained, never got sore feet, and I would walk all the way round the lane, and there'd be nothing in the early hours of the morning to go and wait on the road for the school bus to come along. Seriously, it was like a scene out of the Titfield Thunderbolt. If you've ever seen the Ealing comedy film, watch the Titfield Thunderbolt and you'll see one of the coaches, because they all look like it, for taking us to school. And you'd wait there. You had to get there in plenty of time, because if you weren't there when the bus arrived, it wouldn't wait for you. Then you were stuck. Then you were really stuck. But I always remember walking along that road, and the light would be fading, and you'd crunch your way through the snow. And I always remember that, getting in, and my mum would have food ready for us. What we ate, I've got no idea. My mum was a very good cook. And we didn't turn on the television. We didn't watch. In fact, we did have a television, but we didn't watch it very often, because in those days we entertained ourselves. We'd go and play in we had a playroom. Even at the age of 14, I had a playroom with my brother, and we had trains and cars and all sorts of things. And that's why I remember snow. And then we went to see Father Christmas in Lapland, and that's when you see more snow than you can shake a stick at. Phenomenal. Right. Goodness, honestly, it's turning into the Jonathan Shalit show. He said, "Yes, real food at the Brits." And he's told me a secret, and I'm not going to tell you what the secret is, but I'm not going to am I allowed to say that? He'll have to now write to me and say, yes, you can mention that. But he's on his cross trainer now. Bless his heart, honestly. Do you know, I tell you, I bumped into Margarita Taylor earlier on, and she said to me, people love you. And I was tempted to say, yeah, they just say that. They just say that anyway. And she said, how are you? I said, I'm okay. She said, you were missed. I said, I know. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, even Toby Tarrant came up and said, how much he was missing me. But I knew that was showbiz talk. My friend Jordan listens all the time. He has to. He's looking for ideas. Anyway, we'll take a short break, shall we, for the news at 5. Then we'll be back. We've got the poem, but don't worry. It's not too lengthy, okay? That's coming up.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It is nice to have your company. It's a Tuesday morning. It's another sort of cold kind of day. Somebody said, you still go to Ballan's? I've not been to Ballan's since Dale died. We used to go there on a Sunday morning after I'd finished work. We would go and get breakfast. But he had such an annoying habit. On a Sunday morning, he'd say to me, we're going for breakfast? I go, yeah. He'd go, okay, I'll see you, in Soho or whatever. And on 2 occasions, his phone rang, and it was David Walliams, because David Walliams couldn't bear to be by himself. So if at the time his girlfriend was not there, she was off filming or something like that, he needed a friend to go round. So Dale said, I've got to go. So I go, okay, that's okay. Save me the cost of the breakfast, I suppose. But we went there all the time. Prady Ballan, who owned the Ballans, we used to go to the one in Earl's Court and the one in Soho and the one in America. And then Prady died quite suddenly. But Prady had a lady who was fixated with him, a very famous lady who was absolutely obsessed with him. And he was a charming man. He was absolutely charming. And we loved Ballans. And we always, had a nice table. It was quite nice. It was one of those places you can go to where people tend not to bother you. So Joe Allen's was ideal for that. And it was just, it was good. But no, since he's died, I've not been to Ballan's. It's funny that, isn't it, really? I don't know why. I suppose because it would sort of bring back too many memories. But they do a wonderful steak. In fact, actually, they do nice things. Steve, the last time I ran anywhere is when the chip shop was about to shut. I haven't run for years. Even if the bus is coming. And in the morning, I've got to be fairly swift on my feet. But now I've got my new trainers. Ha ha. Thank you, young Jonathan. I still wouldn't run for the bus. I just can't do it. I cannot run. I'd rather wait for the next one. Or failing that, rather not bother, actually. Get a taxi or something like that. Steve, what about snowy scenes, Steve Allen Christmas cards with your face superimposed from a scene from Home Alone? Karen's in Rowtown in Surrey. I've never even heard of Rowtown. But it sounds lovely. Sounds absolutely lovely. We could have a Steve Allen calendar. Every month we could see you in various states of undress. Do you know, I thought about that years ago. I did say there should be an LBC calendar. And all the presenters should pose for it. And I think that'd be nice. Do you think so? Something that's, that's personal. And all the things so far have been very personal. Very personal. And that's what, well, we'll see. We'll see what we do, actually. Other stories which are in the paper today is the diabetes. They say 13.6 million facing the diabetes risk as cases double, because I'm a diabetic. And I inject, although since I've been into hospital, I've been re-evaluated by experts in diabetes. Real proper experts, proper experts. And so now I only inject once a day, and I do it when I wake up. Isn't that bizarre? I do it when I wake up, and we've cut down on the amount of it, and it seems to be working. It seems to be working so far. I'm getting my appetite back. I'm not 100%, back in the real world. I feel as though I'm okay. And I always check with friends of mine. I go, did you hear the programme this morning? They go, yeah. I said, did it sound okay? I always check with the producers anyway. Oh, poem. I want to forget the poem. Luckily, I reminded myself. This one is, it's not a lengthy poem. Okay, not a lengthy poem. And it's called The Elephant by Anonymous. An elephant slept in his bunk, and in slumber his chest rose and sunk. But he snored, how he snored! All the other beasts roared, so his wife tied a knot in his trunk. There you go, told you it wasn't long. About the shortest poem we've had, actually. I don't think we've had anything as short as that. Your talk of Christmas cards, says my friend Ian, reminded me to send you this. Wilton's are getting ready to open just for us. He loves that. He loves what we've been for the past, well, except for last year, 3 years. Is it 3 years? To Wilton's Music Hall. We go to Wilton's and we watch their Christmas show, and they're opening up again May to September season. And Ian's very excited by this. Comes out. We used to go to the sounds daft, doesn't it? We used to go to the Blind Beggar and have a drink there. Remember the Blind Beggar, where the craze used to hang around, and that's where Whatsit was shot. And we go to the Blind Beggar, we have a few bevies, and then we get in a taxi and we tootle off to Wilton's Music Hall. And in fact, it was for 2 years running. I have to tell you, because the boys didn't believe it either. We go with Rich, my friend who works on one of our other stations, and we get a black taxi and we go to Wilton's Music Hall, and we're sort of chatting away. And when we get out, on 2 separate years, the taxi driver's gone, "You Steve Allen?" And you think, but I'm on at 5 a.m, 4 a.m, goodness sake. Anyway, I must tell you about the gun. Do you remember the gun? I got stopped by customs in America. In Austria. I love Austria. That's why I like The Sound of Music, because the scenery is so beautiful. And it's the only place I've ever been to where you do find people walking through Vienna in national costume. You do see people in lederhosen. You do see women in dirndls. It's like stepping back 100 years. It's lovely. I really like it. I really like it a lot. And I went there working for about 9 years. Anyway, because I have an interest in magic, big interest in magic, I'd been to a shop called Vienna Magic. In fact, I used to spend quite a lot of time in Vienna Magic because it was about the best stocked magic shop I'd ever been into. And one of the tricks that I bought involved a gun, a starting pistol, because I needed something to make a bang, and it came with it. Of course, I didn't think about this at all. So I bought this effect, which was very good. It was a very, very, very nice effect, actually. I haven't done it since, mainly because I lost the gun. And so I end up buying this starting pistol with the caps that go in it. When I left Vienna to go back after 3 weeks, I put it in my hand luggage. What I should have done is put it in my suitcase, but I put it in my hand luggage. And I'm at Vienna airport, and they put my bag on the conveyor belt to go through the X-ray machine. Of course, I'd completely forgotten that on the top of the bag, inside, is this gun. Well, when it came up, you'd have thought I'd have threatened the entire world. They all of a sudden, because all the police, and it's the only place I'd ever been to in the world, and I've been to quite a few places, where when you get off the aircraft, you go through the doors into the terminal, and there are armed police at Vienna Airport, at Schwekat. There are armed police with guns, machine guns, and all the rest of it. Well, I was surrounded by people. All of a sudden, the place became motivated. And so I had to sit down with them, and they sort of put me in a little room. They sort of, took the gun out. As I say, I should have put it in my luggage, but I never thought about it. And I had to explain to them that it was a magic trick. Luckily, I had the rest of the magic trick in there, so I was able to explain. Well, it frightened the life out of them, because if I'd opened it on the plane, and I quite understood where they were coming from, who would have known it was fake? It's like I used to have lighters years ago, which looked like little guns. Well, nobody would know. If somebody points a gun at you, even in fun, you don't know if it's real or not. You're not going to take the chance. So I lost it. It was confiscated, which actually didn't bother me. They actually put it in a jiffy bag, and they say you can have it back when you get to London. But my experience of Viennese customs, which I loved. I love Vienna. I really did. I loved it. It really was like stepping back 100 years. They practically say that on the plane. If you fly Austrian Airways, they used to say you're arriving in Schwekat, set your watches back 100 years, because nothing changes. I could go back there today, and I've not been there for years, and I would know where everything was. Because the businesses don't go out of business. The opera house is still there. The trams still go around the Gürtel. The Gürtel still becomes a red light district at night. The Prater is still there during the daytime. It's a permanent fun fair, but they advise you not to go there at night, because there are sort of evil forces, but it's got the reason around the wheel that they used in the film, the Third Man, and it's lovely. The buildings are very, very interesting, and you can go out to Schönbrunn, the palace, and you can go through it, and it's just fantastic. And the place is full of churches. I've never known a place so full of churches. Every street corner, another church. So I used to just go in them, not being a particularly religious person, and just light a candle, just for the heck of it. I used to think, well, it can't do me any harm whatsoever, and I loved it out there. I really did. I thought it was great fun, and because I was doing the sort of program on their radio out there, it was lovely. Steve, it's a bit ironic that the poor minke whale was put down because it was in pain. Yet we keep humans who want to die due to ill health alive against their will, says Niall. I don't think it was. I'm not sure if it was in pain. They said it was very weak, and it wouldn't have stood a chance of surviving. So I think they'll take it out, and what they'll do is they'll do an autopsy on it to find out. But it had swum an awful long way through the dirty Thames. It can't have seen very much. At least in the ocean it can see where it was going, but it couldn't have seen very much, could it? Well done to Luke Ashman. He's been furloughed 3 times in the past year. Luke, he had his first date with his lockdown love, and so he bought a national lottery card. And he rubbed off the numbers, and he won $250,000. $250,000. When he saw his win, he started to shake. He couldn't wait to tell his date, and later treated her to a bottle of Prosecco. You tight-fisted so-and-so. But he's going to buy himself a car and set up a property development business. He only won $250,000. Goodness sake, don't get too excited by it. Mind you, I suppose in the Midlands, $250,000 could probably buy you quite a lot of property, actually. Steve, 228 days till Christmas. Will you start looking through the catalogues? Too early? It's never too early. Listen, it only happens once a year. The lead up is the best bit for Christmas, and then you can have the lead up, and you put the tree up, and no? Oh, I mean, I think we should start now. Should we not start sort of looking at Christmas trees on sale? I mean, very shortly, QVC and Ideal World will all start selling all the Christmas decorations and lights and stuff like that. You start November. Oh, good Lord above, honestly. Obviously not a deeply sort of Christmassy type person. Do you not have sort of nodding reindeer in the garden or on the balcony or something like that? No. Do you have a Christmas tree? Sometimes. Oh, God. Misery in that household, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, welcome to Christmas, bar humbug. I don't think so. You do very well in A Christmas Carol. I can see you as Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim or Bob Cratchit or something like that. You can just imagine, can't you? Should we go and buy presents? Nah, what for? He'd be Scrooge, wouldn't he? He'd be Scrooge. I've met other people like that. They go, people write in, actually. It's always hilarious. Somebody writing in and going, why are you talking about Christmas so early? I thought, because I like Christmas. Why not? Why not? Having a real tree this year. And Andy says, better get the sprouts on. Oh, lovely. I can't wait for the sprouts. Sprouts and little sausage. But you don't have to wait until Christmas. You don't have to wait until Christmas to actually have your sort of Christmas lunch. You can have it any time you want. Tamsin says, we're not talking at the moment, Steve. Did you know that? We fell out the other day when you didn't read out my message. Don't worry, I'll get over it eventually. Oh, God, nothing worse than a Kingstonian who's got a bit of a cob on.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, what about placemats? A scarf, Christmas bauble. I like the Christmas bauble idea. I went for that one before, actually. I thought that was quite a good idea. Ian says, very soon it'll be Christmas in July. Now, I know but on QVC and Hallmark, that's what they do. They because you can never be too early to make sure you get it. I mean, there are some people who celebrate Christmas all year round. They have their decorations up. I have lights up all year. I've suddenly realised I've got thousands and thousands of lights at home. I mean, literally thousands of lights. And we've got to sort them all out because I think we'll be going for some nice trees this year, which is all good news. Elton John will team up with Years and Years star Ollie Alexander for a surprise collaboration at the Brits. Ollie, star of Channel 4's It's a Sin, recorded a version of the Pet Shop Boys hit, so he and Elton are expected to perform the track tonight, with the Pet Shop Boys rumoured to join in. Oh, wow. It's a Sin series told the story of the AIDS crisis of the 1980s. The AIDS Foundation for Sir Elton has raised more than £400 million. Wow. Well, I think Jonathan Shallett will be enjoying that later on. He will no doubt tell us all about it. Oh, guess what? Is it Sainsbury's have done? No, the Co-op. The Co-op. They've put tracking devices on packets of steak to stop people nicking sirloin. People go in there and just pick it up and stick it under their jacket. The security device is being used to deter shoplifters. That won't deter them. The thing will go off. Two of them will go through and somebody will go through and it'll be something else. So it's very... If somebody wants to nick steak from a supermarket, they're going to nick steak from a supermarket. Sainsbury's are fitting security tags to shopping baskets to stop them being stolen. I'll tell you what they need to do, and here's the simple thing. You know when you go through and you go, woo, 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 like that? Not quite as exuberantly. But why don't you give the security men on the door a wand? And then they can wave it over the person's trolley and find out where the item is. Don't just have them standing there like idiots. Give them a wand. Shane in Sydney says, Steve, keep talking about Christmas. I love it. Me too. Me too, actually. I can't help it. I'm just one of those feeble people, I'm afraid, who absolutely adores Christmas. There's something about it. So when somebody says there's 228 days to Christmas, they don't make a calendar with 228 windows on it so you could open them up for Christmas. I was still picking up Christmas presents the other day when I went down to my godchildren. Got one from Sheila and Mike, which is very nice. And a nice card from the hairdressing family as well, thank you, which was very good. Amazing how many people are up at this time. What am I getting you for Christmas? But previous, aren't you, Luke? What do you mean what am I getting you for Christmas? I don't know. It'll be the same as last year. Nothing. You won't be working on the programme at Christmas, will you? Might be, might not be, mightn't you? What would you like? What would you like for Christmas? A Mercedes? Pfft, that's not going to be happening, is it? Why would I buy you a Mercedes? If I could afford to buy you a Mercedes, I'd buy myself a Mercedes. But as you know, I'm very poor in the car department. Very poor. I nearly took my car through the car wash the other day, actually. And then I suddenly realised, don't take it, it's got to be a hand wash. I don't take them through those things with the flailing bits of plastic. Thank you very much indeed. Don't want to ruin my paintwork. And then the father of my godchildren said, have you curbed your alloys? I said, I only ever curbed one alloy. Dale did it all the time, constantly curbing his alloys, which costs about 250 quid to get them all sorted. But no, I didn't do that. I've only ever curbed one, and I had that done a long time ago. But we live in hope, don't we? Christmas time. I was going to put lights in the back of the car for Christmas. I thought, that's a bit naff. And I thought, who the heck cares? Lorry drivers do it. Why can't I do it? The answer is, of course you can. Kudos to comic Jack Whitehall for managing to be a support for his poorly girlfriend while juggling rehearsals, because he's hosting the Brits tonight. Roxy Horner. Can't be a real name, can it? Roxy Horner. That's like somebody out of the Wild West, I think. Roxy. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Roxy Horner, which is lovely. Steve, how about the security guards given supercharged tasers? Yes. No, I just think that they should have a machine that they wave over and then they can see whether somebody's got something shoved up their jumper or something like that. They had to stop them in Iceland. They had to put bars on the top of the trolleys, like a pole, to stop people getting it out of the front door because people were loading up the trolley and just walking out. Seriously. Ghastly people, honestly. Small wonder we've got the prices we've got. Alan says, hope you are good. Think I and Gracie, the retriever, fell asleep as we didn't hear the good news about the golden retrievers. Well, this is a holiday resort. And it's for people who like dogs. Golden retrievers in particular. And you can go to this hotel and they've got quite a number of golden retrievers. And you basically... you could sort of cuddle them or go for walks with them or just have them on your lap. They've got puppies and everything else. And you pay. It's like staying in a normal hotel, just that it's full of dogs. which I think is really cute. Don't you think that's cute? That's like having pat dogs, if you're in an old people's home and they bring the dogs round. It's a similar kind of thing. And I like... Sorry, I'm making a very big noise with the papers. I like golden retrievers. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But I thought the idea of going to a hotel is about 60 quid a night or 70 quid a night. And you can stay there. And it's proving very, very popular. Very, people like doing things like that. Oh, here we go. There's a British Isles cruise here from £899, and you get a comedy performance from John Bishop. Oh, I couldn't bear it. You imagine you go there and they go, "Ladies and gentlemen, the cabaret is John Bishop." I don't know. But they say the entertainment highlight of your cruise is a rib-tickling performance from world-famous comedian John Bishop. World famous? I don't think he's world famous, is he? He's well known in this country. But they've got 10 gourmet dining options. Oh, sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? They've got 21 bars. I like the idea. 7 nights cruising the British Isles. But they've got everything. They've got everything. You can, complimentary minibars, personal butler service and exclusive access. In fact, single occupancy for Yacht Club, single occupancy is £2,859, which is not bad, is it? That's in the MSC Yacht Club. And that means you get a range of luxurious suites, Egyptian cotton sheets, complimentary mini bars and private whirlpool baths. You get 24-hour personal butler service, a private restaurant and a large solarium with a whirlpool, a cabana and a bar as well. Oh, I'm liking this already. 7 nights British cruise, Southampton, Liverpool, Greenock, Southampton. So that sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? They've got all sorts of entertainment, West End-style performances, 5 pools to relax in, and it's about 3,000 quid. That's for single occupancy. If there's 2 of you, it's 2,199. But because you get penalised if you're single, don't you? Bit of a pain. But the dining looks lovely. Looks very nice. They've got the Butcher's Cut, Ola, Tacos and Cantina, and the Indochine Restaurant. Wow. And you get John Bishop, and he's joining the cast of Doctor Who. What that's got to do with the ship, I've got no idea. I don't know if he's on it for the whole 7 nights and he performs for 7 nights, or if it's just because you won't get them all in on the first night. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Be people sitting on each other's laps, which is not quite the same. Alan says, "Man the lifeboats." What's your favourite coffee or coffee chain? I don't know. I don't really have one. I mean, I've used Starbucks before. I don't think I've had anything for... Although my friend Graham, he lives in Thailand now, he liked Costa, whereas I didn't have anything from Costa. I do like those paninis, though, which are the cheese and Marmite ones. I think they're actually quite nice, which is good. Steve, many years ago, a whale beached itself and died at Kew Bridge. My husband did the autopsy, and it died of a stomach ulcer. But Steph in Malvern says, by the way, Vienna's my very favourite place. Yes, my brother went there with Marion for their honeymoon, which is nice. Steve, you could buy Luke a dinky car Mercedes. I'm not wasting money. Seriously. Honestly, he thinks I'm going to buy him something. Trucker Phil says, an original spiker, the offence of stealing steak from supermarkets is to purloin the sirloin. I'm amazed that people thieve stuff nowadays. And then sort of just I saw somebody thought, well, I see people thieving all the time. I can't bear to watch. It drives me mad. The only place they don't thieve from is Kentucky Fried Chicken, because it's all behind the counter. Unless you're going to climb over the counter and nick a piece of chicken, which I think is highly unlikely at this day and age, but you never know. Some people do stuff like that. According to the Daily Mail, puddings help you lose pounds. It's a good idea, isn't it? I like a pudding. That's why we like Andy Peters. With those pies. I could eat a pie now. Steak and kidney pie. Oh, yeah. Right at this precise moment with flaky pastry and chips or mash. Mash. To be honest with you, I'm not actually particularly bothered whether it is chips or mash, but mash with gravy over the top of it sounds delicious. And I think it would have to be sprouts. We'd have a few sprouts with it. I'm not bothered about carrots or stuff like that. Or failing that, actually, I could go for cauliflower cheese. That's quite nice as well. I'm doing it again. I'm upsetting myself by talking about food. It's the only thing that drives me mad in the morning. You know, I've often said if I had a toaster in the studio, I'd be pinging toast in like there was no tomorrow. but it's still good fun. Steve, I have a choice then. Said cruise around the UK or a walking holiday up in the Highlands? Well, I think actually it's the Highlands. A walking holiday in the Highlands is very healthy and sounds absolutely lovely. All I know about John Bishop, he was a fast driver on Star in a reasonably priced car on old Top Gear. Right. Now we know. A lot of people suggesting what we can buy for Luke for Christmas. Oh, let's not bother, actually. There's no point spoiling him, is there? But there's a lovely picture in the paper today, a really lovely picture of Ullswater in the Lake District. And, do you know, why would we bother going abroad when we've got scenery like this? Absolutely beautiful. Photographer Simon Everett took a drone up, and the images were breathtaking. It's stunningly beautiful. Stunningly beautiful. So there you go. There is a purpose in drones. The headlines with Simon Conway.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Seamlessly blending unmistakable BMW driving dynamics with instant electric performance and impressive range, while innovative technology connects to elevate every journey. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Somebody said, I can't believe you just read out My Cruise. I had no idea about John Bishop. I don't suppose it's compulsory to watch him. No, it's not. But it sounds lovely, doesn't it? Sounds very nice. Yeah, I mean, just cruising round, Britain, I think is a nice thing to do. Goodness sake, honestly, why not? And Steve, take Luke around a Mercedes-Benz car showroom, then let him buy you lunch at Ballams, says Andrea in Yorkshire. I'm not taking him anywhere. Seriously, I mean, it's bad enough, with him, sort of being here without sort of having to worry about buying him a Mercedes, for goodness sake. He'd probably be better off. We were looking at Sandy Lane, and we were looking at that they've got a lovely villa, and it's £5,000 a night. But it comes with everything. It can sleep 10 people. So Luke will have to find 9 other people. That'll be the problem. But, I mean, it's got, it's not easy to find enough people to go out there who want to fly out there and have their own bathrobe and things like that. It's got flat screen TV. You get complimentary apples. We've had a look. But 5,000 a night. And so if there were 10 of you going out there, it's only £500 a night each, isn't it, really? Seems an awful lot of money. But it's quite beautiful. I went on a cruise, Steve, the other January. Barbados, and our guest was Stan Boardman from the Comedians. Oh right, Stan Boardman. I can't do his joke because it's far too rude. Do you know what the joke is? You don't know what the joke is? He got away with it on television for no end of times, talking about nope, can't tell you. Anyway, very funny indeed. Talking about an aircraft. You wouldn't have thought that you could talk about an aircraft and people would be going, oh, well, there you go. They can't make up their minds in the papers. 850,000 people, they say, living with undiagnosed type 2 diabetes. Whereas in one of the other papers, they reckon 13.5 million people. 13.5 million people, which seems an awful lot. Also, the Queen's speech is the chance to repay new Tory converts. I wonder what she'll be wearing. It'll be very glamorous, whatever it is. I don't know why she just doesn't turn up in a, nice, smart, tailored suit or something like that, like one of her normal outfits. The actual sort of drag that she puts on, which is all diamantes and glitter, and it's all very flash, and it's lovely, and we do it very well indeed. She has to sit in that really uncomfortable coach that brings her from Buckingham Palace. Terrible, really. The sad end for the River Whale. They've got a picture of it. Oh, you feel like saying to it, don't worry. We're trying to help you, but we obviously can't at the moment, which is a great shame. A bonanza in the paper for Betty's Treasures at auction. This is an ornamental box given to Baroness Betty Boothroyd by Boris Yeltsin and sold for nearly 50 times the estimate at auction. I think it was estimated 50 quid. as if it was going to go for that. What did it go for? 2,400. 48 times more. And she says, I entertained President Yeltsin during a trip to London. He kissed my hand and gratefully presented me with a little box, which has a note inside from him. Other treasures, a large fine china limited edition figure of Lawrence of Arabia riding a camel, one of 6 ever made, sold for 1,250. Guide price, 250 to 350. Everything's being sold. It's a lot, isn't it, really? But she's also got a ship's glass decanter and glasses presented to her by the Royal Navy in St. Petersburg, Russia. Made £110. I think that's very good value, actually. Do you think so? A glass decanter and glasses, 110 quid. Had been expected to fetch 30. But I mean, £110, even I could have afforded that. Just about. Just about. More than half of you now grow your own crops. I had a craving yesterday. I went to buy some peanut butter. Craving for a peanut butter sandwich, and I was looking in Iceland. I was sort of standing by the chest freezer. There were a lot of chest freezers, and they had a big bag of sweet corn. And I thought, oh, let's go a bag of sweet corn. I like sweet corn. I'm very big into sweet corn. What else we got here? What else we got? The great grandfather making football debut at the age of 80. This is John Wooten. He made his Sunday League football debut to help his team win 3-2 on his 80th birthday. Bless him. The great-granddad of 9 won a crunching tackle and even took a fall in his 7-minute subs appearance at College FC, who beat Kirkland Reserves in the Wakefield and District League. So well done to him. Well done to him. Very nice indeed. Very nice. Anybody ever done Sudoku? Have you done Sudoku? No? Sudoku? Have you done Sudoku? Oh. I see people sitting on the train doing it. And I think, should I do it? It's apparently very good for your brain. It's too clever for me. I can't even do the Sun's Junior crossword. You know, Big Ted says. You know, I've got no idea. No, I can't do any of those sort of things. I wish I could. I can't play chess either. Or drafts. Totally useless. The only thing I can do is this. Sometimes. Oh dear. Honestly, Her Majesty the Trailblazer, because she got a life-saving badge. And hobbies. What hobby would you bring back again? A survey of 1,500 people said the pastimes. I'll read you the 20 and mark down on how many of these you've done. Collecting vinyl. Well, if you're buying you collect vinyl, do you? Oh right. Anything in particular, or just sort of anything that's made up? Did you? Got a Paul McCartney one. Wow, you're so rock and roll. And which one was it? It was when he was released in the USSR. Would it have been back in the USSR? Oh, he did an album. Right. So is he singing in Russian or is he singing in English, or can you not play it because you haven't got a machine? Because you can buy a machine that you plug in, can't you? In fact, used to be one of the electrical shops that did one like that. Here we go. So it's called... Can't find it. Paul Simon. What are you looking at Paul Simon for? I thought you said it was the Beatles. All right. For some reason, we're looking at Paul Simon. Paul McCartney, 3. That's the new one, isn't it? That's the new one out there. And so, back in the USSR. Oh, it is called Back in the USSR. Chobber B CCCP. I don't know what that is, actually. Sounds lovely. It came out in 1987. Recorded at Hog Hill Studio. And it's rock and roll and garage rock. Yeah, rock that garage. You got it in a what? Charity shop. How much you pay for it? £3. Have you noticed charity shop? Years ago that had been tuppence or something like that. Other hobbies? Embroidery? No, okay. Making wine? No. Fishing? No. God. Jewellery making. Jewellery making is very popular. No. Upcycling furniture. I love these programs on the television. One of the channels is doing the same. They've just got 2 different people doing it, where they go and watch people chucking stuff away in a council tip, and then they say, "Oh, could I have that?" And they take it over, and then they change it into something else. Really clever. Really clever. Woodworking. I did woodworking at school. No. Didn't you do hobbies at home? Oh, right. Brewing beer? No. Okay. Sketching? You know, going outside with your pencil and doing all that kind of stuff, you know, and sort of screwing your eyes up. Origami? You ever done origami? You've done a bit of that. I thought you might have done. Making jams and preserves? No, you're not into the domestic science. Flower arranging? Oh, you surprised me. Not on that one. Hiking. You do hiking, yes, I can see you doing. Sorry? Walking. Yeah, well, walking, yeah, it's just uphill hiking. Bird watching. Yeah, but not different from the birds I mentioned a moment ago. Needlework. No, okay. Knitting. Now, don't laugh. Lots of men do knitting. Growing herbs and vegetables. No, oh dear. Baking bread. Painting. And gardening. No. See, I love gardening. I'm a container gardener. I love doing it. I've got all the plants all ready to go in. It's very exciting. I said to Lynn the other day, I sent her a text message going, very exciting. And she went, I know, very exciting. So, what you can do from next Monday. Okay. 6 people or 2 households can mix indoors in groups of up to 30 outdoors. Hugs with close family and friends permitted, but caution urged. I mean, the difficult one, that, isn't it? Because when they say close family and friends, I don't know if I want to hug friends. Not up to at the moment. Up to 30 people can attend weddings. Cap on funerals removed. So that's good news. Leisure, pubs, restaurants and cafes can serve people indoors with social distancing. Oh, God, that means you'll be about 10 miles from the nearest table inside the restaurant. Indoor entertainment, e.g. cinemas, theatres, concert halls, museums to reopen. Sports stadiums can welcome back fans subject to crowd limits. Travel, hotels, B&Bs and hostels can reopen. International travel to green list countries can recommence. On education, face masks no longer necessary for secondary school pupils, and university students can resume in-person teaching. So that means that some people will breathe a sigh of relief. Other people maybe not as happy. Which is a shame, isn't it, really? Because I want things like that. And strangely, Brit Awards bosses have honoured Phil Spector by including him in a list of people sadly lost to the music industry. He's a murderer, isn't he? I seem to remember. I'm missing out on that one. The Wall of Sound producer died of COVID in January in California, where he was serving life for the murder of actress Lana Clarkson. He was 81, she was only 38. He shot her in the mouth, but was not convicted until 2009. Why would they give him an award? I don't quite see the point of that at all. But there will be an in memoriam section in tonight's Brit Awards, held in front of 4,000 people at the O2. Apparently, organisers gave 2,500 tickets to people who worked in London on the front line of the pandemic. I was waiting for my invite because I've been working throughout the whole thing, as indeed has everybody in this building. We've all just carried on working. It's the only way to do it, isn't it, really?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 11th of May. Apparently, according to Ian, the Queen will wear the coronation robes with the Imperial State Crown, which is the white and gold dress with ermine train. Blimey, sounds a bit posh, doesn't it? Oh, look, coffee. It's a bit milky, isn't it?
It's a frothy one.
A frothy coffee? What the heck's a frothy coffee?
In the machine. I did it in the machine.
Did you?
Yeah, no, it's nice. It is nice. You like it?
Are you sure?
Yeah, you'll like it.
Oh, it looks slightly odd. Looks like it's got sort of...
No, it's
the sort of thing you'd see in a river.
It's lovely. It is lovely.
Is it? Well, I'll try. If I don't like it, I'm not going to drink it. Ugh, disgusting. Really quite hard. But where's the froth come from?
The machine.
The machine makes froth?
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? This gets worse by the minute. It's also not hot. Don't want to moan about things. I don't want to be seen as ungrateful. But it's not hot. I like a hot cup of coffee. It's lukewarm. Lukewarm. We don't want to make a big deal about it, you know, because I obviously understand that. Is that posh coffee machine that we've got? I've never had one of those before. I've never had anything with froth on the top of it. I don't like the idea of that. Where that comes from, I've got no idea. Let me tell you the name of this hotel, because now a lot of you are interested in the dog lover cuddles, which take place at the Golden Retriever Experience. They've got a pack. In fact, they've got quite a number, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've got about 12. They've got countless cute golden and their puppies. You can do a 2-hour, 6-hour and overnight stay for between 60 and 180 quid. Visitors to the experience in Minehead, Somerset will also go on dog walks and join our incredible pack of goldies for some much-needed doggy cuddles, according to the firm's website. What a brilliant idea. Although, to be honest with you, I quite like to cuddle puppies. I'm not sure I want to cuddle giant golden retrievers, because they're quite big, aren't they? But they've got loads. They obviously like retrievers. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So there it is, 60 to 180 quid. I was looking at a thing the other day. You know, you get this 4 in a bed programme on the television, which is where you get people who own bed and breakfast going round to sample other people's bed and breakfast. Oh, there was a couple a short while ago. Oh, they were horrible. They would. One of them, she deducted like 60 quid from the night. And yet the one I watched yesterday, it seems to me that everybody who owns a hotel in Blackpool is gay. The amount of gay couples who own hotels in Blackpool is phenomenal. There was a couple the other day. They've got a little theatre attached to it, a little tiny theatre. And you know, I've been to Blackpool. You remember I've been to Blackpool. We did that as a sort of don't ever go there again kind of situation. It was the most peculiar place. Seriously, I don't know what sort of people go to Blackpool, but it certainly wouldn't be me. And they were sort of showing it, and their room in a bed and breakfast was 350 quid a night. Sorry, £375 for a night. In a bed and breakfast. Some of them, the one in Blackpool, 50 quid. Because it's just a bed, isn't it? People want to, presumably the people that stay in Blackpool's bed and breakfast, not particularly bothered about what the room's like. You know, even if you have to share the bathroom down the hallway. But I'm fascinated by it, because they moan about the breakfast, they moan about everything, and they ran their fingers over the top of doors to see if there was dust. God, blimey, honestly. You don't want a business with people like that in it. But terrible. Brian Connolly, we love Brian Connolly. It's a puppet. Has told how he became emotional on the set of EastEnders after seeing a prop that reminded him of his taxi driver dad. He also revealed he wept tears of joy on his first day of filming as Terry Rocky Cant, because he appreciates others in show business are still out of work. He said, I'm holding court, telling a few jokes, but I just look over and I'm getting emotional now. On the shelf there's a little cab. And that was my dad. His dad went 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And but it was like, you'll be all right. He revealed his father always watched the BBC soap. Showbiz vet. Bright, got the most beautiful children. Seriously, I went to Cliff's party ages ago. And Brian was there. His daughters are absolutely stunningly gorgeous. But he recalled how he felt on his first day in Walford after all his theatre shows and tours dried up because of the pandemic. Lots of people have had this problem. You know, people who should be making money can't because everything's closed. He said, I appreciate there's so many of my friends not in this position. I can't tell you how lucky I am. Thank God I'm in radio. Seriously, that's sort of the way I think about it. He said people would die just to be part of the business. He got the part of Terry, long-lost dad of Sonia Fowler, played by Natalie Cassie in November, without an audition. They went, there's this character, and we'd love you to be in it. Good choice. He appeared on Strictly in 2017, and he makes his screen debut on May 18. The long gap left wife Anne-Marie and daughters Amy and Lucy wondering if he'd made it all up. He said, my family think I'm having an affair. Had the pandemic not halted the industry, Brian would have been on tour when the TV offer came in. He said the stars aligned. His daughters, though, really are stunning. Absolutely stunning. So good for him. How long he's in it for, I've got no idea. But, I mean, he started in the industry, the business, which is show, when he was 12 years old. But I remember, I think it was Shane Ritchie said he was literally, he's on no money at all. You know, if you're sort of not in something which is regularly filmed on television, and you've got bills to pay, a lot of people suffer badly because there's no work at the moment. All the theatre tours have been, cancelled. I mean, hopefully we shall get theatre back together again, but you might have to be socially distanced. If you're socially distanced in restaurants, when are we going to do away with that? When does that come about? I saw somebody being interviewed the other day on television. It must have been on Sunday. It was on one of those Sunday brunch programmes. And it was Rag and Bone Man. He's got tattoos on his face. What is it with these people? His real name's Rory Graham. Not quite the same, is it really? What's your name, mate? Rag and Bone! We like Rag and Bone Man. But it just makes me laugh, actually. But I think he's performing with Pink and the Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust Choir at tonight's Brit Awards. My God, you're in for a night, Mr. Shallett. My goodness me, you are in for an evening. About 4,000 people going to it. It's going to be something, isn't it? Bryony Gordon on Prince Harry in the Daily Telegraph and the Me You Can't See. I love the way they all of a sudden think they're experts. You know, I don't think Harry's an expert on anything at all. He's doing it with Oprah Winfrey. There's a surprise. She obviously likes sort of, you know, attaching herself to people who she thinks can do her some good. 14 months it's taken. Tom Bradby talking about having his breakdown because he got the job of doing the news programme and then all of a sudden he had a breakdown. And I didn't know why, actually. It was something to do with sort of working late or all sorts of things. The diabetics, which we talked about earlier on, and jurors, they say, should be forced to explain verdicts. What's the point? They've given their verdict. Also, there's a new Doctor Who TARDIS inside a science and creative venue called We the Curious, which is quite nice. It's quite a big box, actually. I don't think it's anything like the original one. And second homeowners may use Portugal as a back door. Restaurateurs eager to reopen as indoor dining gets the green light. But you've got to be socially distanced, and most restaurants can't afford to just socially distance. You know, they need to fill the restaurant up. You know, it's the only way it's going to work, actually, isn't it, really? So the Queen wearing the coronation rose with the Imperial State crown. OK. Darren in West Malling says, we just booked Balance for the 5th of June on our visit to London. There you go. See, I knew this programme served a very useful purpose. And John says, working in Turkey and a man sat at the next table in an empty restaurant in the hotel. My immediate thought was, excuse me, a bit close. Yeah, there was somebody, I had to say to somebody a bit close to me. I was buying something in a supermarket and they were just a bit too close behind me. A little bit too close. Got used to sitting away from people, which is not good, is it? No, I mean, I just want it all back to normal. You know, if I'm going out with friends, I want to be able to sit with them, not sort of socially distancing. Because that'd be an absolute nightmare, wouldn't it? Clemmy Moody, as I say, talking about Jane Seymour. Apparently, the secret to her glossy looks, her hair, is a £95 hairbrush and some posh shampoo. They always say hair is a woman's glory. You have to brush it. If you've got long hair, brush it every day. The more you brush it, the shinier it gets. And we're all of a blub, writes Clemmy Moody in her column today. She's a guest columnist in The Sun. She says, nothing unites us Brits quicker than a beached whale. This time, it was the plight of a stranded baby minkie found stuck at Richmond Lock. As hundreds of onlookers gathered and the forsaken specimen was kindly hosed down, police, firefighters and the RNLI worked into the early hours of yesterday to free it, although last night it finally had to be put down. And who can forget poor Willie, who ended up beached in the Thames in 2006, prompting a 3-day rescue mission, footage of which made global headlines. It seems we could all identify with large blubbery creatures scrabbling around out of their depth. We're animal lovers. No, we're not. I wish we were. Otherwise, the Battersea Cat and Dogs Home wouldn't have absolutely loads of things. People say, oh, Brits, nation of animal lovers. I went, I wish we were. I wish we were. Oh, look, another picture of Love Island's Maura Higgins. My godfathers, honestly, what a dreary person. She's 30 now. She's split from her boyfriend. I think they managed 6 months, which is brilliant. So really excited, really excited. Not, I'm afraid, really not excited. And they found a 3-bedroom house, yards from George Clooney's Thames Island home, up for sale in Sonning in Berkshire. 850,000. He won't be pleased. Trying to get people there. Harry Styles nominated, but his old One Direction bandmate Louis Tomlinson also has a reason to smile. He signed with the record label BMG. Second album after leaving Psycho. I thought Psycho had sort of got rid of everybody, and so people had to sort of go to other places. Is Louis Tomlinson the one who's got his world tour coming up? Can't see how that's going to do as well as Harry Styles. I really can't, but I could be wrong. I've been proved wrong in the past. Not many times. Not many times. Steve, I've just booked Oslo Court for lunch in July. Then off to the open-air theatre, says Bev, to see Romeo and Juliet. My God, you're going in for a good night, aren't you? Food and Romeo and Juliet. Fantastic.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And it's Tuesday, the 11th of May. Which means that most of you, lots of you now, because we seem to be racing ahead of it, have had your second COVID jab. If you're over the age of having the second one. Imagine all sorts of people are getting the COVID. You know, if you get the opportunity to have it, have it. I've got mine on Saturday, the second one, which I'm quite pleased about, actually, because I was getting worried, thinking, I wonder how long you have to wait for it. And I haven't had to wait too long at all. But I'm hoping, as I've had the first one, it's obviously gone into my system. But the amount of tablets and medication I'm on, God, perhaps that's why I didn't get any side effects. Because a friend of mine got the headache. Somebody said they got laid low with for a couple of days with a sort of a cold type thing. But because I have it on Saturday, I'm hoping I should be okay. I'm sure I will be. Simon Cowell pictured in the papers today. Here he is in Malibu. And seen in the back in the saddle of an electric bike. This is after he broke his back using one. They're very expensive, these things. This is a £16,500 electric bike. My goodness me. I turn on the television and I watch Ideal World. And they're like £900, and his is 16,500, but it can reach speeds of 60 miles an hour. He had 6 hours of surgery. Sounds far too dangerous for me. Far too dangerous. And here we go. A plane crash landed into the sea, missing beachgoers having a paddle. Somebody was taking a picture, Amber Dittmer, taking pictures of pregnant daughter Kristen Odderson and her partner when she saw the plane. It's a World War II era Grumman Avenger, which had been taking part in an air show, had a mechanical fault and the pilot was forced to ditch into the sea. You can imagine. So she's taking pictures. It's coming in. Neither the pilot nor any of the swimmers were injured. Amber's husband, Brian, said he did an amazing job. I bet. I mean, you can see how low it... Well, obviously it crashes into the sea. So that was it. But at least everybody was okay. So for that, we should be eternally grateful. There's so many good stories which I can't use, actually. Do you know that more than half of you, apparently, grew fruit and veg at home in the past year, a survey found? They're even selling it on the television. I was watching, I think it was Ideal World the other day, where they said, we've got fruit of the day. And they had fruit of the day, and it was, I think it was tomatoes. Because they're so easy to grow. If you go to any of the garden centres or any of the big, the DIY superstore places, they've all got strawberries either in hanging baskets or in pots that you can plant out. Put them in hanging baskets. It's amazing. You literally just hang them up and you get strawberries. I mean, you don't exactly get a ton of strawberries. Tomatoes, much easier. You can put tomatoes in hanging baskets and or just in a grow bag. And you'll end up with enough tomatoes to keep the entire place happy for a fortnight. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It beats, I suppose, flowers. I've grown both in hanging baskets, tomatoes and strawberries. I wonder what else you could grow there. I keep thinking perhaps I should buy some of these ballerina fruit trees. You can get apple, pear, cherry, and a few other bits and pieces. And I thought perhaps I should get those. And I thought, oh no, it's just something else to worry about, isn't it? Something else. I mean, I bought, a few plants this year. I bought the petunias, but it's going to be geraniums. It's simple. We did begonias the other year and they lasted really well. So I think basically geraniums is it, because they keep going till Christmas. And I've seen it. I have been around the garden. I do like to wander around the garden centre. I'll tell you what I really love, but I've got nowhere to put it. Bougainvillea, which you see if ever you go to Spain or places like that, you'll see it everywhere. It's beautiful. It really is absolutely gorgeous. And it's the first thing you notice. All those birds of paradise, which seem to last forever. But the Bougainvillea, they do a hardy version of it. But I thought, I've got nowhere to put it, really. Perhaps I could sort of, come up with a basket or something to put it into. I've seen a few of them which look quite nice and not too expensive. About sort of a tenner. If only I'd thought about it sooner, I could have put a greenhouse in, which would have been very nice. Very nice. What else we got? We've got... there's loads more quizzes coming up on the television. I've never seen so many quizzes. There's that Tom Allen, the very camp bloke who sort of dressed up quite... Another quiz show. How many more quizzes do we need on the television? I just suppose they must have run the entire gamut of cooking programmes. I'm sick to death of seeing cooking programmes. It's nice, actually. It's very nice to see cooking or antiques programmes, but for God's sake, spare us quizzes. Jeff Stevenson, he says, great to hear you're back. Love it that you are talking about cruises again. I can't wait to get back out there, performing on the ships again. After a year off, he says, I start working again next week doing gigs around the UK for Warner Leisure Hotels. Fantastic venues. Also, my film, Touching the Blue, is now available free on Amazon Prime and on YouTube. It's all about a washed-up snooker player and has won lots of awards on the film festival circuit, says Jeff. Woo! Look at that. So you can check him out. So he's a comedian. So I'd let you know that now. So he's going to be doing gigs around the UK for Warner Leisure Hotels, and he's going to hopefully start performing on the ships again, because I think Fred Olsen? I think all their cruises seem to be sold out. So they're doing very well. But I mean, it's so difficult for people. I mean, so many people have gone under, and it must be awful when you always look back with hindsight and go, oh, I wish I'd saved this much, or I wish I'd done that with it, because unfortunately you've still got tax to pay and stuff like that, and it's an absolute pain. I am looking forward to the Railway Children coming back. I know it's odd, but I got quite emotional the other day thinking about it, because I love stuff like that. Anything, and I did watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden again. I have to watch it. Because it's just got so many bits and pieces in it that I love, including the lovely Diana Dawes. Very nice indeed. They've got a lovely picture in the paper today of exotic and tropical winter hardy Canary Island date palms, and they've got a picture of one in a garden which is absolutely enormous. These ones will not be this size. They say it's only £10 each. When you buy one, get one free. And they haven't said what size they are. It's 70 to 8. What's 70 to 80 centimetres? How big 70 to 80 centimetres? Inches. I can only do inch. I can't do anything else. I've got no idea what it is. 70 to 80 centimetres. A tall potted plant. Look at the size of the one in the photograph. As I say, it ain't going to be that size. That's years down the line. So what's 70 to 80 centimetres tall potted plant? 27 to 31 inches. 27 to 30. Well, for goodness, it's going to take about 10 years to grow it like this. I've got a picture of it in the paper today. It's in the Sun. How to transform your garden. It's like, it always makes me laugh. People, they go, buy a bonsai kit. And you think, a bonsai tree it's a tree. It's totally skilled. You can't just put it in there and it just becomes like a miniature oak tree or something like that. The ones that you see at the big, the Chelsea flower shows and Hampton Court Flower Festival and stuff like that, they take 30 or 40 years. It's always made me laugh, actually. You can buy these sort of things. Little Julie says, hope you're well. Blue skies today. Not so good for the rest of the week, though. I know. I spoke to a friend of mine. She's down in Brighton. And I said, what's the weather like? And she said, it's okay. I said, well, yesterday we had mixed weather. We had a little bit of rain and it was a bit sort of cloudy. Very windy, though. Very windy. So I'm hoping not today. So lovely to hear from you, little Julie. Steve, if we're allowed to hug each other again from next week, does it mean we're allowed to wait outside the stage door of a theatre to see the person we like? Because I've been told we're not allowed because of the pandemic. I don't know. I don't know what theatres are open at the moment. I don't think there's anything open now. I think they are taking bookings for theatres. Somebody says, I had the first jab yesterday, never felt so ill. I just Googled it, had every symptom, says Dave in Cheadle. See, I didn't get any symptoms at all. I got absolutely nothing. Nothing. I didn't get a sore arm. I mean, perhaps because I inject every day, so perhaps I don't know whether it's got anything to do with that. But a number of my friends didn't get anything. A few of them did, but not really very many. They're all worrying. But now I've had the first one, I'm looking forward to the second one because I'm hoping the first one acts, as something that sort of doesn't sort of affect me in any way, shape, or form. I hope so. Don't want to be ill on the Saturday. Thank you very much indeed. Big hi to you, Steve. And this is Steve in New Zealand, says, and to my good shipmate Jeff Stevenson, lovely talented man, listening from New Zealand, also waiting for the cruise ships to start up again so I can also get back to work. Yes, it's the getting back to it. It really is. I mean, good God, we need it. We need it. Did you meet Diana Dawes? Seemed lovely. No, I told the story. I only ever saw her in hospital when she was ill. And that was enough as far as I was concerned. There's a lovely interview with Dame Jacqueline Wilson today in the... She's lovely. I've interviewed her on a couple of occasions. She's absolutely gorgeous. She really is absolutely lovely. And she's talking here about her partner, Trish. They've been together for over 20 years. over 20 years, which is fantastic. Michael Dennis says, Steve, my late mum had a large geranium. By Jove, there's a joke there somewhere. When she died in 76, my aunt took it over. Each year she'd take a cutting and kept it going in mum's memory. 45 years later, my cousin and my godmother still have plants grown from cuttings from the same geranium. They're just very hardy. Very hardy. Mind you, this is the same man, Michael Dennis, Black Cat poet, whose nan did jury service 4 times. She loved it. She absolutely loved it, jury service. I've only ever done it once. I loved it as well. I thought it was fantastic.
At Argos, playtime just got cheaper. With unmissable savings of up to half price on selected toys, including top brands like Barbie, Hot Wheels, LOL Surprise, Bluey, and many more. There's more to Argos. Subject to availability.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, first time listening to you, says the Robster, in 14 months. Great to hear your musings. Musing. I like the word musings. That's such a good word, isn't it, really? And Paul says, your food chat is very contagious. I suddenly craved haggis at 5 a.m. I'm having it now with neeps and tatties. I've never had it. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. And Steve, very glad you're back. Also, read The Sun last Friday. I am not now known as Janice Lee. That was only because before Equity finally gave me the right to use my own name. Janice Levy it is. You know who Janice is? The Flake Girl. When they did the programme on Cadbury's the other day, she was interviewed on it. She's not aged a day. Not aged a day. And she was the Flake Girl. It was all a bit naughty. Well, I suppose in the eyes of the beholder. So we thought it was naughty. But yet she's my Flake Girl. She's my Flake Girl. So there you go. So she's got her own name. Because if there was somebody else with your name in Equity, and if they got the name first, you couldn't use it. So I think Martin Daniels, Paul Daniels' son, had to be Martin P. Daniels because they already had a Martin Daniels. John says, good news that you're well. I have a Newfoundland dog. Try cuddling one of those at 9 stone. I've seen them. They're huge, aren't they? They're enormous. Although there's somebody round Twickenham who's got a Great Dane. This thing looks like it's from the Hound of the Baskervilles. It's huge. But I've seen the Newfoundland thing. They're very hairy, aren't they? Very hairy dogs. I don't know what sort of dog I'd want, actually. If I was going to have another dog, I don't know. I've had all sorts of ideas. Well, we used to have a Cocker Spaniel. Who was quite cute, actually. When he was a puppy, he was gorgeous. And then, unfortunately, went round the bend a little bit later in life, so we had him put to SLEEP. Started becoming very snappy, and my mother got a bit frightened. So I went home from school one day, and he'd gone. But being children, you're a bit fickle about things. Oh, the dog's gone. Okay, fair enough. You know, they've just carried on life as normal. We didn't sort of worry about it at all, really. 84850. I'm going to sneeze. I've just got this feeling. Do you know, I must get hay fever. It must be hay. Can't be anything else, can it? What else is it? Pub crawls. Does anybody do pub crawls anymore? Are they still popular? Of course, they would be with you, Luke, wouldn't they? Luke likes his pubs. He booked for the pub. I mean, seriously, does that show addiction, ladies and gentlemen? An addiction. He's booked for the pub. Mind you, Joe booked for the pub as well. I'm the only one who didn't book for the pub. Why? Because I don't drink. I love it. A Christmas themed makes some noise idea. Sounds fab, says little Julia. I thought so as well. Because it fits in with the theme of the programme. Anything to do with Christmas. And you know I'm there. I thought, do you know what I thought? Christmas tree bauble with Steve Allen show and then the year in glitter sprayed on it. There must be some way that we could, no, not a snow globe. No, we'll never send that through the post. Just a pair of Christmas tree baubles in a box, one gold, one silver, with Steve Allen show on there, and then you could hang them on the tree, and then it would remind you to turn the radio on, which I think would be quite nice. And somebody says, about 25 minutes ago, I heard you say sometimes, only sometimes, occasionally, you've been proved wrong. I know, hardly ever. Hardly ever. Hardly ever. Also, Rugby Football Union. Oh dear. Apparently, they've stopped using the nickname Saxons for one of their senior England representative teams after it was deemed inappropriate, given the sports drive to reflect the diversity in society. Never heard of such a thing. They were called the Saxons, but they've decided to drop that. Good Lord. Also, what was this other thing? The Saxons' decision comes in the wake of the distancing itself from Swing Low Sweet Chariot, which apparently had been adopted as a terrace anthem by England rugby supporters. So apparently there was one player who said hearing it sung in a rugby context made him feel uncomfortable. So it's not been banned from Twickenham, but the RFU have stopped using it as a marketing tool and ended its carry them home branding for the England team. God, it's getting quite complicated to go out there, isn't it, really, nowadays? Certain things that you can't do, can do, shouldn't do, offensive. But, that looks lovely. Where's that? Mustique. Oh, Mustique. Oh, we know Mustique. That's a very famous island. Very famous island. Boris Johnson went to a press conference there. Wasn't that Princess Margaret's favourite place? She liked that a lot. Mustique. And I think it was owned by somebody who then gifted it to somebody else. That's what I think, actually. Old-fashioned Paxton House on the Scottish borders is planning an exhibition of 18th century costumes, so from the 1700s, that belong to Patrick Home, who is the house's first owner. They include velvet coats with deep cuffs and embroidered silk jackets designed to show off his status as a favourite in the court of Frederick the Great of Prussia. They're quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Really, I mean, when you think how old they are, 1700s, and they haven't been ravaged by moths and all the rest of it. I'm still waiting to find, and I've said it before, that there is no clothing, as far as I know, that exists from Henry VIII's time, from Hampton Court Palace. I'm secretly hoping, that they will find at Hampton Court Palace a secret room hidden behind, something. And they'll open it up, and it'll be like a giant wardrobe full of Henry VIII's clothes. Because what happened to them all? I mean, they can't have thrown them all away, can they? Why wouldn't they have saved those? The royal family saved everything, so why not anything from Henry VIII's time? That would be a brilliant idea. If you sort of, you all of a sudden you find a secret passage or a tunnel or something like that, and then you sort of open the door, and there's all these clothes from Henry VIII's time. Oh dear, because they had an exhibition there some years ago when they did a television programme about Henry VIII, and they had all the costumes there, but they weren't, the original things. Mr. Moyles apparently had the Christmas tree bauble idea too. I think the likelihood of breakage during postage stopped that in its tracks, hence he did socks. Oh, I'm not sure about socks. No, you just have to get a nice sort of box to look after them. They definitely work, actually. And I love the bauble idea, says Matt in Bromley, which would be good. And I quite like the idea. And we'll have to wait and see, actually. There you go. And Sarah in Eltham says, I'd buy the Christmas baubles. I think so, actually. Sue in Maidstone says, I've got a French bulldog called Ethel. Adorable. It's the faces, isn't it? It's the faces. And there's another one here that says, wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing, actually. Poland fan here, Steve, says Mark. Great to be hearing you as part of my early morning. Beautiful weather at the moment, 25 degrees. Rain later in the week. Oh, God blimey, join us. We spend most of our lives sitting in rain. It was a bit miserable the other day, but once we've sort of got over that. I always bring an umbrella into work, actually. It's par for the course, but it's not a big umbrella. It's only a little umbrella. You don't want to sort of walk around. Are you sitting under the air conditioning, Steve? Well, every studio has got air conditioning in it, and I'm not necessarily sitting underneath it, but it's in the ceiling. And I'm not exactly in the biggest room in the world, but it's good. Steve, thank God for your podcasts. Apparently, to convert metric to proper measurement, says Diana in Herne Bay, use 10 centimetres equals 4 inches. I think there's a joke there somewhere. Do you not think so? I think there's a very good joke there. Not repeatable. Mark in Slough says a sausage dog. Yes, I'm not keen on Dachshunds. Not keen on Dachshunds. I'm sure they're quite lovely, but I think they use them on Gogglebox, don't they? One of the people there, I think the hairdresser. Steve, I can't believe the name Saxon is not now being used by the rugby world at the opposite end of the spectrum. Does that mean Saracens will become equally offensive to them? I don't know. I didn't know about Saxons. Steve, estate agents have been advised not to use the term master bedroom in property because of its leaning towards the yes, well, that's an old one. That goes back about a year ago, doesn't it, really? There's a couple of Henry's suits of armour at the Royal Armouries in Leeds, says Roger in Brentwood. Another one of our fans in Brentwood. Yes, and also I think in the Tower of London there are some suits of armour, but I mean I'm never sure if they're original. I'm seriously, but I just want to find some Henry VIII clothing. I don't know why. I mean, it's not a particular sort of passion of mine, but I'm just curious to know where it all went to. What do they do? He died and they threw it all away. Do they burn it or something like that? I don't know. But I mean, I just know he was short, but he was very fat. They used to have a winch to lift him onto the horse when he was in his armour. Must have been an absolute nightmare for the poor soul.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
6'1", Henry VIII, 6'1". It's just that he was so fat, and of course he had every illness known to man, didn't he? He had sort of all sorts of dreadful things happening on his legs. Brian in Cheshire definitely wants to go for the baubles, which is good. Henry's clothes were burnt as he was ravished with disease. Yeah, but he must have had tons of clothes. Why did nobody think about the future? And Steve, definitely go for a cockapoo. Oh, I'm definitely not going to get one. But they are cute. Oh, that's Pamela's cockapoo. My dog Biscuit. They're cute, aren't they? They're very cute, actually. It's the faces. Faithful, loving dogs that don't shed hair. And everybody wants to talk to her. Nice. I like a bearded collie and a Shih Tzu, says Jackie in Watford. And Henry VIII's just gone up a bit. 6'1" he was a minute ago. Now he's 6'2". And I've got two Dachshunds. One called, isn't it funny? We write dash hounds, but it's pronounced Dachshunds. You try explaining that to somebody. One called Bonnie and the other Dex. They are terrific, which is lovely. And somebody says a lot of people telling me how tall Henry was. I found a lovely watch. If you were thinking of buying me a present for Christmas, this watch I would like. Okay, this is a Patek Philippe watch. It's got an enamelled dial depicting Europe and Asia. It's one of only 3 that they know like this. A Patek Philippe. It is the timepiece of all timepieces, and it's just sold at auction in Geneva. 5.6 million for a watch. 5.6 million for a Patek Philippe. And but it does depict Europe and Asia. 5.6 million. I mean, you'd be frightened to wear the blooming thing. Where would you wear it? It just tells the time. If I don't want to know the time, because I don't wear a watch. I haven't worn a watch for quite some time, actually, now. And I just look at the phone. And it says it's 6:36. So there you go. You now know. Oh, I can't do that one. I do like some of these cases. They found a soldier's long lost altar found in a brewery. A Second World War memorial altar has been returned to its rightful home after being discovered by chance in a former brewery. The altar was found 50 years after going missing in a Belgian town by a photographer who showed pictures to a contact. Amazing stuff they find nowadays. They're still finding things on the battlefields of Europe. Still finding things. They go there and digging up coinage and all sorts of exciting things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, the Groovy Gang glass arrived in one piece when it got to Australia. Hopefully the bauble is packed good, says Shane. Yes, I mean, it depends what they're made of, I suppose. If they're glass, well then, there might be the problem. But they always pack these things carefully. They always pack them very carefully. So, but I don't know yet. I don't know. Somebody says there's some Henry VIII clothing on eBay. How lovely. What else we got? What else have we got in the newspapers for today? That ticking time bomb, I mean, depending on which newspaper you pick up this morning, it goes between 850,000 up to about 13 million people have type 2 diabetes. But they don't know they've got type 2 diabetes. So, as I've said before, you go to the toilet a lot. That's fairly popular. And you get very hot. And you go to the toilet a lot. You go to the toilet a lot. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge want to break the stigma around mental health. The railway children back. I'm liking that. I'm liking that story, especially with Jenny Agutter. Daddy, my daddy. Pub crawls, distant fantasy, but of course the Australians have sussed that one out. Have the pub crawl. I've never been interested in things like that. They do it in Magaluf. Of course, they do lots of things in Magaluf that we don't want to talk about on the programme this morning. And they do it, don't they? The people in this Ibiza weekend is very popular for doing the same sort of thing. And they say, oh, no, we're all going on a pub crawl. And they just basically go around to different bars and get drunk. Seems a bit pointless. Satellite images show forestry has grown in 20 years. And I love the story of the father who's been gutted when he realised that his tattoo, which is Chinese letter, I don't know what he thought it was going to be saying. Perhaps it was an ex-girlfriend or something. But it actually reads Love Rat in Chinese. Because you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know until somebody sees it and goes, why you got Love Rat written on there? You go, it doesn't say Love Rat. It says, I love my girlfriend. No, it doesn't. Faster broadband becoming number one thing for homeowners. And poor old Gabby Roslin told she'd never get on telly. I don't know, what a funny thing to say. And that was at one of these showbiz schools. Jackie says, I think a calendar's better than baubles as you'll see it all year round. Yes, that is true. But on the other hand, it becomes out of date at the end of the year. Whereas a bauble will come out Christmas after Christmas. Because a lot of people save all their Christmas baubles, don't they? Don't they do that? But I take the point, actually. Graham in Croydon says, Steve, it isn't Dachshund, it's Dachshund, as you know, German, roof dog. I just don't think them very, very, very attractive. It's like the Queen of the royal family. She's now got some hybrid dog. But she used to like corgis. I never thought corgis were that exciting. But, I'm willing to accept the fact that some people absolutely like them. Plus, what with the Brit Awards tonight, and luckily because we know people who are going, can't wait. 4,000 people are going to be going to this. There can't be much social distancing going on, but there are lots of VIP boxes, so that'll be very interesting. The Queen speaking for the first time following Prince Philip's death, and more quiz shows arriving on television. I really don't want any more. Oxford University has doubled its intake from disadvantaged backgrounds, which is good. And Waddesdon Manor, I think, owned by the Rothschilds. And I think they've got, some stuff in there you've got to see to believe it. Really beautiful things, beautiful things. They're set to reopen again. A friend of mine's going to a National Trust place, I think this week, it could be next week or this weekend. And she's really looking forward to it. I said, well, we should go. We should go to National Trust places because they rely very much on us going there. And going, to the tea shop and buying souvenirs and just enjoying it. Waddesdon Manor. What a beautiful house. What a beautiful house. The interior has got stuff in you cannot believe. It's just unbelievable. And I think the Rothschild family, they just went and bought all this furniture. Every time they went somewhere, they bought things, and it's just beautiful. Inside Christmas time, apparently, it's stunning. Absolutely stunning. And they do it at Christmas where they illuminate the house in all different colours and do all the trees. My friend Ian says, has anybody suggested a Steve Allen fridge magnet? He says, I think you'd look good next to my Golden Girl collection. Not sure I want to be reduced to a fridge magnet. I think that's impertinence. Steve, I think perhaps somebody took Henry VIII's clothes to the local charity shop. Do you think so? You thought people would have pinched things, actually. Don't you think so, that people would have nicked stuff? People pinch anything nowadays, and I'm sure even in Henry VIII's day, he would have had a set of clothes at Hampton Court. He didn't live there all the time. They just went up because he lived in London. So he would sort of go up there. They'd row him up the river. It used to take about 2 days, I think, to actually get there. And then they would open up the palace. It was a lock-up palace. Strangely enough, nobody dared risk breaking into the blooming thing because it would have had everything. But they got the kitchens open. They were serving about 700 people a day with food. And you go there now. I mean, I like going on odd occasions. It's great. It's great. Steve, Daddy, my daddy was also my favourite part of the Railway Children. Favourite part of The Sound of Music? Christopher Plummer singing Edelweiss. And he was overcome with emotion. And Julie Andrews took up the song. I know, but of course he didn't sing, Christopher Plummer. He was dubbed. He mimed. He had a voice double. Well, it wasn't necessarily a voice double because he didn't sing. And who was one of the nuns? Marnie Nixon. Who did she sing for? Loads of people. Marnie Nixon was the singer's singer. How about a Steve Allen or Groovy Gang travel mug? That'd be seen everywhere. Yes, it probably would, actually. I quite like the idea, actually. And Steve, Chris says, where have you been? I've been here. Just that you didn't hear me. It's like that sort of, when I went to Disney years ago and they had a new ride. And I said, what was here before? And they went, it's always been there. And I remember thinking, so I said, no, what was on this bit of ground before? It's always been there. They weren't budging at all on it. I couldn't get them to say it was just a piece of waste ground and we popped a ride onto it. They weren't going to tell me that. They just said it was always there. It's just that you couldn't see it. So I bought into it. And Lorraine says, I want a Christmas CD with all your favourite songs on it. We thought about that, actually. We thought about a Christmas CD of, Steve's favourite songs. Then you could have one of them with me singing. On second thoughts, maybe one with not me singing, which I think would be just too much for people to bear.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Somebody's written in to me, the rude person actually, you can always tell at the end of The Sound of Music when they're fleeing to Switzerland, yodeling, climb Everest, they weren't yodeling anything at all. At the end of the film, it's orchestra and chorus. What an idiot you must be, honestly. Fancy not knowing that. Anybody who knows anything about The Sound of Music. And another one here, which says, what about a rose? Could be quite a nice idea. And then Ben in Guildford says you could record a Christmas single and we'll see if we can get you to number 1. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? Can you imagine, honestly? Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So the old-fashioned hobbies are coming back. Nobody does hobbies anymore. It's like people joining the Scouts and the Cubs and things like that, and the Girl Guides and the Brownies. Does anybody do them? Because top of the pandemic pastimes is gardening, because it's very therapeutic. Lots of pictures of little Mrs. Perry Edwards, who can't wait to get her clothes off. Honestly, these people must be absolutely exhibitionist mad. So she's revealed she's pregnant. That was a week after Leanne Pinnock announced she's expecting. Amazing, isn't it? Sorry, person in group has sex. I mean, honestly, I kind of lose the will to live, really. And Garden Rescue presenters Harry and David Rich and Arid Anderson have quit the hit daytime show. They've been on the show since 2016. Do you know, I didn't even know who they were. And they've been on the show that long, and they'll leave after the new series. Their replacements will work alongside Charlie Dimmock, Lee Burkill, a vlogger based in the Northwest, former Gardeners World presenter Flo Headlam, and designer Chris Hull. If only I knew who these people were. Unfortunately, I don't. Flo says, I'm looking forward to adding my horticultural flavour and having some fun. Oh, could you think more about making a television programme? Can't be that complicated, can it? So, tucking into a meal. Oh, I love the Prince Charles Cinema here. We're just in central, just over the road from us here. They put a sign up saying, May the 17th be with you. It's good, isn't it? Family hugs, but use common sense. Pubs, restaurants can serve indoors, but I think we're still socially distancing. 0 deaths in England and Scotland. I mean, that's the miracle of all miracles. Definitely. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked it? Oh, they found, it's an odd one, this one, 30 distilleries used to produce illegal whiskey in the 19th century have been discovered in Scotland. Quelle surprise. Archaeologists used old accounts by customs men to trace the hideouts which produced the spirit for smuggling and selling. A trumpet would sometimes be sounded to warn that the taxman was coming. God, can you imagine nowadays? The taxman's coming round. It still puts the fear of God into people, doesn't it? If ever you get a television quiz or pointless or whatever it is, and they go, what do you do? I'm a tax officer. Well, the audience practically boo them. Honestly, well, I've seen signs on the back of cars, P.S. I love traffic wardens. Why can't we say the same for tax officers? Poor souls. Honestly, they get a really rough press, don't they? An 1884 newspaper report helped National Trust Scotland find one in a cliff edge near Applecross in the Highlands. Apparently, landscape is absolute key. It provides barley and water and peat and timber for fuel and stone for bothies. I remember thinking about bothies the other day. Isn't that great, actually? How about a pocket diary with the best Steve Allen quips? That'd be a good idea. And Lara says, I love listening to you on repeat. I think you mean not podcast. I have to try and work out what repeat is actually nowadays, which is quite good. And that's from Madeline. I can't even pronounce the place she comes from, but it sounds absolutely lovely. And it's I think it's in Scotland or somewhere like that. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Other stories which are running in the papers today. National icon Bob's kidney tumour op. This is Bob Champion has revealed he was suffering from a kidney tumour whilst completing a 191-mile charity walk. Good Lord. That is quite something, Great British Menu presenter Andy Oliver. I didn't know who she was, actually, before. I said she popped up on this programme, and it turns out that she's a chef and a presenter, which is lovely. Says it's still a white male stronghold. That's the British hospitality industry. She says, but we're kicking down those doors, we're making a noise. So she replaced Prue Leith. I quite like... It's all a bit posh, but I quite like watching the people doing it. That's okay. But ahead of the final later this month, she added, when I was a kid, there wasn't anybody like me on the television. There still aren't many middle-aged black women hosting massive shows on TV. Well, there's Loose Women. Loose Women's gone very diverse. I mean, do you remember people complained the other day? They went, excuse me, an all-black panel. And you went, yes, hello. Where have you been? They did it on a quiz show. Didn't Alan Carr have an all-black lineup of people on one of the quiz shows that he was recreating on the television? And people wrote in and complained. Mind you, people complain at everything nowadays, don't they? Which is a bit worrying. Andrew's in Chiswick. It's his birthday today. We don't know how old. I should imagine it's over 50 or something like that. He's in Chiswick. I mean, goodness sake. So it's Redondo Beach, which is this one here. So somebody making morning coffee. Redondo Beach. Sounds quite nice, but I don't know where it is. It sounds absolutely delightful. Absolutely delightful. And a 7-year-old will become the first child to send something to the moon after impressing a space firm's chief. Elizabeth Norman wowed United Launch Alliance CEO Tony Bruno with her 7-foot cardboard model of the company's Vulcan Centaur rocket. After seeing the craft in her science-themed YouTube videos, Mr. Bruno offered her a tiny space in a moon time capsule. She will give a sticker bearing her blog's name. They were also invited to the rocket's launch, her and the family, in Florida later this year. She hopes to be an astronaut. She's only 7. She's not going to be an astronaut for donkey's years, is she really? And she's already started physical training. Her mum, Jennifer, said the sky isn't even the limit for Elizabeth. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? I'm still quite liking, actually, the story of Brian Connolly, who's gone in and being, nice about all the people who aren't working in the business. He said, I'm just so fortunate, which is, you should always be grateful. I said that to somebody only a short while ago. And who can't read or write very well? Jay Blades from Repair Shop. I have to be honest, I quite like Repair Shop. Some of the things that they do are quite phenomenal, aren't they? And it was quite a novel. Now other people have started doing it as well. Because, once you get a formula on the television, people then start copying it. So you get copycat I get confused with what I'm actually watching. But I do like it when they pick stuff up from the council dump, and they turn it into something else, and then they sell it, and they seem to make huge amounts of money. Some of it doesn't. But the people have gone, you could have done this, you could have done that. Redondo Beach is right next door to LA Airport. Think, says Mike, Baywatch meets Hounslow. I shall try and visualise that one. It's not easy, is it really? I've got a great story about a teacher, but I can't run with it at the moment because it's in one of those cases that seems to run. It's hilarious. You'll love the story. You'll love the story. Giant turtles who love our seas are British, apparently. Oh, I watched a programme on the telly the other day. I got quite depressed. And it was one of those David Attenborough programmes where it's at this certain time of the equinox or whatever it was, all these turtles appear out of their... they hatch. Millions of them. And they all come out of the sand. And what have they got to do? They've got to run like hell to the water. And what waits for them? Seagulls. They just stand there and they just pick them off. So when you see them, you do think they look quite big, but they're little tiny things. They're less than an inch across, all these little turtles, and they come out of the sand and they run for the sea to try and make it. Very few of them actually make it because they're picked off by all these seagulls. I felt quite depressed, actually. I'm thinking, oh dear, I don't like stuff like that. Don't like that. 8 for 8. Oh no, we're finished. I just suddenly realized. I was sort of thinking to myself, oh, how much longer have I got to do? And I suddenly realised about a minute, less than a minute. I can urge you to go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, and download the app, because I have 2 podcasts every day. I have my free Little Bit Extra podcast and my free whole programme. You know, we've taken out the adverts, we've taken out the news, and the travel, and it's all there for you. All you have to do is just go to lbc.co.uk, download the app, and then you can listen to everything. Robbie Williams on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, hanging out with Simon Cowell. I don't know what Robbie does nowadays, actually. One of the old One Direction members is said to be going on a world tour. Can't imagine why. And the Queen was seen on a video call. She really is doing so well for 95. Morning, everybody. Welcome. Wednesday, the 12th of March. I'm peeling. I've got no idea how this has ever... I only noticed it 2 days ago, and I remember thinking, that's a bit odd, isn't it? I mean, it's not like I'm dehydrated. I've been drinking water like it's going out of fashion. But my arms... And I also, because I wear a coat... My arms are covered up all the time. Look at that. It's ridiculous. Honestly, seriously. I could be walking uphill to the television before very long. Absolutely ridiculous. So I've got some cream, which I've sort of put on. But after it's sort of soaked through your skin, you've got to put more on. I'm just covered in dead skin. I could probably make another Steve Allen, which is quite nice. So the trouble is, I was listening earlier on to Darren, you know, as one does, when I was doing my nails at the time. And I thought, I must have a listen and see what he's talking about. I thought he was going to go for the film, which is showing you people who go through this therapy to turn them from gay to straight. They're very big in this in America, where they have people who tell lies about, I used to be gay, and you think, no, you didn't. No, you didn't, love. No, you didn't. You can't just turn gay to straight. It just doesn't work like that. What you can get is somebody like Philip Schofield, who's been gay all the time, gets married, because that's what people did. They have children, and then they go, oh, I think I'll be gay. And so people then make that decision. But this is a film showing people going through this therapy to change somebody. See, I'd rather see the film with sort of somebody who's gone from straight to gay. That would make it far more entertaining. I'd start nominating people. But, sorry? I'm sure they do exist. But, well, in fact, actually, of course, in the porn industry, you do have gay for pay. It's people who will make gay films for the money because, there's too many people going into it. I mean, seriously, nobody's ever asked me. But I thought that was it. But instead, no, it was eating meat. And people get very funny about it. I can always spot animal lovers. I can hear it in their voices. I know exactly what they're going to say, because God made the animals and we shouldn't really eat meat and all the rest of it. It's basically interfering with somebody else's life. It's like being vegetarian, isn't it? If a vegetarian comes around to your place, no point in doing them a steak. They're not going to eat the thing. And yet you go round their house, you'll have to eat the root vegetables that they eat. It doesn't work, does it, really? It's a shame. It's all a little bit one-sided, but it doesn't matter. I mean, heavens above, I've eaten vegetables, on odd occasions, and I've eaten meat. In fact, yesterday I had bacon. Actually, I had a whole packet of bacon. I'm sure it wasn't good for me, but I ate a whole packet of bacon. I looked sod it. I hadn't had anything for ages and ages, but I quite liked it. And I had it with a tub of that sandwich filler, egg mayonnaise. It was particularly delicious, actually. I was watching Miracle on 34th Street. The original version, and I loved it, absolutely loved it. We found a baker who went to court to claim all sorts of things. It turned out he's a liar. Anyway, he's now got to pay £40,000. And if you don't pay it, we're going to put him in prison. Which is lovely, isn't it? I like people like that. The Jaffa cake is now the Jaffa Donut. Jaffa Donut. And they've said, would you be eating it? I suppose so, yes. I used to work for the company that used to make Jaffa donuts. Oh, Meghan Markle. Oh, dear, we've fallen foul again of the hypocritical side of her because she loves the publicity. All this garbage about, I don't like the media and everything. She's milking it for all it's worth. It turns out that years ago she complained about, I think, Procter & Gamble because they had an advert on the television which was basically implying that women do the washing up in the house, and she didn't like it. So at the age of 11 she wrote to them. Well, now she's working with Procter & Gamble. It's hilarious, really. And of course I shouldn't imagine she gets her hands dirty at all. I bet they have staff. Do you see, Harry, you don't go into the washing up? Do we have somebody who washes? Of course they have. Of course they have. It's all a little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Also, the couple who found love 75 years after playing Mary and Joseph in the school play. I loved her. I was also in the school play. When we lived in Hong Kong, I was one of the three kings. And I've got myself on the cine film. There's no sound on it because we didn't have it in those days. And I had to sing We Three Kings from Oriental. I can't remember I just remember I had my mum's tea towel on my head. I don't know if I was frankincense or myrrh. I don't know. I don't think... Yeah, gold, frankincense and myrrh. Myrrh, I also was like Egyptian Scrabble or something like that, And frankincense is sort of just like a cream, isn't it? I wish I had it now for my arms. Look at that, honestly, it's ridiculous. I've never seen so much skin coming off me. But my favourite was the Victoria Woods story, which I've told countless times. And she goes along to watch the school nativity play. And they had Mary and Joseph, because there was no point in being one of the sheep. In fact, I believe somebody was an octopus. In some nativity, they'll put people in anything nowadays just to sort of fill up the space. And most kids wave at their parents in the audience anyway. So it was okay to be a shepherd, and it was okay to be Mary and Joseph. I mean, anything else was pushing it a bit. And the innkeeper had a particularly bad day. He was not having good, because they're all roughly about sort of 5 or 6 years old, and all they have to do is sort of just play the parts. You teach them the nativity, which is a lovely little story. It really is. Whether you believe it or not is neither here nor there. And on this particular day, they're doing the performance, and as I say, the innkeeper was really having a mare of a day. Nothing had gone right for him. And so you've got Mary and Joseph, and they're on there, and the plastic baby, because they never used a real one, just in case they dropped it. And so once the kids had come on stage and waved, and to them, hello, Mum, hello, Dad, okay, yeah, okay, you're Mary and Joseph, and they've got the innkeeper hiding behind the sort of the flat thing with the door, and so Mary and Joseph go up to the door, and so Joseph knocks on the door. Nothing. The innkeeper's really having a bad day. He's decided he doesn't want to play ball. So eventually he opens the door. Yes. So Joseph, in character, with Mary standing behind him with a tea towel on her head and holding the, sort of plastic baby, which I don't know why they were doing it, because she hadn't even had the baby up until that point. And she says, and she's sort of standing there looking a bit sort of gormless. And Joseph says, I am Joseph and this is Mary, and she's going to have a baby and we want to stay here. And the innkeeper looks at them and he goes, well, you can't, and shuts the door. So Joseph, a bit fazed by this, had no idea where to go after this one, so knocked on the door again. Nothing from the innkeeper. He's having a strop the other side. Eventually, the innkeeper opens the door, and Joseph looks at him and goes, we booked? Such a nice little story. Nice little story. And I was in the nativity play. I think I must have been about 8 or 9 when I was singing I was so cute. I was so cute. And so you see me mouthing We Three Kings of Oriental, and then we all did the version of One in a Taxi, One in a Car. And we did While Shepherds Wash Their Socks by Night, all seated round the tub, and all that kind of stuff. I just quite liked the story. I thought it was a bit good, actually. And they always had loads of money. Although, as somebody pointed out, Mary and Joseph in a dirty old stable with animals all over the place, must have stunk to high heaven. And somebody comes and gives them gold. I'd have been down the road to the Bethlehem Hilton, booking into the best suite that they had on site with the full cooked breakfast, as opposed to staying in this bloody barn. Why would you want to do that? But it's still a good story. And the kids love doing it. But then, of course, they had a big thing in school. You can't photograph your kid doing the nativity play, because there might be other children who are in the same photograph and their parents don't want you putting it up on YouTube and stuff like that. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's an interesting thing. Interesting thing. But we all love it. The kids love it. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. What if we're going to find that thick person? Oh, no, we can't find that thick person we found yesterday, who had no idea about The Sound of Music and thought they were yodeling coming over the Austrian hills. And so we had to delete them, I'm afraid. Shade says, I'm eating meat at the moment. Oh, God, don't start that. People who don't eat meat are sort of very unforgiving of people who do eat meat. I don't know why. It's got absolutely diddly squat to do with them, what you do. I mean, I never tell people what I'm eating half the time. You know, you're not unforgiving. No, but people are. You can hear that. You can hear it in their voices. You know, God made the animals and you've got to look after them. And all this kind of thing, and you shouldn't eat them. And I heard somebody saying we should dig a hole or something and then say a prayer over it. I couldn't quite work out that bit at all. But no, unfortunately there are more. But I mean, I don't know how many vegetarians there are in the country, or vegans, or people who don't eat leather sandals or something. And you have to sort of go along with it. I mean, I couldn't care less. I've worked with vegetarians, vegans, meat eaters. It doesn't make the slightest difference. Why would you ever ask? Why would you ever ask anybody, you know, what they eat when they're at home? It doesn't make any difference at all, does it? It's what somebody chooses to do, which I love. But I do love banning people. We have so much fun banning people. It's good. Steve, is posh toast a new expensive line from a certain ex-singer? No, but believe it or not, yesterday on This Morning with Pip and Holly, they were eating toast, which Phil Vickery was doing on the programme, and it was different toppings that you can put on toast. He had shrimps and stuff like that. It was also mushrooms with garlic and stuff like that. And can you believe the trolls, the thick, stupid ones, actually wrote and complained? I can't believe I'm watching a man who's actually doing items on toast. And you think, well, don't watch it, thicko. Go and do something else, like go and boily red or something, or stick it back in the sand. They actually complained about Phil Vickery doing posh toast, which, of course, ties in very nicely because I got sent a book yesterday, and it's called Posh Toast. And it's from Warburton's, and it's, I don't know how many recipes there are, loads of them, loads and loads of recipes of what to put on toast, including devilled kidneys, potted crab, tagliatelle crostini, mint and feta, avocado cream, to all sorts of things. So those poor, sad, lonely people who wrote and complained about Phil Vickery, why don't you just go and sort of colour in or something in a book? Because you're obviously too stupid for the programme. I couldn't believe that somebody would actually waste their time by complaining. They said, you know, so couldn't he cook something else? Well, he did toast, dear, didn't he? Perhaps you could go and find something else to do, like leave the country. These people, they're so stupid. They really are so thick. I'd love to, I mean, I'm sure you could actually spend a lifetime putting them on the front page of newspapers. You know, today's thicko is, and then put a picture of somebody up on there, which would be quite good. But no, there is a book out called Posh Toast, which I just got sent by Warburton's. In fact, actually, and there's a poem. There's a poem that comes with it. It's a toasty love story, which is very nice. It says, for the love of toast, we hear you cry, because nothing compares, and we'll tell you why. Whether it's breakfast in bed or an afternoon treat, hot buttered toast makes us feel complete. As our recent ad shows, nothing should get in the way, not even Hollywood A-listers, that's what we say. So we ask you the question, what can wait? The school run, work, a friend, or a date? For the perfect slice takes care and love, baked to perfection, taking time to prepare. We're dedicated to baking the best quality bread, so you can kick back and enjoy it toasted with your favourite spread. You see? So what did I do yesterday? I bought toast. Well, I bought bread. I bought a loaf of bread and put stuff on it, which I quite like, actually. I quite like it. So to watch Phil Vickery doing it yesterday, I thought was absolutely charming, and it was lovely. But for those sad people, those sad, lonely people, you know, I do like seeded bread. My friend makes seeded bread. I used to get it when I was younger. You would get a loaf of bread, like a bloomer, and it would come with caraway seed or poppy seeds on the top. I used to start picking at it before I even got home. It was delicious. And they do it into the Manor Born, where Audrey Forbes Hamilton goes into the local shop and she goes, oh, and a large bloomer. And she takes it and wraps it in that tissue paper, which is lovely. I mean, you know, as Warburton's and anybody else will tell you, you can put all sorts of spreads, chocolate spread, peanut butter. You can do, you know, marmalade and everything, which I now can. which I now can. How can you be called a vegan butcher? Well, I mean, in theory, you could actually be a butcher, but you don't eat meat. It is entirely possible. You know, you could do it for a job. It's like, you know, you can be a funeral director. You don't have to die to do it. You know, you can be a radio presenter, but I don't go home and carry on doing the programme. I do it on the train sometimes. Hello, I'm going. How are you today? Nice to see you. Down at Waterloo Station, Lenny will always say to me, getting better by the day, Steve. Better by the day. I always go, thank you. And he always points me out to other people on the station, which goes, that's Steve Allen. I get so embarrassed, honestly. And then yesterday I took the car in because it's not doing cold air at the moment. I might have to have my system repumped. But they're very good down there. But the one thing they did say is, peanut butter and Marmite together? I think not. But I did get sent a jar of Marmite. So there's the next 2 years sorted out, which is good, isn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Toast, posh toast. I mean, there's always a nice thing. I think that when they were doing Are You Being Served? And they've got a thing going where they have to get rid of people of a certain age, which is hilarious. And, of course, she told fibs years before. But she said, I'm just going to get myself some more hot buttered toast. And there was something about that line, hot buttered toast, which you can imagine it immediately. I do the same thing. I have 3 pieces of toast, sometimes I have a craving, and I can't tell you about it, with peanut butter. I don't do chocolate spread. It's the only thing I don't do. I never did chocolate spread, actually. I'm not a great chocolate eater, but marmalade, but it's got to be Rose's lime marmalade, which is very nice. But just hot buttered toast is enough for me. And even having it, when I was in hospital, they used to bring in a toast rack with toast on it and those little pats of butter. I could be quite happy with that for the rest of my life. You know, somebody bringing me... And they used to wrap it in tissue paper to keep it warm for when it sort of arrives. You take the tissue paper off. It was like unwrapping a Christmas present. And there was the toast in the middle of it, which was absolutely lovely. And, you know, in the morning, I could quite happily just, you know, have somebody bring me a little pot of tea, a little jug of milk, 2 slices of toast, butter, maybe some bacon. And then after you've had that, you just go back to sleep again. That's the best thing. I do that sometimes on a Saturday morning after the Friday night, because I wake up at the usual time because I'm so used to doing it. And I think, I always make sure I've got bread in. But poppy seeded loaf. And we used to have a baker's. We've still got bakers around our place now. And you could buy a bloomer and they would slice it for you. They put it onto a machine and go like that and it would slice it. There's something delicious. Have you had it sliced or do you cut it yourself? Oh, you cut it yourself. Very posh. Very posh. What you need is a butter dish. You need a butter dish. Le Creuset do a very nice butter dish. Don't they, Warburtons? And John Lewis do a toast. You don't find people with toast racks now. It's a long... They're very handy. Looks lovely sitting on the table because you have to slice the toast. So you've got to do triangles. And I bought myself years and years ago a Tefal... What do they call it? It's a toasted sandwich maker. And you butter both sides of the bread, and then you put in the middle, and you can make your own samosas, either with sort of a bit of mincemeat, cooked obviously, or just you can put some potato in. And I tell you, but it only made 2, and I've had no end of these Tefal toasters. I mean, some of them are sort of, you know, very nice. You can have there's a stovetop toasty maker, 20 quid here, 20 quid, which is sort of like, it looks like something that you used to put in your bed to warm up. We had what do they call it? Not a bed pan, but we had it when we lived in Yorkshire, and it looked like a pan with a long handle on, like a sort of a couple of plates put together, and you poured hot water in it and then slid it into the bed to take the chill off the bed. And it was absolutely delicious, you know, to sort of climb into a bed that's got, you know, warm bits on it, and then you could have toast in there it is, a French bed that £902. God, I wish we'd saved ours. £317, an antique copper bed warmer. Blimey. We should have saved all the stuff that we got rid of. You just went, oh, nobody will buy that. Nowadays they do. But no, hot buttered toast in the morning. God, I bet you're lying in bed now going, shut up, don't talk about it. Hot water. Well, either hot water, in our one hot water, but sometimes coals. You take coals from the fire and put them in there and then just slide it into the bed to take the chill off. Because once you're in the bed, you generated your own heat, as you probably know, because you're of the larger size. You probably generate quite a lot of heat. And I mean, I generate heat in bed as well. I get very warm and toasty in bed. So sometimes I stick my feet out of the bed. It's not an attractive look, I admit, but I mean, it suits me. Suits me. So, Dua Lipa and Little Mix at the Brit Awards. Woo! Did Little Mix do well? Very well indeed. Rob Lowe thanks his family for helping him be sober. He's been sober now for 31 years. 31 years, which is something. I've only done 3 months. Chris Lambrianou found himself with the craze 50 years ago when they were put on trial. I've met him on a few occasions, actually. And there's a 2-page spread in the Sun today on dreary old Katie Price and this boring wedding. I mean, seriously, she's still going on, because my mother's, not going to live much longer. We want to make sure she's there. And I remember thinking, well, you're not going to get married for another 6 months. Why can't you just sort of do it next week? Because it's a paid-for wedding. That's the only way she knows how to make money nowadays. That's why the wedding won't last. I've made my 2 predictions. I think Harry and Meghan, I don't think that will last. I really don't. She's so ambitious. And, of course, I mean, if she'd just been that normal actress, she wouldn't be doing any of these things now. She wouldn't have been invited on to Oprah Winfrey. Why would she? New laws to protect students and free speech. And the MP in the papers who was once pictured with a womble. And what do wombles do? Underground, overground, wombling free. The wombles of Wimbledon Common are we. And they used to go round Wimbledon Common picking up rubbish. That's what they did. Anyway, he's just been fined for littering. Apparently he dropped a cigarette. Can't win nowadays, can you? They're digging up a cafe basement at the moment. They think that there's a body there of a 15-year-old girl, another victim of Fred West. Apparently Rose West has clammed up, but then as far as I'm concerned, she can rot in prison. I couldn't care less what happens to Rose West. What a revolting specimen she is. Fred West did the decent thing and hanged himself. I mean, that was sort of, I don't think anybody was prepared for that. We were waiting for him to go to trial. They think there's another 20 victims of Fred and Rose West, but I always remember LBC years ago, we got an exclusive. One of our presenters got Fred and Rose West's son, Stephen, and he came in and he spoke about life living at home, because I don't think the kids, apart from the daughter, knew exactly what was going on. And then I remember somebody saying, how did they manage to get these people back to the house where they committed their atrocities? And somebody said, because they looked like an ordinary couple. They didn't have the word murderers stamped all over them. But as I say, only a short while in prison, and Fred West hanged himself, and Rose West is still languishing in prison, as I say, stay there for the rest of her life. But they think there's another victim in this cellar. They've done one of those. What do they do when they do it? They do it out on Time Team, geophysics, where they run a thing over and they can see what's under the ground, and they think there's the body of a person under there. The cafe owner, of course, knows nothing about it because this was donkeys years ago. But it's a 15-year-old girl. That's what they think. The police have said it's going to take a couple of weeks to presumably dig up the cellar and find out what's there. It's tragically sad. But you do get these people. You get these people who are so sick and so mentally ill that they don't think there's anything the matter. They really don't. I mean, I forget how many murders there were that they've attributed to Fred and Rose West, but then they think that there are more. People who disappeared a long, long time ago. And this particular girl was waiting at the bus stop. 15 years old, so we'll wait and see. It's very, very sad, very, very sad. Especially for the parents, who I don't think are alive anymore. I think both the parents, so they died without knowing that maybe they could find their daughter again. A top scientist in the papers today says the UK could be back to normal this year. Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm looking forward to going down to see my godchildren again, because I've now got loads of things for them. I've got the Christmas tree I bought from QVC, which is only a 6 foot. It doesn't quite look right at home. It needs to be a 7 or 8 foot tree. And so I'm going to give them that one, which they can put in their party barn. I've also got a sucker and blower, one of those like garden vacuum things, a big garden parasol and a heater, because they live in a very, very old house, very old. I think it's 16th century or 17th century. And so even though it's got central heating, it does have cold areas. So they've actually got a couple of heaters down and this is another one. It just revolves. It's an upright heater, which is very nice indeed. Who sang Toast? A little piece of toast. That was a hit, God, way back in the 1970s. Who did Toast? Wait a minute. Don't help me. Don't help me. I shall think about it. I think actually it was Street Band. And I think wait a minute, it's coming back to me now. Was the lead singer, I think, was Paul Young. And I think it came out in about 1978. It came out as a B-side, Toast, but everybody played Toast. Sorry? The month it came out. Oh God, wait a minute. I don't know. I remember it was a bit early for Christmas, so I think it must have been September. It was October. And I remember it was October because it also hit the Christmas chart market, which was good. But I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. It was down as a novelty record, and I liked novelty records. I was quite good, actually, quite good. The lyrics were made up on the night. I think Paul Young did an interview back in 2011 where he was talking about the lyrics being made up in the on the night, and I think that was Chaz Jankel, I think. And I tell you, it's amazing. Sometimes you jog my memory. And back it all floods, which is great. Steve, I love cold burnt toast. Oh, no. Before we had toasters, it used to go under the grill, and you always knew when there were trouble because it would burst into flames. But my parents, being my parents, and probably your parents did exactly the same, they would scrape it. They'd take it out with a knife and they'd scrape the black up. They're not throwing it away. Nowadays, if it burnt in the toaster, I wouldn't throw it away and put another 2 pieces in there. But that's what we did. We sort of scraped the toast. makes us sound quite poor, actually. But that's loads of people did that because a loaf of bread was not cheap, and we didn't have the sort of money that we had and have nowadays. I don't think my mother, even up until, a few years before she died, if she cooked a meal for herself, if she didn't eat all of it, she'd save it and freeze it. And then she was very good in the kitchen, whereas me, I'm bone idle. I can't cook for love nor money. I go and buy something and you either heat it up or stick it in a frying pan or you stick it in a saucepan. And that's about as good as it ever gets. David Cheadle, have you ever tried GI seeded brown bread? I don't like brown bread. And please do not sell me on, it's so much better for you. It's no better for you. All it is brown bread is the same as white bread, except it's unbleached. There's no different. You can have bits in it as well, which is okay. And people go, oh, I have brown bread. And you go, well, I really couldn't care less. I couldn't care less.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, it's the 12th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and we're with you till 7. Do you know that all the newspapers are doing this thing about Adele? Not because she's, nasty or anything like that, but her father died. He died of cancer. He lived in a trailer park, and she hadn't spoken to him since he walked out when she was 3. And she has no intention. She didn't want to go and see him. She didn't want to talk to him. She wasn't remotely interested. You do something like that, kids remember. Kids remember. And so the papers have sort of basically done loads and loads of stories on this poor woman, saying, oh, she never spoke to him, but he died of cancer and he tried to reach out to her. He walked out when she was 3. How would you feel? I would feel exactly the same. Luckily, I had 2 lovely parents. I was very lucky. But, she didn't want to know anything about him. And he said, oh, I sent her texts and phoned and tried to get through to her, but she didn't want to know. Of course she didn't. She walked out when she was 3. It is unfortunate, very unfortunate, that he died of cancer. And they made a big deal about she, is worth 150 million, lives in an £8.5 million house, and he lived in a trailer park. Well, whose fault is that? Nothing to do with her. She was very lucky, actually, that she was able to sort of separate him after he walked out, and get on with her life. And so she did. But they're making a big deal about, she should have reached out to him. Why? I didn't understand why. Steve, would you put Marmite and Branston in the same sandwich? No, I definitely... What would I put in a sandwich? I wouldn't... certainly wouldn't be peanut butter and Marmite, that's a fact. Don't want to upset them down at the garage when they're looking for the car. And no, I don't know, actually. What would I put in a sandwich? I mean, probably cheese and pickle. I know it sounds deadly boring, but I mean, I'm quite happy with cheese and pickle. I could probably do some posh toast when I get in, but not Marmite and Branston. Definitely not. But I'll tell you what, I do fancy, but I haven't had it for ages and ages because we don't have any sit-down Chinese restaurants round our neck of the woods. I'd probably have to travel to go and find one. And they used to do toffee banana, you know, where they sort of cut the banana up, then they put it in their batter, and it's got seeds on it. Delicious. Delicious. With ice cream. Or just about anything, actually. It was absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. I loved it. Roger says, bread is my weakness. I've given up the crisps and chocolate, but I love fresh bread. I like bread as well, but I try not to have too much of it, mainly because I'm mindful that they keep saying, oh, bread's really bad for you. So I try not to have things that are bad for me. I mean, I'm not a brilliant diabetic, as you know. I mean, I've had moments where I've had stuff and I've thought, I shouldn't be eating this. I shouldn't be eating. I'm going to suffer for it. But at least I'm getting myself back into doing regular injections. Because if you remember, I was a bit weak last time. I would do the injections, then climb into bed. But some nights I'd forget to do the injections. And then I couldn't remember if I'd done the injections. So now when I wake up and I go to make myself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, then I'll do the injection while I'm waiting for the hot water to fill up the cup. Because it's a machine that you fill up with water and then you just push a button and it fills up with hot water. And that's quite nice. And I do my injection then. So at least I know I'm doing it every time. But I'm terrible. I just sometimes get a bit carried away. I always think to myself, I don't want to be a boring diabetic. I bought some water the other day and it was from Waitrose. And it's Middle Eastern type water. It comes with flavouring in it. And I think the flavouring is mint and lime. Whatever it was, I stuck it in the fridge. Well, I drank half of it yesterday and I drank the rest of it this morning. It was delicious. So when I get back this morning, I've got to go back and buy another couple of bottles and just stick them in the fridge. Because something ice cold in the morning kind of just cleanses the palate. Do you know what I mean? You know, before I have my cup of coffee, I'll have some either cold water, which I keep in the fridge all the time. And because I'm being good with the water, because I'm a bit limited on what I can drink and what I can't drink. I said the other day, I used to drink mango juice. I could down a whole container of mango juice. But not anymore. In fact, I haven't drunk mango juice for ages and ages. And occasionally I get a craving for a milkshake. Occasionally. And there was that Byron. Was it Byron or was it somewhere else? Anyway, they used to do a banana milkshake. I've got a thing about banana milkshakes. Banana lollies and banana milkshakes, but there you go. So there's Chris Lambriano we mentioned. 6 in 10 Brits say they're rubbish at staying in touch with people. They do that. Because you know that my producer, Corey, has moved on. He's working on Ian Dale's programme, which seems to have the feeding of the 5,000. I've never known a programme with so many people. I mean, I'm seriously, I'm at the lower end of the market, but I don't mind. We're quite happy. And so we keep in touch every day. Every day I'll write to him. And sort of, you know, just find out what he's doing and things like that, because we have to wait, you know, to sort of till everything's open again, so we can go back to the Steve Allen Afternoon Tea Club. We have a lovely afternoon tea club. It started years ago, and there's about 4 or 5 of us, and we've had afternoon tea in quite a number of London hotels. We've been up the Shard, and we've had tea up there. We've had tea in loads of places. It was really good, really, really. I mean, I don't think there was only one place I didn't like the afternoon tea. But I'll be taking Corey for afternoon tea, yeah. And what? Well, because this is the old team, and Thomas as well. So you don't get an invite to this. No. You're very pushy, aren't you? Honestly. All of a sudden he's a muscle in here. Why are you not inviting me, mate? You know, and all that kind of stuff. And the truth of the matter is, he doesn't have the clothes. He doesn't have anything to wear when we go out to posh places. I'm trying to think what the best one was. I'll tell you what I thought the best one was. The Goring. The Goring I thought was the best. Family-run hotel. And it's just round the back of Victoria. In fact, I passed it on loads of occasions. I passed the end of its road. And we went there. I loved it. You can sit outside. They've got a garden at the back and you can sit on the veranda. And we thought it was lovely. In fact, we've done some stuff for Make Some Noise. And they've got afternoon tea with a horse as well. I mean, listen, I've said to you before, when people have said to me, oh, it sounds lovely, Steve, afternoon tea. And I've said, listen, it's a treat. Okay, because afternoon tea is from £50 per person. But what you can do is, and a lot of people, and I didn't realise this until halfway through, is once you've eaten your sandwiches, and they will go through what all and they cut the crusts off and everything else. I mean, it's a treat. It's a treat, once every so often. If you're lucky enough to afford it, well, then you can do it. If you have it with Bollinger, it goes up to about £60, I think. And they've got Bollinger Rosé, I think, which is £72. But you can order the sandwiches all over again. You don't just have to eat what they give you, because I used to not eat the cakes. I just wanted the sandwiches. I've got a thing about and that's it. It's ever so nice, and they were really nice, and I thought they were very friendly. But as I say, it's a treat. So don't ever think that I'm going to say to you, oh, you must go here, and you get there and go, oh, it's very expensive, because you can go onto the website. It's lovely. They do all sorts of lovely things, and the cakes. But I'm not a huge cake lover. But that's where the Middleton family stayed the night before the wedding to William. They stayed there. And when we walked in, this was bizarre. I've never been before. I mean, I've been there now probably about four or five times. And I went in, we walked in the door, and they went, "Good afternoon, Mr. Allen." I thought, how did they know it was us? Well, I don't know. I mean, I thought, wow, because that makes such a difference. It's like, for me, because I've eaten at Joe Allen's for the last 35 years. 35 years. When I phone up, I can get a table because, I have an account there. And it's just a way of prolonging paying. Which Biggins opened the account for me years and years ago. And so we liked the Goring. We did make some noise things there. People bid for having afternoon tea and drinks, which was lovely. But there was only one place, I'm not going to tell you what it was, in London, where I thought they were just capitalising on, people want to have afternoon tea in London. But it is a treat. It is a treat. Don't, it's not inexpensive. It's expensive, but it's worth the experience as a treat. I mean, for example, if you were thinking, where can I take my mum for her birthday treat? Because you can never think of anything to buy mums because they've had everything. They've got everything. It's no good buying them a toaster or a bed warmer, is it? Something like that. But afternoon tea at a nice hotel is well worth it. I just wish I could afford to stay there. One of these days. A friend of mine's doing that. I spoke to her yesterday. She said, "Oh, I've had such a rotten year. It's been a bit stressful." She's booked a hotel in the New Forest. And she's just going down because she likes walking. She's lost an awful lot of weight. And so she's booked herself in. It's about 130 quid for the room for the night. The hotel's got a restaurant. It's in the middle of the New Forest. So she'll go down there. The Goring was where Margaret Thatcher used to go. It's probably not a good recommendation, but that was the Goring was where Margaret Thatcher used to go and eat, because it was just round the corner from Downing Street. Good Earth in Richmond, says Matthew, the best takeaway. I do like Chinese food. Mind you, I like Thai food. I like anything, really. It's terrible, isn't it, really? Steve, try the Imperial in Teddington, especially Sunday lunchtime. You'll have to book us. It's full of Chinese folk, case rested. Yes, I always think if you look in a Chinese restaurant window and it's full of Chinese people eating in there, that's where you're eating. That's where you're eating. Milkshakes in various locations in London. They do milkshakes, fries with cheese sauce and good quality burgers. That's Five Guys. I've eaten in Five Guys in Richmond. I thought it was really expensive. Oh, it was terribly expensive. I went there with my friend Paul. We went, oh, let's go to Five Guys. We went in there. As I say, we just had two double cheeseburgers, chips, and they had far too many chips, and milkshakes. And I nearly had to go and sort of phone up the bank to say, it's a bit expensive, this. I thought it was terribly expensive. But I'm looking forward to Wendy's coming back. Why Reading, first of all? I've got no idea. They should have done it in London, please. Can you have red grape juice? I don't know. Is that red wine? Or do you mean, is it I don't know what that is, actually. Showing my ignorance. Steve, I really enjoy, says Diane Rochdale. Love listening to your show. You make me laugh, and I like how you speak your mind. Tactfully, of course. My little dog sleeps on the bed with me. She looks at me daft when I laugh out loud and say, Steve rocks. Then I get the dirty looks as she snuggles back down to sleep. Sandwich idea. Barbed wire butty. Very nice. I do. It's a joke. It's a joke. So we have to explain it to him. He's not with it, I tell you. Ever since we decided not to take him out for afternoon tea, boy, has he become bitter. Has he become bitter? It's all we can do to manage to get the time checks right on the programme. Yeah, nice milk. I like a milkshake, but the ones that they did, Byron, was it Byron or was it? I think it was. Anyway, the banana one was delicious. Ice cold. I've got to have an ice cold milkshake. I had one in McDonald's in Richmond. My God, they're slow in there. They really are. So slow. And I'll have a McDonald's, and then I think, no, I'll go and have a bacon roll in Greggs. Well, I don't think they know how to cook bacon, because half of it looks like it's dead. I was going to take a photo and send it to Greggs' head office to go, have you seen what they're serving in the Richmond Greggs? Small wonder their business must have dropped off a bit. It really was. It was the tattiest bacon I've ever seen in my life. Dreadful. There you go. If you don't moan about it, you never get anything, do you? 14-5.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. I'm type 2 diabetic, says Mary. I drink cranberry juice diluted with water and crushed ice. Oh, crushed ice. Crushed ice. I've got to think about it. If I could afford it, I'd like one of those fridges that does crushed ice or ice cubes or something like. Oh, yeah. Crushed ice. Or chilled glasses. That's very nice. I like stuff like that as well. But I'm not. Are you supposed to have cranberry juice? I can't remember. Well, at least you dilute it, I suppose. Steve, I didn't write Five Guys either. Overpriced in the Rotunda in Kingston, says Matthew. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I just thought it was really expensive for what it was. It's only a blooming burger, for goodness sake. I'm sure they will sort of argue the toss. But there you go. Steve, take them to the Berkeley Hotel. Is that good, Fedai? Sounds quite good. And then one here that says, I discovered a bakery in Montana run by a Frenchman. He has old ovens and bakes bread in long loaves. Raisin bread, toasted, is marvellous. Oh, well, people who bake their own. There's something about warm bread, isn't there? Warm bread, when you sort of get a French stick or something like that. That was particularly lovely, actually. Steve. I'm not planning any food for tea tonight as I'm having my second Pfizer jab this morning. First one had me in bed freezing cold, even with 2 quilts, says Doug. So why would that stop you having food for tea? You should see. I didn't get any symptoms from my first injection. I've got the second one coming up Saturday, middle of the afternoon, honestly. And I'm not expecting to get any symptoms. I didn't get any first time around. Why should I get any second time round? There's a lovely lady, grandma. She won £1 million on the lottery, and her grandson wrote her down a list of things he wanted her to buy. I mean, he's only little, which I think is quite sweet. Why not? And Bezos's, oh no, you've got this wrong. You've written this down wrong. This is another reason you're not coming out for tea with us. You know, we never sort out the bill. Because he's written down here, Bezos's £5 million yacht. No. £500 million. £500 million it is. I mean, it's being made, I think, where are they making it? Portugal or Spain or something like that. Whatever it is, it's got another yacht that goes with it. With a helicopter pad on it, because his other one is too big. It's huge. Got an indoor swimming pool. It's got everything. And £500 million. Although some of the papers say 350 million. I mean, who the hell cares? Doesn't make any difference, does it? Because he's so rich. But yeah, not 5 million. God, blimey. That'd be a cheap. We got them round our way at 5 million. That's very cheapo. That would be, but 500 million. It's what they call a super. Have you seen a picture of it? I haven't got one here. Have you not got it in there? Oh, try. What are you typing in? Here we go. I've got the wrong thing. And type in Jeff Bezos, new yacht, super yacht wave. There you go. Yacht expected to cost more than £500 million to build. So yeah, but this is not it here, because his new one. Has not got a helicopter pad on it, even though his girlfriend or wife or something is a helicopter pilot. He's the world's richest man. It's huge. But it's bigger than this thing here. Bigger than that thing. This is piddly. When we went to Cannes years ago, Dale and I, he knew a lady who had an apartment, so we stayed in Cannes on the Croisette, and there was a yacht just out at sea. You could see it quite clearly, and it had a helicopter on the back of it. Because if you're that rich, you want everybody to see you, don't you? And also, we saw a lovely white Rolls Royce, but everything on it that was chrome had been gold plated. You can imagine a white Rolls Royce. It was one of the old style, but everything gold-plated. Looked fantastic. I took pictures of it because it looked so fantastic. Dale thought I was mad. What are you taking pictures of that for, Steve? I said, because one day I'm going to have a Rolls Royce. And then the moment I did actually get one, he said, oh, he used to love cars. And Matthew says, had both vaccines. First one terrible, felt all fluey. Second one, no problem. Yeah, because you had the first one. I mean, I had no effects on the first one, so I'm not expecting anything on the second one. I better not have. I should be in a very bad mood. Very bad mood. Shane says, I've just had lunch. I'm still hungry. You give me ideas what I can have next. Toast. Toast fills you up, and it's if you're not feeling very well, toast is very good for you. Also, youngsters eating the most sugar. It's addictive, isn't it? And the government are now doing this big list of things that they're sort of going to make sure that you're not going to be eating, which is not so good, is it? And this therapy, this barbaric therapy, which involves beating people up, basically, it claims to make gay people turn straight. And I've seen people being interviewed on television, and I'm sorry to get, I get a bit annoyed about people who tell lies to you. And they had blokes on there going, oh yes, I used to be gay, and now I'm straight. And I just think, you're a liar. You're an absolute liar. I don't believe a word of it. I can understand people because, you know, it's like, I don't think you decide to be gay or straight. It's the way you turn out. That's it. If you're gay, you're gay. And sometimes gay people get married because, you know, the family expect it, because gay people were treated very badly years and years ago. There was something on the television the other day. Somebody who was kicked out of, a friend of mine, Jimmy, his parents kicked him out years ago because he was gay. They actually kicked him out. That's how bad it was. You know, very, very bad. And he died, actually, a short while ago. I was told by somebody said to me, oh, he died. I think he had cancer. But we knew each other really, really well. But there's this film out which is showing this therapy of basically trying to turn gay people straight. Well, I just don't believe it. I think it's a load of old codswallop. You know, why don't people mind their own business? What's it going to do with people? As long as it doesn't frighten the horses, you should be okay. But it's sort of one of those bizarre things. They go, I mean, of course, I'd be more interested. They go, this is somebody who's straight, and we're going to make them gay. Because surely if it works one way, it's got to work the other way, isn't it? But it's just so annoying when you see these people lying on television. They've been proved to be liars in the past. And generally, they seem to be linked to churches. The church seems to have a bit of, which is strange, really, because I can't understand why. I mean, if you go to Rome, I should imagine, I mean, they used to make jokes about, abusing priests and things like that. There were more gay priests out there than you could shake a stick at. Because it was easy, people who were sort of, pretending to be one part of the community. It was like Philip Schofield. I don't think he's just decided to be gay. I think he was gay ages ago, and he got married. He's got 2 gorgeous girls. He's got a loving wife, and it's fine. And then he's decided he wants to sort of, but nothing's changed in his life. I don't think anything's changed at all. I don't think he's got a boyfriend. One of these days he might find somebody. But that's up to him. That's his business. It's not anybody else's business. Honestly. But also, why do you want to change, unless you're really unhappy being gay? Toasted cheese and onion sandwich, Steve. 2 slices of toast, buttered, slice some cheese, raw onion. Oh, no, not raw onion. Raw onion. Raw onion. I like onion rings, not raw onion. And Matt says, I'm still laughing about you in the walk-in Botox shop in Richmond. They don't call it Botox. They call it something else. I can't remember what they call it, but it's nearly opposite the bus stop. My friend Warren says most people think I'm straight anyway. Yeah, right. He says, I was thinking about turning straight for the weekend, Steve. He said, do you recommend it? Not just for the weekend. It seems a bit pointless, doesn't it? Seems a bit pointless. So raw onion in a cheese sandwich. I do love toasted cheese. I do love toasted cheese sandwiches. There's something about a toasted cheese sandwich. It's simple food, isn't it? Toasted ham and cheese. Toasted ham, toasted cheese. Put them both together. Very nice. But not, because we nearly made Corey ill by showing him the Marmite and peanut butter. He couldn't even stand the smell of it. So we decided not to do it. This book is called Posh Toast, 70 recipes for glorious things on toast. And it's published by Quadrille. It's got chocolate spread and cream cheese, avocado, mini croque monsieurs. It's got some lovely stuff here. You could, peaches and cream on brioche toast. Croque monsieur, that's ham and cheese. You go to France, you've probably not been to France, have you? It's you'll like it. They eat a lot of garlic and snails and stuff like that, and pig's trotters and everything else. And horse. They eat a lot of horse. But they have croque monsieur. Croque madame and croque monsieur. You've never had it. Mind you, this is the man, ladies and gentlemen, who we tried to explain what soldering was. He'd never heard of soldering before. We had to try and... Seriously, it's like an education. So this morning, I've said to him, I said, what you need is a butter dish from Le Creuset. And he looked at me blankly. He said, and what's a butter dish, Steve? I said, well, yeah, they do them at Le Creuset. They're very nice, very classy. Sort of thing that would go with your posh toast, which would be very nice indeed. And a toast rack, if you can manage to get your hands on one. Right. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this morning. Still to come, 30 soldiers fight for a payout over slurs. The poignant day, Madeleine McCann's 18th birthday. And the family are still waiting to find out if, there's going to be any sort of comeback in this. I don't think there is, but you can't ever stop hoping, can you? It's not one of those things. Tom Cruise has returned his 2 Golden Globes. The reason being he doesn't think they're diverse enough, and we're going to be battered by storms for the rest of the week. Oh, whoopee-doo. Just when I wanted to go and get the car washed. Now the car will have to remain dirty, I'm afraid. And if you're a fan of Friends, they brought out the Lego version. Ooh, just round the corner in Capital, they've got a big Lego sort of game thing, and they've all it's all very, very posh and very nice. And the Jaffa cake is now the Jaffa donut.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 12th of May as we race through the month. Steve Allen's early breakfast. And we'll start going through the papers in a moment, including the story of the couple who played Mary and Joseph in the school play. 75 years later, they've teamed up together and they're going out. It's quite romantic, isn't it? Very romantic. The poem for this morning, let's try and get it in on time, shall we? This one is called Please, Mrs. Butler by Alan Ulberg. Please, Mrs. Butler. Please, Mrs. Butler, this boy, Derek Drew, keeps copying my work, miss. What shall I do? Go and sit in the hall, dear. Go and sit in the sink. Take your boots on the roof, my lamb. Do whatever you think. Please, Mrs. Butler, this boy, Derek Drew, keeps taking my rubber, miss. What shall I do? Keep it in your hand, dear. Hide it up your vest. Swallow it if you like, my love. Do what you think best. Please, Mrs. Butler, this boy, Derek Drew, keeps calling me rude names, miss. What shall I do? Lock yourself in the cupboard, dear. Run away to sea. Do whatever you can, my flower, but don't ask me. Nice, isn't it? Don't know where he gets them from, seriously. I think it's like another world. He sort of goes through it's amazing, isn't it, really? Buttered seeded bread with corned beef and raw onion, says Will in Stockton. You're mad as a broomstick, aren't you? Corned beef and raw onion. Raw onion. I know people do like raw onion. I'm not one of them. I do like corned beef. It's very fattening, though. Very, very fattening, corned beef. And I mean, people don't seem to worry about that. Well, the government's worrying about it, and Jamie Oliver's worrying about it, and everybody else is worrying about it. So, trying to do our best. The Sun on the front page. The body dig at the West Cafe, where serial killer Fred West was a regular and did building work. They think, but they're not sure that Mary Bastome, who vanished in 1968, is feared buried in the basement. I'm hoping not, but we'll have to wait, I think, for a couple of weeks while they start digging up the cellar. Cavemen, yabba-dabba-doo, stuffed themselves with junk food apparently 100,000 years ago. The appetite for beige, starch-rich food, similar to modern pizza and chips, helped fuel their brains. Lord above. This is America's Harvard University. They said they're seeing evidence of a really ancient behaviour that might have been part of the growth of the human brain. I wonder what they eat. Oh, nuts and root vegetables and stuff like that. So that's quite good, isn't it? I do like nuts, actually. I do like nuts. I'm quite good at root vegetables. I'm not too sure about, but I'm sure I could do it. But I'm sure that if the cavemen had discovered KFC, they'd have been eating KFC every single day. I do like KFC, only on occasions. Only on occasions, not all the time. It's interesting, actually, when you look at the papers who've had nothing to print for ages now, looking at Mary, this girl who vanished half a century ago. Is she buried half a mile from Cromwell Street? Will the family get closure? Well, her parents, I don't think, are alive anymore. And And I think the only reason they were digging there is because there was a TV documentary maker for ITV who went there and said that they've discovered all sorts of things. Because I think it was 1968, Mary vanished whilst waiting for a bus to meet her boyfriend. She was 15. That was January. In February, Scotland Yard detectives called in to investigate her disappearance. Returned to London with no sign of her. February 94, police searched the garden at Fred and Rose West's home, which was in Cromwell Street in Gloucester, over their teenage daughter Heather's disappearance. 9 bodies were found. Fred West is charged with murder. Police are then informed of a potential link to Mary's disappearance and the cafe. April 94, Rose West is charged with murder. January 95, Fred West kills himself in jail whilst awaiting trial for 12 murders. And thank God we don't have to pay for him anymore. November 95, Rose is convicted of 10 murders, including Fred's stepdaughter from previous marriage, Charmaine, who vanished aged 8. January 2012, police reject a petition by Mary's friends to search the cafe. So the police had already turned this idea down. Looking a bit stupid now, I should imagine. May 21, TV documentary makers find new evidence of Mary's remains. Well, they don't know it's Mary's remains. And police begin to dig at the scene. They could have done it back in 2012. Could have saved an awful lot of time and trouble, but sometimes they're a little bit slow. Also, the paper today, the producer will like this one. A job agency boss is recruiting lorry drivers by using 2 glamour girls standing on a roundabout. Despite criticism, the stunt is sexist. Which it is, really, isn't it? Adam Giles stood with the pair. That's two people as opposed to anything else you might be thinking. They wore revealing outfits and held drivers wanted signs. The Road Haulage Association said the stunt was dreadful and inappropriate. They've turned into a bunch of prudes, haven't they, really? Honestly, it was like, what did we get rid of? I can't remember if we actually got rid of... Was it the people who walked round the ring in the boxing, holding up, round 3 and things like that, and all the girls at the motor racing? Isn't that it? I was always sort of very interested. Lego has recreated the New York apartment from the sitcom Friends. I told you before, I can't really get on with Friends at all. I've tried to, but I just think they're a bit old for all living together. I think by now they should have mortgages, but they appear not to have. Excuse me, I have to have a little slurp, because I've just done something quite naughty. I've been a bit of a naughty person. Do you remember I was talking earlier on about what I can't drink? All these things. So I'm sort of kind of stuck with tea, coffee, occasionally some flavoured water and water. And I just opened the fridge round there, and there's a carton of orange juice, a carton of that Tropicana orange juice, and I thought, I haven't had orange juice for years. It must be about 20 years since I've had any orange juice. So I poured myself half an inch of this orange juice. I don't know whose it is. It didn't have anything on it, and I drank it. It was horrible. It was absolutely awful. I've said, no, I don't want any more orange juice. Thank you very much indeed. It tasted bitter to me. And yet I used to drink tons of orange juice. But as I say, at least 15 to 20 years. Steve, listening to your toast ramblings this morning. I don't do toast ramblings. It digressed into sandwich fillings. No, it's because there's a book out. Hello, where are you? You're not one of the complainers from yesterday's Good Morning with Philip. Apparently, I was reading a thing the other day. Where did I find it? It must be online. That Pip Schofield and Ruth, Eamon's husband, don't get on at all. She was doing a bit the other day, I think, and she was pretending. She put a hard hat on. She must have ruined the hair. Putting a shelf up, and Philip's scared. How can you put Philip, when they do the handover, they do this sort of little link, and he said, "How can you do that when you haven't got any nails in your hand?" She didn't like that at all. I don't know why they've fallen out with him. I can't remember. There must be some reason, mustn't there? Must be some reason. Putting on the Brits, the Stars back playing live. Not many people can play live nowadays. But we've got a whole list of the winners, and I'm telling you now, it was kind of girls' night. It really was, because best female solo artist was Dua Lipa. British group Little Mix, 2 of whom are pregnant, but not married. British single Harry Styles, Watermelon Sugar. I've never heard it. Dua Lipa got Marset, so 2 awards for Dua Lipa. International female solo artist Billie Eilish. International male solo artist, somebody called The Weeknd. Whatever. International group is Haim. Is it Haim? I've never even heard of them. And I'm looking at a picture of them. They look about 5 years old. Who are they? Rising star is Griff, and global icon is Taylor Swift. I like Taylor Swift, actually. I couldn't sing any of her record, but I'm sure she's terribly... She does Shake It Off. Shake It Off, Shake It Off. I don't know it. It's just called Shake It Off, is it? How boring. How dull and boring. But she's very pretty looking, isn't she? Very pretty looking. Also, they've got pictures. Sheridan Smith was there. Luckily, the papers very, very wisely decided not to print a picture of the most boring person in Christendom. Apparently, what's her name was there? The GC, in the most hideous dress you've ever seen. The most hideous dress. It looked cheap and trashy. Really did. It was absolutely awful. Janet says, did you know you can get jars of Marmite, crunchy peanut butter, and it's really nice? No, we tried it. It didn't go down at all well. So here we go. Taylor Swift. I stay out too late, got nothing in my brain. That's what people say. That's what people say. I go on too many dates, but I can't make them stay. At least that's what people say. That's what people say. But I keep cruising, can't stop, won't stop moving. It's like I got this music in my mind, saying it's going to be all right. Because the player's going to play, and the hater's going to hate. What a boring song. God dear, I'm just going to shake. I shake it off, woo-hoo-hoo. It don't even rhyme. Heartbreaker's going to break. And the faker's going to fake. Baby. I'm just going to shake. We're back to that one again. I shake it off, woo-hoo-hoo. I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. And that's why they don't see, That's what they don't see, I mean, be honest, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and other people. Do you think I stand a chance of getting it to next year's Brits? Steve Allen tops the charts? Or do you think maybe I should just sort of give up and just continue to be a chorister and sing all the Christmas carols, which is lovely. But no, they didn't print any pictures in the main papers of poor old Gemma Collins, honestly, whose career seems to have hit the skids. Steve, do you think James O'Brien would make a good replacement for Piers Morgan? Yes. It's interesting. Did you see Piers Morgan the other day? He's had another go at this. You won't believe who he's had a go at this time. He's had a go at celebrities and depression and things like that. He said, how much money are they making out of it? I seriously couldn't believe that he'd, having sort of gone for Meghan Markle, but I was kind of with him on the Meghan Markle thing. You know, having left the country and dragged Harry, who turned out to be a bit of a waste of space anyway, over to America because they didn't like the press. They're milking it for everything. He's already made a programme with Oprah Winfrey, because Oprah Winfrey loves hanging around with royalty. Not that he's royal anymore, although I suspect he'll still be coming back. Jane Moore's column today is talking about celebrity coupling. And also, what she got here? Shock tenant Tom Hale found a dishwasher after 2 years of washing up by hand. It was hidden behind a panel in the kitchen. And he didn't know. Which is lovely. And rumour has it Prince Charles has met his grandson Archie only twice. Still, at least that's 2 times more than his other grandfather. I don't know, honestly. And comic Paul Chuckle has launched a £12,000 crowdfunder to make a TV comeback with his late brother Barry. The 73-year-old said a new animated children's show could see the catchphrase, to me, to you. I never understand where that came from, but I quite like repeating it, which is good. They've missed out. He's asking for donations. He missed out on £100,000 worth of panto income because of COVID. And he's just tip of the iceberg. Loads and loads of people. Queues of people here waited for COVID jabs at a football stadium, only to find out they'd accidentally lined up for the club season ticket holders, as which was ridiculous. Because I asked the producer this morning, because he knows Butch things, and so I said we were looking at a football match. Must have been Manchester United playing, and from 2009. I could tell it was a while ago because the stadium was full of people. And I said, God, they must make a lot of money. How much money does it cost to go to a football? He said, well, you can't just buy a ticket to go to a football match. You've got to either be a member or a season ticket holder. And I said, really? And then he said, some of the tickets down the front, you know, if you're sitting near where they're playing on the piece of grass, he said, they're over £100. I said, over £100? Blimey. Small wonder. I mean, the whole thing is just balmy. It really is.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I've suddenly realised I'm a mine of useless information. Somebody just said to me, never mind Taylor Swift's lyrics, Steve. Look up the lyrics to Ride a White Swan. Oh, I don't need to look them up. I know them. I know them because I was a huge fan of T-Rex. My favourite was Metal Guru. But it didn't achieve the notoriety that White Swan did. The words, if I remember them correctly, something like, ride it on out like a bird in the skyways, ride it on out like you were a bird, fly it all out like an eagle in a sunbeam, ride it on out like you were a bird. And then it goes into that verse I used to get confused about, wear a tall hat like a druid in the old days. And I used to think, but druids don't wear tall hats. And then I suddenly realised that Mark Bolan, who died just down the road from me at Roehampton, and the tree, you can't miss it because it's still covered. All the Mark Bolan fans go there and they put ribbons on. But it was like, you know, wear a tall hat and a tattooed gown, ride a white swan like the people of the Beltane, wear your hair long, babe, you can't go wrong. And that became a huge hit. But he was they always looked like they were off their faces, these groups, from that particular era. But you can, the children of the rebel. Yeah, I mean, I thought he was good. And in fact, we were talking the other day, weren't we, about that radio presenter who was the football thing, and he used to look after Mark Bolan and manage him. Because in those days, you know, people used to tour far more than they do now. They have to play big stadiums because they need the money coming in. And but if you got Top of the Pops, if you got the call for Top of the Pops, you dropped everything in the middle of a tour and you went to do Top of the Pops because it was a good chance of pushing your record up the charts. Nowadays, I mean, we don't have Top of the Pops, but it was that influential when I was a youngster that we would sit down there and of course, they all mimed. And I can remember seeing, God help me, Jimmy Savile, and they would sit there and they would put the needle on the record and then it would cut to the group miming. Everybody mimed. They didn't have the time to, because I think one group did actually sing live. The record dropped down through the charts like a stone, I have to tell you. And the worst thing was if ever you got the Top of the Pops orchestra helping you out if they decided to sing live. That was another disaster. A lot of very ancient old men trying to play pop tunes did not work very well. But most of the crowd came from round Shepherd's Bush and they were shoved from pillar to post where the cameras get out the bloody way and push them around, and they'd all sort of stand there and dance. And then you got the ones who were sort of the feature dancers on Top of the Pops, and they'd be allowed to stand on a podium, and they were all a bit showy-offy, you know. The girls would go like that, tossing their hair back. I always fancied my chances down there, but I never actually got there. Steve, hearing the lyrics to that Taylor Swift song, says Dave, makes me realise how much I love the 80s, uplifting and cheerful. I'm an 80s guy and I hate the modern drivel. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I wouldn't know anything. I only knew what had got into the charts when I heard the Boney M record. And it was then that I was sort of going, I'm sorry, have they re-recorded this? And it had been sampled, which I quite like, actually. I'm very good at things like that. Very good. So, what have we got here? The Childhood Sweethearts. So sweet, this story. This is Tony Jackson, 81, and Gloria Lukes, 80. When they left school at 11, they went their separate ways, as is the case for many people. But Tony contacted Gloria in 2003 to apologise for not going to a school reunion. He then rediscovered her phone number last year while sorting out some belongings. He called to see if she was still alive, and they hit it off all over again. And Gloria still had the heart-shaped glass trinket that Tony had given to her at Sheffield's Pomona Street School, now known as Portercroft Primary. They formed their own COVID bubble. They've met up half a dozen times, phoned each other up to 6 times a day, and are now planning trips around the UK. They bond over poetry, cracking jokes and reminiscing over old times. I do that with people. It's so funny. I've suddenly realised, I didn't realise actually, I've started becoming like these people who want to go and sit in a bus shelter and talk to somebody. you know, about this and that, and you get some good conversations, I'm telling you. Phil Vickery's up reasonably early this morning. Morning, boss, he says. We were laughing, Phil, earlier on. You missed it. But after you were criticised for sort of doing sandwich toppings, there is a book out called Posh Toast, which you might have been sent as well, because it's a brilliant idea. And I was saying all those stupid people, fancy complaining about it. Oh, couldn't he cook something else? No, he's done loads of other things. I think Posh Toast is good. Listen, if somebody's brought a book out with more than 70 recipes for glorious things on toast, then it's got to be good enough. And also for students, hello, not the brightest pennies in the box, but you know, students, they'd love this kind of thing. You know, because they don't have much money because they spend it all on booze, and they can put stuff on toast, or failing that, do what they normally do. You're going to get a kebab. I'll have a kebab. That's what they do. You very rarely find students in Chinese takeaways. It's way too expensive. So they're looking for sort of the cheap chicken places and stuff like that. I don't have any time for students, as you well know. Seriously, I know what they're like. Most of them, you can't have a conversation with them, can you? So what are you doing? Media. All right, what does that involve, dear? What does that involve? I'd love to find out. You know, I'm going to be a presenter. Are you really? You know, I'm always so fascinated by things like this. Because in the early... Oh, look, there's Gemma Collins in that ghastly outfit. My God. Panda eyes, love. Not looking so good. They've put her down as a reality TV personality. Unfortunately, no personality. No personality. Hello, darling. You're 40 years old. You're a bit ancient for this kind of thing, aren't you now? Bit ancient, but the dress is ghastly. Look at that, honestly. I've got shirts that look better than that. And it was all a bit of fun, says Phil. I'll look out for the book. Yes. It's called Posh Toast, and it's published by Quadrille.com, and it's got 70 it's lovely. It's got all sorts of things like asparagus and pecorino. To explain after this. Breakfast cups. And this one's got smoked salmon, eggs, asparagus. I've got a thing about asparagus at the moment. I love it. Eggs Royale, and this has got smoked salmon and stuff like that. What else we got? Full English on toast. The full English with chipolata sausages or any small sausages, streaky bacon, cherry tomatoes, button mushrooms, halved or quartered, a few sprigs of rosemary, a knob of butter, half a baguette, 5 eggs. Looks delicious. Looks really nice. Good as your stuff yesterday. Soft-boiled eggs. I've gone off eggs. I don't know why. I used to eat eggs, and then I didn't. I was watching that 4 in a Bed programme where they all complain about everybody else's bed and breakfast. You know, oh, can I have this egg? And can I have that? Oh, they're such mamby-pambies. You wouldn't want to stay with any of them. They were such ghastly people. And this woman, she said, my egg wasn't cooked properly, so I'm going to do it. Phil's on it already. Good lad. 11 million loaves a day are sold. 11 million loaves a day. Isn't that amazing? 11 million loaves a day. There's something about the smell of baking bread. If you go into supermarkets now, you know they pump it through the system. It's not necessarily their bread that they're actually cooking, but it's the smell of it. If ever you want to sell your house, 2 things. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and bread. Stick a loaf of bread in the oven, then open the oven just when somebody's due to arrive to have a look round, and it makes them feel warm inside and a bit cuddly, which is lovely. Steve, talking of 80s music, I was drummer in a group called Roman Holiday. I did Top of the Pops 3 times and toured with Culture Club and the Stray Cats. I remember the Stray Cats. Well, I remember a Culture Club, of course, as well. And Roman Holiday. I vaguely remember Roman Holiday. Which seems terribly rude, but as you probably realise, I can't remember everything, and the older I get, sometimes the mind plays a bit of tricks on me. So here we go. There was Roman Holiday, the film, which came out in 1953. This is a group called Roman Holiday. Okay, so let's have a quick look. There you go. British band, active in the 80s. We were all very pretty, weren't we? Best known for Don't Try to Stop It, got to number 14. And then we didn't do so well after that one. Good Lord above, there you go. We're all a bit like sailors. But Roman Holiday, I'm looking at a picture of everybody in that. My God, there was enough of you, wasn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. It's always like, what was that group? Meet you at the Crossroads. They used to walk backwards and forwards over the stage. But 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 7 people. That was a lot. You're never going to make any money with 7 people, are you, in a group? Never going to make any money. But that's cool. Very cool indeed. We like that idea. But unfortunately, I don't know your name. Doesn't really help. But listen, touring, I think, must be great fun. Great fun. I like touring. I wasn't in a group. Makes me sound a little bit sort of naff, doesn't it, really? Steve. I'm trying to find something else. You've got great taste in music, says Shane. Metal Guru was one of my favourite songs. I loved it. I love Metal Guru. I'm trying to think what I used to watch Top of the Pops from the early days. My parents used to hate it. My mother would sit there and go, "You can't understand a word they're singing, Stephen." But of course, we'd sit there in our dressing gown, so we'd have to go to bed directly afterwards. But it was all good fun. But that's what the music was in the early days. That's why I suppose I'm sort of strangely drawn to gold stations now, because I know the words, which is good. Madeleine McCann's parents spending her 18th birthday praying for her as they hope for a breakthrough. Listen, this has been how many years now? 14 years. They're not going to know what she looks like. She might not be speaking, English. She might have been abducted. Nobody knows. This is the whole bizarre story, because nobody knows. The couple are going to leave gifts in her bedroom. Her bedroom has not been touched for 14 years. And retired head teacher Brian, this is Madeleine's great aunt and uncle, Janet and Brian Kennedy, who also live in the village, will pray for her too. I don't know what they're going to do. They keep dropping little hints every so. They're the closest here, and you think it's going to come to nothing. But they can't give up, can they? It's just that it's cost about £12 million so far, which is a lot of money. But what price? Trying to find a lost child. Time for the news. 5:31. The headlines with Simon Conway.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, Roman holiday came from Harlow. Another claim to fame for my town. Well, there you go. There were 7 of them. Oh, and I was talking about posh toast, which I got very kindly sent. 70 recipes for glorious things on toast. And but Phil Vickery didn't know about it. Did you know there's a whole range of these? Posh eggs, posh rice, posh potatoes, posh kebabs, posh pasta, posh sandwiches, posh tarts, and posh nosh. I didn't know there was a whole range of these things. They're all about the same sort of price. So there you go. It's for. I mean, you could buy them for your little darlings as they go to university or something like that, and it gives them an idea. Not that I think most of them can read, but I mean, it's a good idea, isn't it, to help them out. The only one they'll basically need would be posh kebabs, because they're not going to understand anything else. There's 70 recipes here, everything from brochette to shashlik. And it takes you on a global tour of flavours and ingredients. It's a kebab, all right? It's a kebab. Of red cabbage and fresh herbs. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I quite like the sound of this. There you go, Phil. It's your next one. Kebabs for masses. What a brilliant idea. Skewers with wasabi mayo. This is beginning to sound quite. I think I've untapped some new recipes for Phil Vickery on this morning. I'm sure actually because yesterday, I think Phil and Holly were tucking into the sandwiches like there was no tomorrow. And Phil likes potted shrimps. Big fan of potted shrimps, which look delicious. I'm not a big fan of potted shrimps. John says, I fondly remember Metal Guru, Steve, as it was the first record I ever bought. That gives you an idea about age, doesn't it? Do you know the first record I ever bought? I had a little record player, and don't ask me why, but it was, I forget how much it cost, but it was cheap, but it was cardboard. The actual case was cardboard covered in like a plastic, and it was lovely, and it played 3 sorts of records, 33, 78 and 45s, and had a little speaker in it. And the first record I ever bought, The Bachelors, The Sound of Silence. The one that went, hello darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because I'm feeling softly. And in fact, I also watched it on YouTube, sung by, can't remember what they're called now, Celtic something, who are fantastic. They did Sound of Silence, but I loved it. There was something nice about buying a record. Makes me sound really... the Sound of Silence. I feel really old when I talk about records, because you don't really see 45s anymore unless you've got a jukebox. Can you put in Sound of Silence Celtic? Just Celtic, and see what comes up after the word Celtic, because I can't remember. Celtic Thunder. Have you ever heard them? I think they're not together now. I think they've split up, or they've got new members. I thought they were brilliant. I thought they were absolutely brilliant. I couldn't stop watching them because I loved people singing, and they all seemed just so good. Phil Vickery shared a photo with me. So poo you, there you go. And here we go. He seems to have shared loads of photos with me, but I don't know where they've gone to, actually. They seem to have disappeared. Wait a minute. Oh, honestly, I hate it when things disappeared. Where's that gone to? Oh, here we go. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, loads of things. Loads of different things. Oh, this was... Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? It's got the fruit with it. Do you know, I bought some fruit the other day from Waitrose. It was ever so expensive. £3 for a few measly strawberries and some other little bits and pieces. But that's the... I like the mushrooms on toast. They look particularly delicious, but it was Phil that liked the potted shrimps. I never did potted shrimps, but no, they absolutely adored it. Absolutely adored it, which is lovely. Thank you, Phil, very much indeed. Busy boy this morning, busy boy. Steve... Sorry, keep getting there. None of this one here. With all this pandemic, I'd never go out to eat or get a takeaway because I don't want to take any chances, but I don't trust people. But I trust Steve Allen. Well, you should. You should. I'm a very trustworthy person. Very trustworthy person. That's why people listen to this program. They listen because I'm a trustworthy person. Actually, I was going to say they actually listen to this program because of my culinary skills, and then we've suddenly realised I don't have any culinary skills. I can't cook for love nor money. Nothing at all. There's a BBC presenter who has had death threats. Over what? You won't believe this one. This is in a row over a vegan cafe refusing to serve cow's milk. Gareth Wynne Jones of the Family Farm series questioned a lack of dairy products on the menu. It resulted in the owners of this... I can't read the name of it because I'm hopeless on Welsh. It's in Powys, getting online threats of violence and arson. Farmer Gareth was also abused by vegan activists. He reported his fears to North Wales Police, adding, when you and your family start getting death threats, it's gone too far. I absolutely agree. You know, if you start getting vegan activists, I mean, something the matter with them, obviously cracked, aren't they? Fancy sending death threats to somebody. I think you've got to get these people in court as fast as possible. Definitely. Anastasia says, Steve, what we need is posh Prosecco. Well, you know I don't drink. I've stopped drinking. Somebody said to me, how long do you think you're going to stop drinking for? I said, well, I don't know. I've got no inclination to start anytime soon. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Have to wait and see what goes on. Here we go. Glamour legend. This is poor old Katie Price, the woman who's had so much cosmetic surgery. She's almost unrecognisable. And she says, we're going to call it a miracle. I'm doing this for Mum. Yeah, of course you are, darling. You're doing it for the money. If you were doing it for Mum, you wouldn't be having to charge for it. Carl is being tested because he's never got anybody pregnant before. Don't you think you should find a job, love? Do you not think so? It's not up to me to sort of advise you. But frankly, when I look at pictures of what you used to look like, by God, you ruined yourself completely, haven't you? Ruined yourself completely. But as long as OK Magazine are paying for it, that's okay. That's okay. Cheesy beans on toast. Yes, I could go for cheesy beans on toast. In fact, actually, one of my favourites was sort of mashed potato. Instant, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit... I can't be bothered to actually sort of do anything like this. Instant mashed potato with loads of butter in it. Or if you buy the one from Iceland, which is only £1, you don't need to put any butter in it. It's absolutely delicious. £1. And you get a big bag of it, which is very nice. Looks like bullets. Looks like bullets. And you literally put that in a frying pan. On top of that, tin of beans. And on top of that, some of those little tiny sausages from M&S. You have to keep shopping around. Delicious. And then over the top, grated cheese. Real student food. And I've never been a student. I've never been a student. But somebody said to me, I'm with you on students. Somebody says, with your singing, did you ever do a karaoke duet with Dale? No, he couldn't sing either. That's two of us, actually, that couldn't sing. I don't mind, actually. You're right about students, Steve. Still moaning about paying tuition fees when having online lectures. It's a pandemic. They want a refund to pay for another drink, drugs and sex binge. Sex? Good Lord, we don't talk about sex. This is an early breakfast programme. Heavens above, we don't do anything like that. Good Lord, that's long since forgotten. Long since forgotten. Front page of the Daily Star today, and we will get round to Dawn Neeson's column. But the D-Day tribute is axed because it's a bit wet and windy. It's going to be very wet and windy. We've got another bank holiday coming up very, very shortly. And Stacey Solomon's new clothing range has taken $1.5 million. She doesn't get that because she can't design anything. She doesn't have the intelligence for that. That she just puts her name to something, proving to be a huge hit with fan. Perhaps people think she sits down there and sort of designs something. No, she'll be on a little percentage of that. But I don't know why people bother with it. They're not bothering with Victoria Beckham, are they? Definitely not. Also, Richard Madeley says even old men like him feel pressure over their appearance. They've got this. It's another Loose Men programme. They tried it before. It was a disaster. But this time they're actually talking over mental health awareness. Richard is 65 tomorrow. 65 tomorrow. I wonder how old Judy is. I think she's a bit older. I think so, actually. I might be wrong. Fasting diets could have a bad effect on the health of future generations. Researchers found a cut in roundworms food affected their descendants. Oh. Mind you, it's like those things, the people who go, oh, just drink juice. Load of old rubbish. Need to do a little bit better than just juice. And as Dawn Neeson says in her column today in the Daily Star, congratulations to the various Little Mix ladies who all seem to be having babies at the same time. And I know this makes me sound terribly old-fashioned, but doesn't anybody actually bother getting married before starting a family anymore? No, they just want to get themselves up the duff, don't they? Because then they sell a story about it and they print pictures and everything. It's extremely tacky. Extremely tacky. And no truth in the rumour that Prince Andrew got sweaty when he heard that 60 young birds were being shipped into Sandringham. You know what they are? They're eagles. Prince Charles, apparently, he's an eco-warrior. I don't really know what that is, actually. But these are giant eagles. How big's the wingspan? 8 foot. 8 foot. In Sandringham. That's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Very strange. And a bunch of people who really have way too much time on their hands have suggested making July the 4th National Thank You Day. Thanking whom for what is not immediately obvious, but it's going to be the NHS, isn't it? For God's sake, just give the nurses the pay rise, Dawn says, that they deserve and stop this nauseating woke nonsense. Absolutely. It's all they want. You know, they work very hard. Give them the money that goes along with it. Thank you very much indeed. That's all they want. It's not complicated. My God, I tell you. And a gran who won £1 million on the National Lottery didn't just get the cash. She also got a large shopping list from her grandson. He's asked for a slide, a bike, a playhouse, a dog, a laptop. And he might actually get it. She says, as the lady confirmed I was a millionaire, I just burst into tears. She's 62. She's a grandmother at 62. Makes me feel very old. Here's a lovely picture, which I'll get round to in a moment. It's of a man on a private plane with 2 lions. They've been put to SLEEP because they're transferring them to somewhere else because they don't want them to sort of, intermingle. Lions do. There's a lot of that going on, I'm afraid, as you can well imagine.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, Steve. I can't wait to see the new series The Bill, or Sun Hill, as I believe it's going to be called. Dua Lipa used her acceptance speech at the Brits to urge the Prime Minister Boris Johnson to give NH workers a pay rise. And I'm up all morning caring for my poorly 2-year-old Leia. Best breakfast to treat this tired daddy's croissants, slit open, and butter and sliced banana in the microwave. Oh, never heard of that one. Cooked banana inside a croissant. That must fall apart, mustn't it? They're not exactly strong. Apparently, there's a 12-year age difference between Richard and Judy. So she's a little bit older. Jill in Ireland says, talking about the first record, mine was Gilly Gilly, us and fairy cats and ever bogan by the sea by Max Black, There's a Tiny House, which was good. And she says, I too had a record player in a case, probably the same one. And everybody said in fact, a number of people, the Sound of Silence, sung by Disturbed, is the best version. It really is lovely. Really is lovely. I mean, it's I heard it and we mentioned it on the programme. And it went absolutely mad. And another one here, which says, my son is at uni, says Sarah. Why read out rubbish texts about students? Would you pay $9,000 for a year at uni when lectures have been pre-recorded? I don't know. What are you writing to me for about it? I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less about your son at uni. They're never rubbish texts. They're always purposeful texts. Very. Anastasia said, I didn't know you stopped drinking. Yes. But obviously alcohol's not good for it. Well, I mean, you know, a lot of alcohol is not good for you. Sophie says, I've just chopped a big cauliflower up ready to roast tonight. I'll be having it with butternut squash, runner beans and spinach. I eat wholemeal bread, but I've just discovered M&S white bull loaf. It's very addictive. But I have it with Philadelphia cheese. Well, actually, I'm very lucky. I hate Philadelphia cheese. I couldn't stand it. I don't like anything like that. I've seen the adverts, and I did try it at one time. And I thought, no, not for me. Definitely not for me. Here's a man on a plane. Dr. Andy Fraser is with a pride of lions on a private jet, jetting across South Africa, courtesy of conservationists. The 3 Kalahari big cats were moved to a new home at the Mabula Game Reserve, and so they're asleep on the flight. They didn't know that you could get duty-free and all the rest of it, but it's on a private flight. So he's sitting with them, praying to God that they don't wake up. Can you imagine? You're on there, and all of a sudden one goes, ooh, no thank you. No thank you. Somebody writing to the Daily Star today, Meghan, is she having a laugh, somebody says, asking people to donate to charity, and she's sitting with, thousands of pounds worth of jewellery on? Yes, well, she loves the publicity. She loves it. But of course she wouldn't have had the publicity without Harry, who's basically treated like a bit of a spare part, poor soul, honestly. 6 out of 10 Brits admit they're rubbish at staying in touch with friends and family. A quarter say they never know what to say, while 90% struggle to find the time to be sociable. Perhaps they don't use photographs. Sorry, not photographs, telephones or something like that. Lovely picture here of the Krays. Good old Ronnie and Reggie. That was sort of, one who was gay and liked young men, and the other one who became gay when he was in prison. It was all slightly odd, but they're still talking about them. There's The Secret to the Krays launching on BritBox. And the Krays weren't the legends, it says here. They were just horrible thugs. Well, they weren't bright. They were a bit thick. In fact, actually, they were a bit more than thick. They didn't understand anything about gambling. Otherwise, they could have made a small fortune. They ruled with intimidation. But then there were different gangs that operated, the Richardson gang and things like that. Interestingly enough, Chris Lambrianou, after he left jail, became a born-again Christian. He's now retired, worked as a quarry manager and labourer. And he went to prison. He said, Ronnie died in Broadmoor, Reggie died in hospital, only having been let out of prison because he had a couple of weeks to live. Yeah, the interview is on YouTube, where I think he confessed to another murder. I think in one of the books about the Krays, didn't they run over a child, I believe? But the secret of the Krays, his fee, which Chris Lambrianou got, went to charity. He says people shouldn't revere the brothers, adding the idea of the Krays being successful is a fantasy. No, they weren't. They really weren't at all successful. They ruled with intimidation, because it was all different in those days. I've driven past the end of their road. The house doesn't exist anymore. They take these houses away, lest they become places or shrines that people go to. Kim says, bravo, pay the nurses appropriately. My word, they deserve it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't understand why they don't pay them the money that they should get. Who'd want to do things like that? And especially during the pandemic. Good grief, honestly. Not asking for a huge amount, are we? The hours they have to work and the pressure which they're put under. Goodness sake, honestly. What do we got here? David Cameron told his Tory pals he was riding to the rescue as he sent scores of messages to lobby for support for the Greensill capital. Plus, the family of Mary Bastome lived with the anguish of not knowing where her remains are. They suspected she was killed by Fred and Rose West. And so we'll follow that story. And a modest English bed and breakfast has been crowned best in the world, beating competition from Florida and Brazil. Didn't even know they had them in Florida and Brazil. Visitors to Toulson Court, a short stroll from the sea, called it a right gem and spotlessly clean. Modern rooms from £82 a night, generous cooked breakfasts. It's in Scarborough, The owners, Angela and James Rusden, said the honour makes their hard work and little touches all that more worthwhile. Because some of the ghastly places I've seen on the television on 4 in a bed, God, blimey, terrible. Julie says avocado, feta and balsamic syrup on white sourdough from M&S. Oh, well, that sounds quite nice. And Mo says, please stop talking about food. I'm fasting. All this talk of food is making me foam at the mouth. Nothing you can do about it, is there? But when you imagine a full-cooked breakfast, maybe with toast or fried bread or something like that, it's very exciting, isn't it? I can't get away from things like that. The Mirror have returned to Praia de Luz. They say on the day Madeleine turns 18, the town is still haunted by her disappearance. And David Jones, Praia de Luz's resident for 34 years, says it brings back very sad memories. It's hard to believe she'd be turning 18, but then just vanished off the face of the earth. And normally, you know, they're sort of quite good. They've tried everything, but in this particular case, nothing at all. I think they're still renting the room out on the Ocean Club, and it's a shame really. But 14 years ago, they say they're going to mark the day without her. They have teenage twins as well, and just nobody knows what happens. They just disappeared. But Maria Silva, owner of the Hugo Beauty Bar, says nobody really talks about Madeleine now unless it comes up on the TV news. It brings back bad memories for everyone, and although it's very sad, people would rather not think about it. That's what they're like over there. So you can imagine, can't you? Alison says, I can see there being an extra meal added in somewhere later on today. Ooh. And another one here. This says, come from LBC, actually. New legislation, which is in all the papers, will strengthen free speech at English universities to counter the chilling effect of censorship on campus once and for all. So there you go. There you go. What have we got here? The voice of Strictly, Alan Dedicoat, admitted he's getting close to his final dance on the BBC One show. He's become known to millions for his tones when announcing the routines and scores. But he said he can't go on forever. As younger hosts look to take over, he said, if it all ended tomorrow, I'd be perfectly happy because I've been so lucky and achieved so much. So there you go. He made his commentary on the National Lottery, I think, from 95 to 2017. I used to see him when I used to go down with Dale, when Dale did the lottery. He said, I felt I had to be juiced up a bit and started putting together stats about the balls on the lottery. Do they still? I don't know if they still do things like that now. Comedian Jason Manford bought a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang a year ago, but forgot it was unloaded in his front garden. He'd completely forgot about it. He'd not even told his wife Lucy, because he toured in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the stage version of it, and he loved it. He tried to buy a pristine chitty, because when I used to do the New Year's Day parade, they used to have a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang there, and it was the one that they'd used in the film, which was lovely. I used to love seeing things like that. I used to love seeing all those things that they used to bring over. And is it a cake or is it a biscuit? You know what it is. It's a Jaffa Joe-Nut, apparently. A ring of sponge with a familiar orange flavoured filling and dark chocolate. How they make it, I've got no idea. Presumably roughly the same way as they make the other ones, which sort of flips over into the chocolate bath and does all the sort of things. Marty Pellow, remember Marty Pellow? Has given Wet 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 his blessing after they replaced him, saying life's too short. He quit as the lead singer in 20... Oh, hello, this music started again. Honestly, I can hear it. It's like coming into your ears. He quit as the lead singer in 2017 to pursue a solo career, replaced by Kevin Sim from Liberty X. They sold 15 million records and spent 15 weeks at the top of the charts with Love Is All Around. They're bringing out a first album with Kevin, while Marty's releasing his own album, Stargazer, and going on tour. After the news, why sleeping pills don't work after 12 months for some peculiar reason. I've got no idea why. And Busted's Matt Willis. Got news on him in a minute.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Wednesday. Wednesday's a nice day. We like a Wednesday. It's like halfway through the week. And the weather's probably going to turn again, I should imagine. I mean, yesterday, all of a sudden, it was 1 minute I was sort of sitting there, you know, looking out the window on the bus. And the next minute, there's people sort of scurrying about all over the place. And what the dickens is going on? Then I suddenly realised it had started raining. And then it rained. And then it rained more, which was unbelievable. So taking sleeping pills. I did do sleeping pills many years ago when I first started doing late nights. Because I just needed to get back into it. And I thought they were little tiny sleeping pills. And I remember thinking, if I just take half of one, and a whole one gave you 8 hours sleep, perhaps a half of one just gives you 4 hours sleep, but it didn't work like that at all. But taking them may help you nod off, but they're useless in the long term. But I know people who've become addicted. In fact, there used to be a big problem in this country. A lot of people taking them. Researchers compared the sleep quality of 238 middle-aged women given medication, 447 others not taking any. More than 70% in each group had originally reported at least 3 disturbed nights a week. It does go in I tend to find that if you go home and you have a little sleep, it does make it a bit difficult for later on in the day. So the idea is, when I used to work overnights, a long time ago, I would try and stay awake on the Friday, so as long as possible, so that when I went to bed, I actually slept all the way through. I mean, you should consult your GP. You can't, you can't buy them anywhere. You can only buy these things over the counter if they're the ones that you can buy over the counter. But the sleeping pills they're talking about are the sleeping pills on prescription. They're not the things that you can get. There's all sorts of ones that they advertise for. I've tried them before. They don't seem to work for me for some peculiar reason. But Dr. Daniel Solomon of Brigham and Women's Hospital in America said the findings should give pause for thought to clinicians and patients thinking about taking prescription meds for sleep in middle age. The pills benefited those taking them for up to 6 months, but after a year, there was no sleep quality difference. I quite like the idea. There was a book that came out some years ago, and they were talking. It was just a fantasy book. It was called by Jacqueline Suzanne. But anyway, she talked about dolls. I think it was Valley of the Dolls, and the dolls were sleep tablets, because in the 60s people had tablets to wake up. Elvis Presley was addicted to tablets. Wake up, go to sleep, go to toilet, all the rest of it. But these particular tablets, they used to give you the sleep cure. So in other words, they worked on the assumption, and I never quite fathomed out how it worked, that if you took these things and you slept, you would lose weight. How that happens, I have no idea. Ever thought of going on Strictly? Absolutely not. No, thank you very much. No, I don't do reality shows. I'm really not remotely interested. I talk about them, but wouldn't be remotely interested in going on a reality show. I mean, Love Island, for a start, definitely not. Full of the most naff people you've ever encountered. I'm a Celebrity Get Me Out of Here. Couldn't care less about. Really couldn't care less about. I'm just think of anything worse. And also, you have to sort of go through these trials. The moment the audience watching know that you are afeared of something, that they vote for you all the time. But definitely not very interesting. In fact, you remember Gemma Collins lasted about 3 hours, didn't she? Totally useless. Dancing on Ice, no. Another one that Gemma Collins failed on. In fact, actually, she's failed on everything. Spent most of the time sitting on her bum. Stephen in Birkenhead said, I just watched the video on YouTube of The Sound of Silence by Disturbed. For the first 60 seconds, he said, I was thinking, what on earth is this? Then it soars and left me gobsmacked. Yes. It does start like that. You sort of watch it to begin with. Somebody had recommended it to me. I think I'd seen it on an American program, and I remember thinking, "Oh God, this is a bit dull, isn't it?" And then all of a sudden, it hooks you, and you suddenly realised it's sensational. It really is. So if you get the opportunity, just go to youtube.co.uk or .com. Roman Holiday Steve from Harlow in the early 80s says Alan. And played regularly at the Jive Dive Soho. Made 2 albums, had 2 singles in the top 40. Don't Try to Stop It and Motormania. Steve Lambert, the lead singer, now lives in America. Doing what? Can't have made any money. Can't have made any money on that. Because groups didn't in those days. They didn't make anything. If you only had 2 singles in the charts, whether the album sold, I've got no idea. So here it is. It's on sale, I think, from... could be the end of the week. And it's McVitie's launching the Jaffa Joe Nut, a ring of sponge with the familiar orange flavoured filling and the dark chocolate coating. It's 94 years young, this sort of Jaffa cake thing, and it follows Jaffa cakes, bars, mini rolls, plus flavour variations of pineapple, cherry and passion fruit, alongside the original orange. I've never seen the cherry and passion fruit one. I have to look out for that. That's quite a nice idea, but it's just another way of reinventing something that people are used to eating anyway. I used to go up and visit the factory that made Jaffa cakes. It was fascinating to watch them. It really was. And believe you me, you don't sit there watching these things go through the machines thinking, oh, I'll just pinch one. It doesn't work like that at all. It really doesn't. What else we got here? It's official. Liam and Noel are back together. Well, sort of kinda. The warring Oasis brothers, the Gallaghers, have teamed up to executively produce a documentary about the band's most famous shows. 2 nights at Nebworth in front of 250,000 people. This film will revisit the feuding brother at the height of the band's fame and take it through there, which is quite interesting if you're a fan of Oasis. It's a bit like Bros, isn't it, really? You know, oh, Bros are coming back. Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster. And the best thing out of Bros coming back was that documentary where poor old Matt just had tantrum after tantrum. I've never known anything like it. And then all of a sudden they disappear again. They disappear. I was very disappointed. I was looking forward to a bit more sort of action from them, but Matt just didn't do it. He popped up on a couple of television programmes. On one of them, he was naked. Naked. I mean, obviously discreetly done, as you can well imagine. And I think that was on Celebrity Juice, which was slightly bizarre. But anyway, there you go. It's just the kind of thing that goes on. But I don't know where he is at the moment. I don't know whether he's here or in America. Could be here, I suppose. The Tory MP, Richard Holden, who posed with a womble and urged voters not to be litter tossers, because, you know, you sort of, I mean, we've all done it. Haven't you done it? Come on, I don't think there's anybody listening, not one person, who could ever admit to not having dropped litter. Doesn't matter if it's a bit of cellophane, it'd be something. The worst thing is people opening packets of cigarettes, isn't it? But anyway, he's been fined £100 for dropping a cigarette butt. He was accused of hypocrisy after he was caught throwing the cigarette on the ground near a leisure centre. Just last year on a rubbish-picking drive, he said, what sort of yob just tosses it out of the window? He's the MP for North West Durham. He had been supporting Tory candidates in council elections last week, but he left the building in Stanley to have a smoke. Spotted by a warden dropping the butt on the ground, and was issued with a fixed penalty notice for littering. He's posted pictures of himself doing litter picking in Consett, which is County Durham, and alongside the Womble Orinoco. He was given 10 days to pay, or the charge increases to £150. Good Lord, honestly. It is funny, isn't it, when they do something, it's completely out of character. You know, here we are, we're doing this, and then, oh, look. No, we're not. Scott says, the passion fruit Jaffa cakes are the nice ones, as are the blackcurrant ones. Blackcurrant? I know there's blackcurrant. Passion fruit sounds great. There's passion fruit and cherry, isn't it, I believe, which is lovely. I've had Kit Kats, which come in different flavours. I had a Christmas pudding flavour one, and mint, and orange. Things like peanut butter. What, Kit Kat? Are you serious? Oh, I don't want that. Oh, no. Although I did mention to a friend... Oh, right, here we go. Kit Kat, oh, they do exist. What a shame. I was hoping that they didn't. 50 Japanese Kit Kats. How many different flavours have they got? Good Lord above. All sorts of different flavours. Oh, I quite fancy the idea of trying something that they only sell in Japan. It's only about £22. Takes about 10 years to get here, though, doesn't it? £22.99. Japanese Kit Kat and Tyrol chocolate. Quick delivery by airmail, it says. Quick delivery by... Can you imagine? What have you got there? Got a Kit Kat. How'd you get that over here? Aeroplane. There's all sorts of different flavours by the look of it. Not sure if I want it now. It's coming by aeroplane. I can't do carbon footprint. It does look like lemon, doesn't it? I've discovered, though, that sometimes, you know, when you go abroad, you discover things which you think, oh, that'll be so-and-so, and then you, oh, it's not. Always a bit disappointing. Martin says, would you and the LBC crew like to go on a charity game show? I think not. No, listen, if I won't take him out for a cup of tea, I'm certainly not going on a game show with him. You can imagine us sitting on eggheads or something like that. You know, there'd be arguments left, right and centre. They're hitting him over the head with a chair or something. Yeah. It would never go properly. It would never go properly. What would you recommend, says David in Guildford, to watch on YouTube? For you, nothing. For you, nothing. You live in Guildford. You know, I mean, you've started with your own cross to bear anyway. Just walking up the hill, I should imagine, must be a bit of a tragedy. Also, Lidl are already selling Jaffa donuts. freshly baked to boot. Oh, right, they've got their own version then. Their own version. Also, James O'Brien, talking here, they say he's confused by voter ID cards. Would you want an ID? I'm not sure if I want an ID card. I've got because I'd lost it actually, but I found it the other day. It's my card to say that I've had the first COVID injection, which is quite good, and it's put down which one I had and the batch number and everything. It's so useful. And I'll be getting the second one on there on Saturday, which is lovely, isn't it? Lovely. There's some lovely stories of Britain's biggest families, and they're quite charming. There's one here, the Suttons. 11 children they've got, and their weekly shop is £80 to £200. The Seymours, 9 children, no limit for the weekly shop. The Sullivans, 11 children, their weekly shop, £300. God, I think I'll spend that. I certainly spend more than £80 on food shopping because I'm buying on a daily basis. But if people are any good, you know, they have an income of around £600 a week. They spend £300 on food. I'll run through what they how they managed to make it last to feed all these people.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
How do these people do it? This is the story in the Daily Mirror today. It's large families. And there was one programme on the television only a short while ago, and it was a very big family. I think they were about 11 or 15. And they were absolutely charming. Absolutely charming. The Sullivans here have 11 children. And, the majority of them look like girls, actually. They do. But anyway, the alarm goes off at 5 a.m. Ben and Zoe begin their non-stop routine of breakfast making, teeth brushing, getting the children dressed. They get through so much milk. They have an income of £600 a week. They spend £300 on food. It's like a travel lodge, says Ben. 15 boxes of cereal. The milk we get through, we need our own cow. They save all year for Christmas. God's saving. There's a long forgotten thing, isn't it, really? They budget £3,000 for Christmas. 3 times the average family spend. Zoe wants another baby, by the way. Take it up to 12. There's one here, the Suttons. The food shop is between £80 and £200 a week. This is for 11 children. He earns £400 a week. He's a coach driver. But they obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, I wish I was part of a big family. I don't know why, I'm not. But she says the massive weekly food shop arrives containing 4 loaves of sliced bread, 5 boxes of cereal. She said it costs between £100 and £200. If they're having a tough month, she can do it for £80. She says, I go round the supermarket and add everything up. I know exactly what I'm spending. So each shift, she gets £95 a shift. Goes into the present kitty. They spend £100 on birthdays and she does all the baking. Family day out is rare, but they all look quite lovely. They really do. It's just, Mackenzie says, Joseph's on daddy daycare. It's hard because dad can't handle us all by himself. When you think you've got 11 children, get them up chimneys. That's what I say. Get them working as quick as possible. The Seymours have 9 children. The weekly shop, no limit. Their youngest is 3. And their oldest is 21. They've obviously got a bit of money. Because Leyden and Fran Seymour live in a home in Suffolk with their 9 children. He has a Rolex collection worth 70 grand. He said, we're not the ones to analyse what we need, but it's a phenomenal amount of money, so I don't think about it. They've spent 30,000 on tech. Oliver's got a sneaker collection. And currently, says Leyden, I think I've got more cars than children. So obviously, money they're not short of. We don't really know what they do. They've got a string of businesses, including a soft play centre and a planned boutique B&B pub. They don't spend much time counting the pennies. So they lived in a friend's caravan. When you have a big family, you have to have a big wallet, says Leyden. We couldn't afford to feed all of us, so Fran and I went without. They opened the play centre business, leaving pennies in the account, but it changed their luck. She's done 5 washes and 3 dishwasher loads before lunch. He splurges £2,500 on a helicopter ride and a couple's massage. Wow, they're obviously they're doing very, very well. But no limit on the weekly shop. They look lovely. But it's the families with 11 children, and they can manage to do the weekly shop. If push comes to shove for 80 quid, I don't know what they're eating. Got no idea what they're eating, but they can do it for 80 quid, blimey. I'll tell you, I went out the other day and managed to spend £35. I don't know where it all went. Just ordinary things. When I say ordinary things, very ordinary things. I was very, very disappointed. I always think to myself, goodness sake, honestly. Perhaps I'm supposed to budget, but I'm absolute rubbish at doing budgeting. I can't do stuff like that. But I suppose if you cook and you do things, well, then you can probably get away with it. But for breakfast, it just seems to be cereal. So, but a box of cereals like £1.50, £2, isn't it? Something like that. Also the paper today. This is lots of pictures of Boris. And here's the Queen in the House of Lords, sitting apart from Charles and Camilla. So the Queen's there, and Charles and Camilla wearing the mask. The Queen's not wearing a mask. And when she leaves, Charles escorts her. I mean, she's quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. She really is, actually. I have nothing but admiration for her. Nothing. The chaos on two of Britain's busiest railways is threatening to wreck the Maybank holiday, because that's coming up, isn't it, at the end of the month. Cross-country services were brought to a near standstill for a fourth day. Rail users were warned not to travel again today. Insiders said the fiasco could easily drag on for several more weeks. A total of 182 Class 800 trains have been taken out of service. I mean, I still find when I go down to Waterloo Station, they've put in extra traffic lights down here. It won't mean anything to you out of London, but they put extra traffic lights in. So you've got 3 sets before you get to Waterloo Bridge to turn right, which makes me, I mean, I haven't missed the train so far, but I've got to get my skates on to actually get it. And if I bump into Lenny, that's going to hold me up a little bit, but he's always very complimentary about the programme, so that's quite nice. There's quite a few people at Waterloo Station listen to the programme. And I can get myself onto the train, normally with about a minute and a half to spare. It's only because these stupid traffic lights, or failing that, somebody who wants to get off the bus. Huh? Well, as far as I'm concerned, they should open the doors and we just push them out. Makes it so much easier, like they do with the post. You know, makes it much easier. I don't want to, you have to put up with all these sort of things. You think, the moment the bell goes, I think, oh, for God's sake, why didn't you get off at the last one and walk? And I thought, actually, I could do that. Apparently, we've had our first female Time Lord, and now it is time, says an ex-star, Christopher Eccleston, for Doctor Who to face a cyber woman. Because we've had the Cybermen, and he said it's time we had a cyber woman. I'm trying to think, actually, I didn't find the Cybermen particularly frightening. In fact, it's still, for me, the Daleks. Still the Daleks. I thought they were still the best things. And I must get... I don't know why I've not got it, actually. I should have bought the Doctor Who films. I think there were a couple of them, weren't there? And I think I must do that there. Maggie in Orpington, morning, says you must visit Savoy Foyer, which is beautifully decorated outside. Chandeliers, velvet seating. Only there for another 3 weeks. Simply gorgeous. See, I'm very taken with chandeliers. And Steve, you're a fountain of knowledge. Would you consider going up against the Chasers? No, they've also... I seem to remember the stupidest things. Sometimes something will just come into my... and somebody be talking about something. I was talking, to a friend of mine the other day. And they said, how do you remember these things? I said, well, I don't particularly remember things. It's just that they seem to be stuck in my mind. And then they sort of pop out. I'll remember little key things that I've read. And for some reason, my brain seems to store this stuff. I've got no idea why. But it's very useful, but not as good as the Chasers. The Chasers are very good. Sometimes I remember things that they can't remember, but they seem to add bits on to it. But the very idea, you imagine going up, as I said before earlier on, when somebody said, would you consider taking the team onto it? No. There's too many quizzes on the television. I'm so bored with television quizzes. They're a bit dull, and it's not very exciting. Not very exciting. Sarah Vine, talking about Prince Harry, and they were talking about, they think Meghan seems to have had the opposite effect on Harry, because with Kate, William was lucky to marry a woman who's been able somehow to help heal the wound. Meghan has had the opposite effect. She's loving the publicity, having told us, that they didn't like the press intrusion, all the rest of it. They're milking it for all it's worth. May not be her fault, but there is no doubt that Harry is, or at least appears to be, a much more tortured soul than he was before he turned his back on his home and surrendered to the siren call of Hollywood. I don't predict end results being particularly good. I tell you, he was very good the other day. I was listening on LBC, and they had John Bercow on as a guest. He was very good, actually. In fact, you couldn't shut him up. He just went on and on and on and on, and I quite liked it. 2 pages on Adele. You know, and the father, who died, he was living on a mobile home site in South Wales, where he was staying, and but he deserted her when she was 3 years old. She's worth 150, lives in a mansion. They've said father, who's died, had been living in a trailer park. What went wrong? Well, he left them when she was 3. Why would she be remotely interested? Have you seen the CERN giant? I think it's pronounced CERN. This is the it's been seen as a fertility symbol. And if you saw a picture of it, you'd realise why I'm telling you that. Others have interpreted the 180-foot club-wielding figure as a Roman depiction of Hercules, or even a satirical depiction of Oliver Cromwell. But now they say it's a pagan god called Helith. And, I mean, it's a bit rude. I'm surprised they haven't censored it, actually. But the CERN Abbey was founded in 987 AD. See, I love anything to do with history. I'm there.
Leadership is about staying one step ahead. That's why the first ever all-electric BMW i5 comes with proactive care, technology that monitors your vehicle and proactively initiates contact with you when something requires action. That way, we're there before you need us. Discover the joy of moving forward. Reserve your test drive at bmw.co.uk. Test drive subject to applicant status and availability.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Chandeliers are a pain, Steve, says Helinka, to dust and clean. I have 4. Where is Del Boy when needed? That was one of my favourite things, wasn't it? The cleaning of the chandeliers. They do them. Where did I see them doing it? Windsor Castle. They lower them down. The chandeliers come down. They're on a winch. And they then literally put a thing underneath and they spray it with water. And so all the dust drips off. I hoovered the inside of my car the other day. I haven't done that for years. Because it doesn't make any mess. But it was actually yesterday I hoovered the car. Looks quite clean, actually, which is very nice indeed. Very nice. Happy birthday today to Rishi Sunak. Go on, guess. How old do you think Rishi Sunak is? 40, good guess. 41. Chancellor of the Exchequer, less than 2 years ago. The most junior minister in the housing ministry, head boy at Winchester College, married the daughter of one of India's richest men, is thought to be the richest person in the House of Commons, worth a reported 200 million. They're obsessed with money, the papers, aren't they? And also Susan Hampshire, who starred in the Forsyth Saga and Monarch of the Glen. And she received an OBE. She's 84 today, so many happy returns to lovely Susan Hampshire. She got an OBE in 1995. Born on this day in 1942, died sadly in the year 2000, was Ian Dury, the Harrow-born frontman of the Blockheads. Turned down a lucrative offer to write for Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats because he said, I can't stand his music. But he died aged 57 from cancer. Also, what was the other one I quite like? Oh, Boney M. In 1978 were enjoying their first hit single, By the Rivers of Babylon. I thought they were great, Boney M. I really thought that. May the 12th, 1981, Bob Marley died. The Jamaican reggae star, after a 7-month battle against cancer. With his group, The Wailers, was the world's best-known reggae star, died in hospital in Miami. Many of his records were million-selling hits, including, of course, No Woman, No Cry and Jamming. And May the 12th, 1997, in its 50 years, the Cannes Film Festival had rarely seen anything like it. Amid 300 jostling photographers, 60 camera crew, and an excited crowd of 2,000, girl power arrived at the Hotel Martinez, and the unmistakable shape of the Spice Girls. Britain's pop sensations were in the French resort to reveal details of their first feature film. There's another one, apparently. They're looking at another feature film. God help us all. Steve, I used to live near Cerne Abbas, where the CERN giant as a chalk figure worked into the hillside, says Anne in Torquay. And a local shop owner makes clocks with a picture of the giant at its centre. Guess what the minute hand is a depiction of? Stop it. Don't start that one now. Get the producer all upset. Apparently, obviously Eccleston hasn't watched the show because Bill, the lesbian companion, am I missing something in Doctor Who, was turned into a Cyberman. Oh, right. I didn't know that. Mind you, I haven't seen anything of Doctor. I don't think I've watched Doctor Who in about 30 or 40 years. I think the last time we used to hide behind the settee because we were a little bit frightened. Pete says, what's happened to Monica, your favourite cabbie? I don't know. Sometimes people disappear for a little while. They come back, don't worry. They're all, listen, sometimes people write to me and then they go, where's so-and-so gone to? And then blow me down, somebody will write and go, oh no, I'm still here, don't worry. It's just I'm trying to get myself ready. Have you ever fancied campanology? You ever fancied campanology? Luke, you ever fancied that? Do you know what it is? Bell ringing. You know, where you pick up the bell, you go ding, ding. I did it once, actually. I did it, and I thought I was quite good at it. I thought it was quite good, but the Finch Hampstead handbell ringers had their accounts closed. They've been caught up, together with the Bowles team, in a money laundering blitz, which is a bit of a shame. Obviously not, but it's amazing. But well done to the Finch Hampstead handbell ringers. You get your first mention on the programme. So they're obviously very lovely, and I love handbell ringing. I love it. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. I'm all in favour of stuff like that. There's probably local group, or failing that bell ringing. I quite fancy bell ringing as well. I can do it. I can do it. I did learn how to bell ring. I just have to be able to read the sort of music. You have to learn how to do it, don't you? Which is good. Phil Dampier talking about the Queen, so calm and composed. She is, isn't she? I mean, and also these outfits. I mean, I've never seen this outfit before. Very little pomp, they say, but the mere presence of the Queen lifts the nation. I'm going to sneeze again. Here we go, and I've got no idea whether or not this is hay fever. Can you get hay fever indoors? Does hay fever come indoors? Or do you only get it when you walk outside? Because I woke up this morning, I sat in front of the television. I was sort of just taking my tablets, done with bits and pieces, and I sneezed. Like that. Apparently you can stop sneezing by thinking of pineapples. Who thinks of pineapples? Seriously, I mean, I ask you. You think of pineapples. Well, and that makes you stop sneezing. Well, why would that happen? Don't be so silly, honestly. I've never heard of that before. Why just saying the word... Oh, you've got to say the word. You never said say the word. I'm not going to be saying the word. Pineapples. It stops you sneezing. I'll try it next time. Next time I think I'm going to sneeze, I'll just say... You watch, I guarantee I'll sneeze again. Ridiculous. I'm so sorry. You've probably all been infected now. The Doctor Who spin-off show Torchwood featured a cyber woman. Well, obviously Mr. Eccleston doesn't know about this. We'll have to send him a list of all the things that have happened. Also, Anne Widdecombe's column talking about Boris Johnson. He owes last week's success in Hartlepool to Nigel Farage. She says, Nigel Farage, honestly, where's he disappeared to? And in my childhood, writes Anne Widdecombe, it was rare for families to holiday abroad, but now it's so normal that the foreign holiday industry is a focus for COVID discussions. A doctor once remarked to me that over decades of visiting patients, he'd seen the poorest living in better conditions than his own middle-class parents in his childhood. Yet still some Brits would deny help to poor countries, many of whom citizens are living as we did in the Middle Ages. I love watching these programmes where it turns out that sort of Brits have sort of moved abroad, and often wondered how they can afford to move abroad. You know, are they on benefits? How are they working? In fact, we've had programmes. Well, no, it's not called Home and Away. It's called A Place in the Sun, something else. There's A Place in the Sun where people just want to go and buy a holiday home very cheaply. Or there's A Place in the Sun, it's a change of job or something like that. And they've sold everything up here and moved out to wherever it is, which sounds good. Lorraine says, have you used your hot water bottle yet? All the time. Are you serious? It's freezing cold at night. And Steve, I thought campanology was bell ringing. Apparently that's not what we say. It's actually the study of bells, not the ringing. Is it? Let's find out. We'll have a look at bell ringing on the old... Do you know, honestly, where would we have been without computers? Where would we have been without computers? The amount of people who say something, you can check something out in a matter of seconds now. Campanology, there you go, the art or practice of bell ringing. It's a study of bells. It encompasses the technology of bells, how they're cast, tuned, rung and sounded. The word rung would be the clue there. So it's all of it. All of that. That's campanology. So it's common to collect together a set of tuned bells. I wonder where you buy them from. Where do you buy them? So it is bell ringing. It's included in the casting of bells and and the ringing of them. So I think you'll find we were right on that one. I felt very sorry for that boy. We were trying to find out, actually, because we remembered a story about a man in America who has been struck by lightning about 9 times and is still alive, whereas this young lad, a 9-year-old boy, was on a football field. This was in Blackpool. Emergency services attended, and he was taken to hospital, but he died. Truly devastating, as you can well imagine. He was taking part in a private coaching session. And I don't know how it works, but I'm always frightened. I mean, I can't imagine the power that comes down from a lightning strike. But there's a bloke in America. He's called Roy Cleveland Sullivan. He died in 1983. He was, if you remember, a park ranger in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia between 1942 and 1977. He was hit by lightning on seven occasions and survived all of them. All of them. He's recognised by the Guinness World Records as the person struck by lightning more recorded times than any other human being. Isn't that just amazing? For one of them, he was knocked off his shoe, and then I think he saw a cloud. For some reason, he was accident prone, and he was hit in '69. Fire was jumping all over the place. He was hiding from a thunderstorm in a fire lookout tower. The tower was newly built, had no lightning rod at the time. It was hit 7 or 8 times. Fire all over the place. He ran out and a few feet away received what he considered to be his worst lightning strike. It burnt a 1/2-inch strip all along his right leg, hit his toe and left a hole in his shoe. Amazing, isn't it? And then there was another one. As the storm arrived, his wife was out hanging clothes in the backyard. He was helping her at the time, but escaped unharmed. Amazing, isn't it, really? Perhaps some people attract... It's like some people... I've seen some people who seem to attract things to them as if they were a magnet. But being a ranger in the Shenandoah National Park, that sounds a bit of a good place to go to, doesn't it? I like any of those sort of things, actually. Apparently, says Darryl, if you want to stop sneezing, place your finger firmly under your nose between your upper lip. Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. I'm going to try the... pineapple, but I don't believe it's going to work. And then the producer will look very silly, won't he? Phil says, don't worry about sneezing. Apparently, a sneeze is the closest thing your body can... Oh, right, really? I'm not even going to read the word out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in one of those kind of moods today. One of those kind of moods. Also, what was the other story that I quite liked in the paper, actually, which I just sort of lost? Oh yes, they've got the lions sleeping in first class. Wouldn't it be awful? They've actually put tape around their mouths just in case they wake up and decide to go for it. But have you seen the size of lions' paws? Absolutely huge. They are the size of, if you put your 2 hands together, if you're an adult, they're bigger than that. They're like the size of dinner plates. They are absolutely enormous. And when you see the claws coming out from them, that's why when they leap onto the back of wildebeest and all these other things, they're not getting off anytime soon. David says, of course you've never seen the dress the Queen was wearing. She never wears the same dress twice. No, she adapts. Oh, I know she adapts. Oh, yes. I'm an expert on the royal family. Don't ever question Steve Allen, says James O'Brien. He's never wrong.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. If you just joined us, if you're going to work today, you need to get ready. Eddie, the security guard, says, I love asparagus soup. I don't think I've ever had asparagus soup. I've eaten asparagus, but I've never actually thought about making it. So I suppose you just get a liquidizer and just sort of blitz it up. Or failing that, buy it. I'm very lazy, actually. Steve, I thought of you the other day. I sat outside a bar in Soho. Looked at the menu and it was Little Italy, says Simon. Well, there you go. Well, you missed the huge sign above the door that says Little Italy, which is interesting. Actually, it was very funny. When we were watching, I was watching the television the other day, and they had Dame Judi Dench on, and they asked her if she'd ever had a crush on anybody, in show business. It was a really naff question, I have to be honest. But anyway, guess who it was? Morgan Freeman. She had an obsession with Morgan Freeman, so much so that Finty, her daughter, with Michael Williams, of course, her late husband, bought her a little figure, and she used to keep it by the side of her bed. Bit frightening, isn't it, really? But anyway, there you go, which I thought was quite nice. And Guest presenter Alistair Campbell. He was doing an interview on the telly. I don't know if he's going to get the job. I thought the job was a done deal, but obviously not. I think they're trying him out for a week. I don't know if he's any good. I've watched a little bit. He's not the most spark. You see, the trouble is when you got other people doing it, they had a spark of personality. Piers Morgan had quite a lot of personality, which sort of worked very well. I'm not sure whether or not Alistair Campbell is the right person for the job. I could be. I mean, I might be wrong. They might be looking for something completely different. But I just thought that they really should have somebody better doing it. I think a little bit better. And Rose says, I love sneezing. I don't like sneezing. I'm not too bothered, actually. I'm not going to worry about sneezing. But somebody says you have to pinch your nose. Always works, guaranteed. Really? Oh dear. And Kaz says, are you doing COVID home testing twice a week? No, of course I'm not. No, I test my temperature, actually. I have a thermometer which you can either put in your ear or put up against my forehead. And I'm perfect every day. It's almost embarrassing. I think there's something the matter with it. This morning I was 36.3. But it's always a little bit less if I put it in my ear. But I bought it because I just thought it's quite handy. It's one of the instant things. And they always ask you, when I go to hospital, they always say the same things. You know, have you had any symptoms of COVID? And I can honestly say the answer is no. I have not. So when I go to get my second jab this week, I will then be, I think it's about, they've said, 97% safe. You know, you won't get COVID. I thought, well, 97% is good for me. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely. Tom Cruise has given back 3 gongs. I thought it was 2 gongs. He's given back 3 gongs. And Scarlett Johansson has led calls for a boycott. There's a diversity row that is igniting Hollywood. The Golden Globes are spinning out of control. I mean, for almost 80 years. And as soon as I've lived every single one of them. The Golden Globes have played host to Hollywood's favourite party of the year. The Oscars may have more gravitas, but it leaves the A-listers trapped in their seats, smiles frozen, tummies tumbling. But actually they don't really, because they can go to the toilet. They can get out of their seat. They just have sitters. They have people, you'll see them whenever the camera pans over the audience, you'll see people kneeling in the aisle. And that's so if a celebrity wants to go to the toilet, they can nip out and somebody sits in their seat, so it doesn't look as though there's a seat that's not been filled. The Globes provide the stars with the chance to let their hair down, but Tom Cruise has returned his 3 Golden Globe Awards on the same day that the American TV giant NBC announced it would not broadcast next year's ceremony. Ooh, it's building. It's building. I forget how many people. I think on the Oscars, there's like a committee of 400 people. You get sent all these films. You have to watch them and sort of decide on what you're going to do. But this year's Globes, held in February, snubbed several acclaimed black-led Oscar contenders. Now a chorus of outrage has exploded from Hollywood stars because it's up to them to change things. They're big enough, they're powerful enough, and they can do it. Cruise, who's never won an Oscar. So when he returns his 3 most prestigious awards on his mantelpiece, you know the Golden Globes are in trouble and its house of cards is crashing down. I didn't realise he'd never won an Oscar. Such an important thing to win, isn't it? If you're an actor or an actress in Hollywood, you would want to actually win an Oscar. I mean, some people have got quite a few, but I would have thought Tom Cruise would have had one by now. I've got just before we finish the programme this morning, I've got a mini for you. This is very nice. And it was won by a teacher who couldn't drive. It's been sold 44 years later. It's only got 5,000 miles on the clock. It was given a special paint job to mark the Queen's Silver Jubilee in 1977. And the British Leyland car stayed with the same family until Andy Everett sold it for 10 grand at auction. The buyer plans to store it apart from its occasional runs before handing the keys over to his 20-month-old son Reuben when he's old enough to drive. He said it's in fabulous condition. Some people look after their cars, don't they? I can remember, I mean, early days, people actually used to, happy days, wash their own cars. Nobody washes cars now, do they? You go to a car wash, or you go to one of these hand car washes, and you get other people to do it. You know what? We're far too bored. I can't be bothered. You used to fill up the bucket, you put the soap in there, and dry. Now you can be in and out of a car wash in about less than 10 minutes. Whereas if I tried to wash my car, I'd be there for about an hour. So I gave up on it. I thought, no, I'm not gonna do that. Not gonna do that, definitely. Steve, it's a pity, says Trucker Phil, an original spiker, that the park ranger at Shenandoah never met the London Philharmonic Orchestra. He'd have been a brilliant conductor. Get your coat, you bard. All right, solved that one. It's always nice to finish the programme on a happy note, isn't it? On a happy note. And we have finished on a happy note. And we do it again tomorrow, but I do have a free little bit extra podcast. Gemma Collins was seen at the Brit Awards last night. I mean, God knows why. What's it got to do with her? But the dress was dreadful. Love Island's Molly May is supposedly a millionaire. Yeah, well, it's a good story, love, but there you go. And Sylvester Stallone's house is on the market. They've dropped the price, you'll be pleased to know. It's gone down from $110 million to $85 million. I'm just a wee bit short. Just a wee bit short on that one.